and you were angry. I know you wouldn't have booked those tickets if on some level you didn't want to go. So, knowing that, I'm going to do everything in my power to help you get there.
I think you're conflating two disparate issues, I say unevenly. He gives me a wry look.
Am I?
Babcha's situation has nothing to do with...
Let's do a thought experiment,
Wade says. He releases my hand, then leans back against the toilet cistern and raises his eyebrows at me.
Imagine a situation where we had our second child, and he happened to be exactly like his very gifted big sister. No challenges. Tell me what your life would look like by now.
I can't let myself picture that. I can't let myself want a different son, not for a single second. We got the son we got. I love him just the way he is, and I always will. I stiffen and shake my head. You know what it would look like.
Humor me, Allie. Would you have gone on this trip if we had more typical 7- and 10-year-old children?
In a heartbeat. I already hate this game, but it brings startling clarity. I keep telling myself my family needs me to stay. But maybe it's not my family. Not Callie or Wade or the group collectively that hold me back from going away for a few days. It's Eddie. Because unlike my brilliant husband and equally brilliant daughter, Eddie needs me. Wade stands, and he rests his hands on my shoulders gently. I reluctantly meet his gaze.
You'd have gone on the trip, Allie, he whispers, because you would have trusted me to look after our kids if Edison had been born different.
I do trust you, I say, but the words are stiff, so the lie is unconvincing. Wade sighs. Then he tenderly brushes a wet tendril of hair from my shoulder.
We were always going to go to Europe, weren't we? He says softly. Shit, I've been half a dozen times for conferences, and you've never even blinked an eye while you waited back here at home for me. We were going to be the family who took their kids on overseas holidays, to broaden their horizons and show them the world. I know that's not really possible for us at the moment, but it was something you always wanted, even more than I did. You took so many great holidays as a kid with Pete and Julita, didn't you?
I don't want to take this trip to go on a holiday, I say defensively.
I know. I'm not even saying that. I'm saying this means something to you, and this is the first time I've seen you reaching for something beyond the kids in years.
The kids are important. This family is my life's work, in the same way that your job and your research is yours.
I get that. I really do. The kids are important, but...
Wade says hesitantly,
so is Babcha, right?
When I nod, he adds softly,
it's okay to want something that doesn't involve me and the kids, you know. We're all important, but damn it, Allie, so are you.
I can't remember the last time he said those words to me. It nearly breaks my heart to hear them, and I start to cry again. I nod at Wade through my tears, and he embraces me tightly. We stand like that for a few moments, until the chill in the air starts to get to me, and I pull away from him and reach for a Kleenex to wipe my eyes. I open the door to our bedroom and step out to find some pajamas, and Wade follows me, watching silently. Once I'm dressed, he smiles gently.
So, honey, this is happening?
I'm reassured. I'm comforted. I feel supported now, but I'm still torn, and honestly, I'm still scared. I shrug a little. Can I think about it tonight?
Sure, he says.
Then the corner of his mouth lifts, and he flashes me the cheeky grin that was half the reason I fell in love with him in the first place.
I mean, you've already paid for flights, and I've just splashed out a small fortune for a private guide for 3 days, but sure. Go ahead and think about it, too.
God, I whisper, then I close my eyes and swallow. Even aside from the family, I'm kind of nervous. I don't really know what Babcha wants, not exactly, and I don't know how to prepare Eddie for this, or even how to prepare you for the—
Leave Eddie to me,
Wade says. I open my eyes and stare at him. What would you even do with him on the days when he's not at school?
I've already thought about that. Ideally, he'd go to school full-time, but you're absolutely sure he can't deal with that.
He can't.
Then I'll take him to the office with me.
Once upon a time, I desperately wanted Wade to take Eddie to work for a visit, but Wade was determined all along that it was just too risky. He has a very large, chaotic office full of towering stacks of paperwork and heavy reference books. and it's an industrial research complex that he insisted was fraught with danger. Callie has visited Wade at work several times. Eddie has not. That was Wade's decision all along. But
I know, Alice.
he interrupts me abruptly. I fall silent.
I know I said it was a bad idea when you asked me in the past, but I've really thought about it tonight, and we can make it work. I want to push him a little this week, to get him out of his comfort zone.
It's late. We're both exhausted. We stare at each other, and I can tell we're both desperately trying to stop this from disintegrating into a fight. Even with the tension, this is still a more honest argument than any we've had in recent history, which have always been littered with passive-aggressive taunts and hints.
Let's view this as a question of science,
Wade says, a little lighter now.
My theory is that Eddie and I can get on just fine this week if we bend some of your rules. If the experiment is a failure, we'll dismiss the theory, and I'll admit we need to do things your way. Maybe I'll understand a little better why you're so rigid about how his routine works, okay?
I feel like I might not have a choice.
Well, Allie Michaels,
Wade sighs, and he cups my face in his hands to stare down at me tenderly.
One way or another, we will all survive. You, me, Callie, and yes, even Edison.
He bends and kisses me gently, then rests his forehead against mine.
I love you.
Despite the tension between us, despite the distance in these recent years, I know that Wade loves me, and I know that I love Wade. Sometimes I also kind of hate him, but mostly I love him. That's marriage sometimes. That's just the way it is. The years can't be all kind because life isn't always kind. We've been in a rough patch, a very rough patch. But I know we're still walking on the same path. I nod slowly, and a smile breaks over his face. I love you too, I whisper. Then I kiss him hard. I love you so much, Wade, and I always will. No matter what else happens in our life, please don't ever doubt it again.
Come to bed,
he whispers, tugging at my hand as he turns away. Last night, that very same suggestive tone felt like a burden, and it made me furious. Tonight, I can't wait to reconnect with him, and I'm glad to let him lead the way.
Chapter 20. Alina. It was completely dark when the hesitant knock came at the door, and I held my breath when Father opened it. Tomasz stood on the stoop, his tattered hat against his chest, his eyes downcast. Mama pushed Father out of the way. Then she grabbed Tomasz by the shoulders, and she held him away from her, staring at him in horror.
"Tomasz Lasky," she gasped. "You are skin and bones. Sit."
She clucked her tongue, then pushed him toward the table.
"What have you been doing with the bread I've been sending with Alina? Not sharing it all with our Jewish brothers and sisters?"
"My friend's wife had a baby," he said weakly as he sank into one of the chairs. "I have been giving her every mouthful I could spare."
"That stops today."
When he didn't react, she rested her hands on his shoulders again, this time to shake him a little.
"Do you hear me, young man? You will be no help to them if you do not eat yourself first. From now you let me fatten you up a little. I'll show you the cellar shortly, and you can see the rich bounty we have to share."
Tomasz shot me a glance, and I stifled a giggle at the mixture of joy and bewilderment on his face. Some time later, once he had a belly full of soup and egg and bread, and even a few shots of vodka that my father furnished him, Tomasz climbed down into the cellar to take a look around. I sat at the edge of the dark space. He looked up at me, amused.
"You blackmailed me into coming here. Now you won't come down to visit my palace?"
"I will," I admitted. Then I shuddered. "But the darkness scares me. I don't know how you will bear it all day."
"Darkness is just like sleep," he shrugged. "And anything has to be better than sleeping in a tree like a squirrel."
"Are you very upset that I forced you to come?" I asked him hesitantly. He sighed and ran his hands through his hair.
"It is hard for me to answer that right now. I'm compromised because it's warm in here, and I'm a little drunk and the mattress is so comfortable. and my belly is so full," he said with a reluctant smile. But the smile quickly cleared, and concern took its place. "I am grateful to you and your parents, but I will never forgive myself if this turns out to be a mistake." "Will you stay in tonight?" Mama called to him from the other side of the living room where she was making up her own bed. "You could do with one good night's rest." "It would be better if I didn't," he called back. "Most of my friends would be okay for a day or two, but not Saul and Deva. The farmer hiding them does nothing more than required to collect his gold, and Ava so badly needs the food." "I made a loaf of bread yesterday. You can take everything that is left, and a whole jar of jam from last season, and I'll boil you some eggs, but only if you sleep. We will set the alarm, and you can go and be back before the sun comes up."
Tomasz took a few steps up the ladder until he was standing beside me. He seemed almost overcome with emotion, his eyes wide and his jaw set hard.
"Thank you, Mrs. Dziak,"
he said roughly. Then his gaze shifted to my father, who was warming his back by the fire.
"Thank you, Mr. Dziak, for your courage, your generosity, your kindness toward me. But for the damned war, you'd be our son by now,"
Father said stiffly. Tomasz reached for my hand, and he squeezed it.
"One day,"
he whispered to me. Then he smiled, and my heart skipped a beat.
"One day soon, my love."
"Sleep while you can, Tomasz," I whispered back. "We can talk tomorrow." We had to maintain a militant schedule now that Tomasz was in the cellar. He'd leave the house just before my parents went to bed, taking with him whatever food Mama offered him, and he'd return in the morning, usually just before dawn. As he came back to the house, he or Mama would wake me, and I'd spend some time talking with him in the cellar. While I was down there, Mama would make breakfast, and, because she was there to keep watch, we'd leave the latch open. Even with the light from the windows in the upstairs, I never got used to the darkness of the cellar. Every single time I climbed down the ladder, I'd feel sick to my stomach at the darkness and the musty, dusty scent. We would sit on the makeshift bed, and Tomasz would wrap his arms around me to help me through the panic of it. Then we'd leap away from one another guiltily whenever we heard Mama walk near to the opening. We talked about so many things in those weeks. We talked about the agony of the separation we'd survived, and we daydreamed about our future. Now that there were no secrets between us, Tomasz told me all about the work he was doing and his fears for his friends.
"Some farmers do this only for the money, and I wish we were not so desperate as to use those people,"
Tomasz told me.
"The man hosting Saul's family makes me very nervous indeed. We want to move them from that house as soon as I can, but it's just so difficult to find suitable places."
"And the others you are helping?"
"It is just a handful of people, Alina. I can't travel far because I have to go on foot each night, so I just take food to those on the farms I can reach from here. We wouldn't use the empty farmhouses at first because we assumed the farmers had been moved to make way for German settlers, but there has been no sign of that so far in this district, and the shelter was too good to waste. It's perplexing, though, why the Nazis would clear the farms and not use the houses."
"Maybe the farmers are fleeing into the cities? I've always wondered if life in the cities is easier."
Tomasz gave a bitter laugh. "Not from what I saw in Warsaw. Not by a mile."
I had no solutions and no insight, but I loved partnering with him in bearing the burden of the problem. Sundays had once been the best day of the week for me, but now they were almost the worst. We had decided that it was too dangerous to tell Emilia or even Truda and Mateusz the truth about Tomasz. The fewer people who knew our secret, Father had sighed, the better our chances of keeping it, and it was too much to ask of an 8-year-old to keep a secret as big as this one. That meant Tomasz would sit hidden in the cellar beneath his sister while she sat at the dining room table to chat with her new family. I knew this was very difficult for him. I could see the strain on his face on Sunday mornings before they arrived, and the refreshed grief in the evenings after they'd gone. "This is still better than being so far away from her," he murmured to me one day when I opened the latch after she'd gone. "But I can't wait for the day when I can hug her again." "I will hug her for you until that day comes," I promised him. After that day, every time I hugged her at the dining room table, I'd tell her, "This hug is from Tomasz, little sister," and she'd always grin at me. "Are you sure he's still okay, Alina?" she'd ask me. "Of course I am," I said, only this time I was actually telling the truth. "How can you be so sure?" "Because he promised, silly, and he would never break a promise to me." And that ritual became a part of the rhythm of our life for those weeks. At night, I'd stay up until it was time for Tomasz to leave again, just so we could share a chaste kiss in front of my parents as he left for the night. "Stay safe," I'd whisper to him as he slipped out the door to leave, and he'd always turn back to me and offer me the same determined, confident smile before he disappeared into the night, as if the reality that he was not safe at all was some minor detail I needn't worry about.
Chapter 21. Alice. I'm nervous about telling Callie that I'm leaving until it occurs to me that I've yet to tell Mom, and I still have to figure out how to tell Eddie. So Callie is actually the easiest person I need to talk to today. I'm driving to her Saturday morning ballet class, but I look up in the rearview mirror to find her sitting perfectly still, looking down at the book on her lap. It's a textbook, maybe her French one. Her golden blonde hair is in a thick bun right on top of her head, and she looks serene and more focused than any 10-year-old has a right to be. "Callie," I say brightly, "guess what? I'm going on a trip." "Oh?" she says mildly. Her gaze passes briefly between me and Eddie, who's staring out the window, but she's already looking back to the textbook as she asks, "Where are you guys going?" "Just me," I clarify. "I'm going to Poland." Callie slams her book shut, and I can feel her eyes boring holes in the back of my head as I watch the road. "Without Eddie?" she says aghast. "Daddy is going to look after Eddie for a few days. He'll be fine," I say. I meet Callie's eyes briefly in the rear vision mirror. She blinks at me. "Mom, Daddy will most certainly not be fine with Eddie for a few days. Does Dad know the first thing about Eddie's life? He doesn't even use the AAC, and he can't work the coffee machine, and you know what Dad is like in the mornings if he doesn't get his coffee, and you've seen what he does when he tries to cook. Oh, and please, don't even get me started on my life. Daddy won't know where to take me or when to pick me up. No, this won't do at all, Mom. I mean, I love Daddy very much, but he's hardly equipped for this." I would definitely feel guilty in this moment if Callie's outrage wasn't so damned hilarious. I try to keep my expression mild, but I fail to hide my amusement, and the smile breaks through. I let myself go and actually start to laugh. Callie does not echo my laughter with her own. When I glance in the mirror again, she's an adorable mix of outraged and anxious. "Callie Michaels," I chuckle, "you will all be fine without me for a few days. You can help Dad with Eddie's routine. You can teach Dad how to use the AAC when he finally realizes he needs to. And you know what, honey bear? I'm actually a bit jealous that you'll probably get to see that moment and I won't." "Mom, please, this is not going to be funny. Dad's been refusing to use the AAC for years." "Exactly, but he's never had to manage Eddie's routine on his own, and you know as well as I do that without the AAC, there is just no way to do that." Callie falls silent. I glance at her in the mirror again and find she's staring out the window. She looks genuinely scared. "It will be okay, honey bear," I say softly. "I don't like this, Mom," she says. "I need to do this for Babcia, and frankly, having heard that little speech you just gave, I think I need to do it for you, too." "Now I know you've lost your mind. You think you're abandoning your family for me?" She's scowling at me now, and I can tell she's preparing to launch a full-throttled pout. "One day, baby girl, you could have a family of your own if you want one, and I don't want you to think that becoming a mom means your entire existence has to revolve around your kids and partner. Our circumstances are difficult, but that's not really an excuse. Daddy and I haven't been very good role models for you in having a balanced family life. I draw in a deep breath, then I admit, besides, this really matters to me. I'm nervous about leaving you guys, but I need to do it. Callie sighs impatiently and sinks back into her seat. Fine, but I hope you realize I'll help Dad with the basics, but if he messes things up completely, he's on his own. I start to laugh again, and this time she meets my gaze in the mirror and gives me a resigned smile. Good for you, Mom. What's in Poland? Some special places from Babcia's childhood. She just wants you to visit some places? And take photos. I think there's more, but I'm not really sure what else. You know it's been hard to communicate with her, but it's very clear she wants me to go. So, she ponders this for a moment, then she brightens. It's like you're going on a quest. You're not completely sure what the quest is, but you're going anyway and hoping you figure it out on the way. That's badass, Mom. Watch your language, Callie. She smirks and glances back to her book. When we get to the ballet hall, she hops out of the car and scoops her bag up off the back seat. And then for the first time in ages, she actually approaches my window and plants a kiss on my cheek. Oh, I say surprised. Thank you, honey bear. I love you. She throws a casual wave over her shoulder as she runs off toward the hall. I smile to myself as I turn toward the hospital, pleased that Callie was, eventually, supportive of this little venture. And then the day seems even better when we get to Babcia's room, because not only does Eddie know the way and leads me there with enthusiasm, but Babcia herself is stronger today. She's already sitting up in bed when we enter her room, and her expression brightens when she sees us. Eddie climbs up onto the bed beside her and cuddles up to her. I take Mom's iPad from the tray table, and with shaking hands, I give Babcia my news. Alice, plane, Poland. Babcia reads the symbols on the screen. I watch her eyes track across several times, then she looks up at me, and a smile breaks over her weary features. Her eyes fill with tears, and a soft sob breaks from her lips. She doesn't need speech to convey her gratitude. The expression on her face says it all. And just for a moment, I'm not at all torn about this. I know there's more she wants than photos, and she has no way of telling me what it is, so I'm going to have to hope that I can stumble onto the needle in the haystack. It's insane, but I'm now certain that I'm doing the right thing. Of course, that certainty evaporates the instant my mother bursts into the room in a cloud of expensive perfume and fluster. She's wearing a stiff black suit despite the fact that it's the weekend. I know she'll go into chambers today. That's pretty typical for her. Weekends have never meant much to my mom. I've just come from hospital administration, she greets me, and I can see from the set of her jaw that some poor receptionist has probably just copped a dressing down. My God, I just wanted to see about getting a Polish interpreter, but apparently no one knows how to arrange one on short notice, let alone a weekend. Honestly, the fees they charge here, you'd think that we could— She's doing okay, Mom, I say quietly. We're managing fine with the AAC. I know Mom is worried sick about Babcia. I just wish that instead of focusing all of her energy on battling and belittling the hospital, she'd admit she's hurting and feeling alone and scared. Maybe she should take the time she just spent throwing her weight around and put it into an honest phone call with Dad, one that ends with a request or demand for him to simply tell his golfing buddies that his mother-in-law is sick and he has to come home. Then it occurs to me that she doesn't even know that she's going to be alone for a few days, because I haven't told her yet. I take a deep breath. Mom, I say abruptly, I'm going to Poland. She blinks at me. What? Monday afternoon. Wade and I decided last night. I've booked flights, and there's a guide who's going to take me around. You have got to be kidding me, Alice. I don't even know where to start here. This is so like you, isn't it? For a 76-year-old woman with a successful professional career, my mom sure does do an impressive impersonation of a bitchy 14-year-old when she's pissed. Her gaze narrows, and she goes for the sucker punch. This is college all over again. Alice has an impulse, so Alice goes right ahead and acts on it. Feel like rebelling? Ignore a decade of planning and working toward law school and study journalism instead. Feeling randy? Get yourself knocked up by your TA. Mom, he wasn't my TA, I groan, although there's no point because she knows damn well that Wade never taught me. What interest would I have had in nanotechnology? Mom isn't looking to be factual. She's looking for dramatic effect. Feeling overwhelmed, she adds now, the snide tone sharpening further. Drop out of your career altogether before you've even given it a shot and stay at home like some 1950s housewife. And now the kicker. Feeling pity for a confused old lady on her deathbed? Then jump on a plane, for God's sake. Mom? I exclaim. Just stop. Mommy hurt, Eddie's iPad says. Mom and I stare at each other in the strained silence until Babcia's iPad announces, Alice, okay. Julita, naughty. The voice is robotic, of course, but that doesn't mean it's not accusatory. Mom and I both turn sharply toward the bed. Babcia looks pointedly at us. No words required to communicate her displeasure with our raised voices and Eddie's reaction to them. I glance at my son, and he's staring at me, visibly concerned and confused. I offer him a smile, trying to project a calmness that I don't feel at all. Mom is in fine form today, and apparently we're going to dredge up every past disappointment I've ever managed to inflict upon her. Mom, I say, drawing in a deep breath. May I speak to you outside, please? Mom grunts her reply, then follows me into the hallway. We stand facing one another like fighters in a ring, our breathing ragged. This conversation is not new to us, so we both know how it goes now. This is the part where I back down. Maybe I go ahead and do what I want later anyway, but at this point in the conversation, I usually concede that she's right just so I can end the tension. Even when she's not being downright mean, like today, my mother can run rings around me in any argument. She was a prosecutor for 40 years. She knows how to get her point across. In some ways, it's actually easier to argue with this emotional version of my mother because she's not quite as rational as she ordinarily would be. Maybe that's why today, I'm going to ignore my automatic inclination to acquiesce. She is not confused, I say flatly. She knows exactly what she wants. I don't know why this is so important to her, but it clearly is. So you're just going to leave me here to deal with all of this? Mom says. It's hard to stop my eyes from widening in shock, because suddenly I understand what this little spat is really about. Mom doesn't care that I'm going. She cares that I'm leaving. The very idea of the formidable Judge Julita Slosky-Davis being afraid of anything, let alone something as pedestrian as being alone, is jaw-dropping. I love my mom. I admire her. I resent her. I am intimidated by her. I'm so many things about and toward her, but one thing I've not often been is surprised by her. And I'm not sure I've ever felt sorry for her before. Maybe it's time to call Dad. I am not asking him to come home. He'd understand, Mom. He'd come right away if you asked him to. I am not you, Alice Slosky-Davis, she hisses at me, predictably resorting to my full name as if I'm a child, also predictably refusing to acknowledge that I took Wade's surname without so much as a hyphen. Mom is nothing if not consistent. She was horrified with that decision 10 years ago, and apparently it still smarts today. I do not and will not rely on a man to get me through this. It is— Listen, I interrupt her, because I know we're about to start the whole Alice is a bad feminist argument again, and it never ends well. Or at all, actually. I don't want to argue with you about Dad, or Wade, or my surname, or my mind-boggling ability to survive without a career. I just want you to understand why I want to do this for her. She's given me real places, real names. At least I seriously hope so. I'm just going to go to Poland and take some photos for her, maybe FaceTime her once or twice if the time zones line up okay. I don't really understand why this matters so much to her, but clearly it does, and God only knows how much time she has left. What on earth do you think you're going to achieve? Who travels halfway across the globe to take some photos? It's a fool's errand. Well, I say quietly, thinking of Callie's comments about Wade in the car this morning. Let me find that out the hard way. I pack Eddie up after that and kiss Babcia on the cheek. Today is Saturday, I tell her via the iPad. Alice home tomorrow. Alice plane, Poland, Monday. She looks at me and her brow furrows with confusion. See, Mom says bitterly. She's sitting in the corner with her arms crossed over her chest. I told you we need a translator. I look at the iPad, and for a moment or two I can't figure out what's confusing Babcia. She knows the symbols for today, and Alice, and home, and plane, and she had no trouble at all finding the flag that means Poland. It's the days. The titles are in English, so she can only use the icons she creates herself and the ones she already knows. A sudden thought strikes me, and I hit the settings on the iPad. Polski. I change languages and move back to the icon screen. Babcia looks again, and she grins at me and nods. She takes the iPad, and I wait as she plays with the device for several minutes. She takes a selfie, grimaces, deletes it, and repeats this process several times until she's apparently happy with the result. Finally, the device reads me a string of robotic Polish. I look at the icons and find she's created a new icon and adorned it with a selfie of herself mid-smile, and she's wedged that around grinning clip art faces. I flick the iPad back to English and reread it. Babcia, happy. Babcia, proud. 5 minutes later, Mom, the head nurse, and Babcia all know how to use the AAC as an inelegant translator. I take Babcia's precious letter and snap a series of photos, trying to catch it in just the right light so that Zofia, the Polish tour guide, has a chance of translating it. Okay, I'm going now, I say, pointing toward the door. Babcia beams. Mom stares at me impassively. I won't be in tomorrow. I have to get things ready for the kids, but I'll be home in 6 days, and I'll try to keep in touch via phone and text messages. Mom is still giving me that expressionless stare. I sigh and kiss Babcia, and then I walk around her bed, and I bend to kiss Mom's cheek, too. At the last second, Mom catches my forearm in her hand, then she stands and kisses my cheek in return. Good luck, she says stiffly. I thank her, but then bolt out the door before she can add the inevitable, "You're going to need it," and spoil the gentle buzz her farewell has given me. Once Eddie and I are in the car, I grit my teeth and dial Dad.
Allie, he greets me warmly. How are things? How's your grandmother?
Not good, Dad, I admit. Has Mom told you she can't speak?
She did, and your mom seems to think the hospital is dropping the ball.
Yeah, I know.
But you think Mom is being a hard-ass like she always is.
I laugh weakly. I seriously love my dad, especially the oh-so-chill retirement version of him. I kind of do, but Dad, I actually think Mom needs you. I know she doesn't want to ask you to come home, but I think you need to. Babcia has asked me to go to Poland, and I'm going to go, so Mom is going to be alone.
Just back up a bit there, love, Dad says patiently. What's this about you going to Poland?
It's complicated, I mutter. Babcia asked me to go, and I'm still not sure why, but I'm going anyway.
Well, that's unexpected. How fun for you.
I laugh at the ease of Dad's acceptance of my crazy quest. This is almost exactly the opposite of how the conversation with Mom went when I told her, I tell him. She's stressed out of her mind, between her work and visiting Babcia at the hospital. I'm a bit worried how she'll cope if anything happens with Babcia while I'm away. Can you come?
Of course I can,
Dad says, and he sighs heavily.
If she'd asked, I'd have come right home when Babcia got sick. You know that, right?
I do, Dad. I sigh too. I really do.
Well, when are you shifting gears from stay-at-home mom to international jet-setter?
Tomorrow afternoon, I say. Then I swallow.
I guess I won't see you until you get back, Dad says. Do me a favor, Alice, and bring me back some vodka. Good stuff. As strong as possible. I think I'm going to need it to deal with your mom when Babcia finally goes.
I can't even think about that yet, I admit.
Well, my darling daughter, I won the mother-in-law lottery when I met your mother, so I hate to say this, but Babcia is 95 years old. Sooner or later, we're all going to have to let her go.
Chapter 22. Alina. After a few weeks with Tomasz in our house, I started to entertain fantasies that things might go on that way indefinitely. I should have known it wouldn't last forever. If anything about the war had been consistent, it was that things always got worse. The morning everything changed, I'd just said goodbye to Tomasz, and Mama was about to shut the latch so he could sleep. I walked from the house into the fields, knowing she wasn't far behind me, already thinking about the day's tasks. Father had been in the town delivering the week's produce, but I heard him shouting as he returned through the gates. He leaped from the cart and started running, something my father never did because of his rheumatism.
"Alina!"
he shouted as he ran toward the doorway.
"Run, Alina! For God's sake, run!"
He disappeared inside, and I sprinted to catch up to him.
"What is it?"
The table was shifted and the hatch had been reopened. Mama and Father were crouched beside it, whispering urgently to Tomasz.
"There is no time. Into the hatch, now,"
Mama said flatly.
"But what is—"
She grabbed my forearm, and as she pushed me awkwardly beneath the table, I felt the tremors running through her whole body. That startled me into silence, so I climbed quickly down the ladder, and Tomasz took me into his arms. He pressed his forefinger over my lips, and he led me to the mattress, then sat beside me. The cellar was thrown into darkness. Then we heard the heavy thump of the hatch and the rug, and the dragging sound as the table was pulled into place. I'd been into that tiny cellar every day for several weeks by then, but never with the latch closed, and even with the door open, I'd still panicked every time. Now, my eyes began adjusting to the dim light, but my brain somehow could not adjust to the stuffiness of the air. Every time I drew in a breath, I was convinced it was my last. Breathe in. Oh, I found some air. Breathe out. That will be the last of me. Now I will suffocate. Breathe in. Oh, there is a little more air after all. I knew I wouldn't stand 2 minutes in there, let alone 2 hours, so I had to ask Tomasz what was happening. "Tomasz," I started to say, but he pressed his hand over my mouth, hard, just as I had done for Emilia once upon a time. I peeled his fingers from my face but sat in silence with him, simmering in my frustration, my confusion, and, soon enough, genuine anger. But I heard the rumble of the truck as it came ever closer, and I knew when it was right at the front door. Until that rumble sounded, I was far more annoyed than I was scared. There was something ominous about that sound from underground, the way it rattled through the earth, as if the cellar would cave in all around us. It reminded me so vividly of those early airstrikes and the terror that never seemed to end. I had no idea what the exact danger was this time, because our whole lives were danger by then. I just knew that for Mama and Father to hide me, it must be significant indeed. There were muffled greetings, but not muffled enough to hide the subtext. I heard the stiffness of the soldiers' voices, the hopeful politeness of Mama's.
"Hoop she talked here?"
I was already confused and on edge and terrified, but at the sound of those words, my blood ran cold, because I knew then which soldier was in the house. Pretty daughter. It was the young soldier from that day in fall, the last time I wore a dress. He was back, and he was asking about me. I was too terrified to cry out, but equally I was too terrified to control myself, and I couldn't think rationally enough to be sure of what I might do next. But Tomas's arms tightened around me, and he raised his arm to gently begin to stroke my hair. I closed my eyes and rested against him, and he planted the softest kiss against my temple. I had never understood the phrase, draw strength from someone, until that very moment. Because with the entire universe out of my control, the only thing that grounded me into silence then was the strength of his arms around me and the warmth of his body beside me.
"Gone to Warsaw,"
I heard my mother say,
caring for her sick nephew.
Sick nephew? I didn't even have a nephew. Mama's lie was outrageous and ridiculous. And what's more, it made no sense at all for her to tell it. In all that we'd survived to that point, she'd never done something so crazy before. I started to tense up again, because surely she'd be caught out, and surely we'd all pay the price for that. Had she lost her mind? Then the soldiers' voices, fiercer now, more determined, and closer again, until, oh my God, they were in the house. They were standing right above us, next to the table that sat right over the hatch. Tomasz held me so tightly in that moment that the pressure around my reed-thin arms was painful, so I focused on the discomfort. I needed the stimulus to ground me, because other than that mild pain, all I knew was fear. I heard the soldiers stomping through the house, heard as they walked into my bedroom, heard the way they mocked our simple life, heard as they walked right past the table again on their way to check for me in my brother's room. And then I heard the front door close. Everyone was outside now, and the voices faded again, until the truck started up, and then there was silence. Tomasz and I waited for a very long time. I thought perhaps Mama and Father would go about their business outside and leave us down there for a while, until they were sure it was safe. But time passed, and the door didn't open, and their voices did not return. Eventually, Tomasz shifted just a little, and he made a sound with his nose that I didn't initially recognize. I turned to him and waited. I was used to the dark by then, but even so, it took me a moment to realize that his face was shiny. "Why?" I whispered. I didn't know what question I was asking. Why are you crying? Why are they not coming back inside? Why the war? "They told your father at the ration station. They told him to go home and pack a suitcase. They told him they were coming for you." "For me? But—" "No, Alina. The soldiers came for all of you." "But is this because of me? Because I—" I didn't say it, because I didn't want to make him feel bad. But was this because I'd helped him? "It's simply for the fields, Alina. This morning, when he went into the ration station, they told Bartok they are creating an Interessengebiet, an area of interest around the big work camps, and he was to come home and pack a bag and prepare to leave immediately. At least we know now why most of your neighbors have gone. There are tens of thousands of prisoners in the camps now, an army of free labor, and your rations are scant, but still vastly more than the workers receive." "So where have my parents gone?" "Alina, moje wszystko. It doesn't matter where your parents are. We have to leave now, as soon as we can." "Leave the house?" "Leave the district, at the very least." "Leave? You want to leave now? My parents are gone, and we have no idea where they are. Are you insane? I have to stay. I have to try to help them." "This is bigger than your parents, Alina," Tomasz whispered. "Your father heard talk of a fence around the whole district. Who knows if this farm will be within that boundary line? But we need to get out in case it is." "But my parents—" "They are resilient and resourceful people," he said, but the attempt at reassurance was entirely unconvincing. Earlier I had been convinced that I couldn't bear 2 minutes in the cellar, but we stayed in there for the entire day. We huddled together under the blankets on the mattress, and we listened to the clock upstairs chime away the hours. I cried a little, and sometimes Tomasz did too. When I finally started to feel sleepy, he helped me upstairs and he fetched some fresh water from the well while I used the outhouse. We weren't able to start the fire or turn on the light, just in case someone was keeping watch on the house from afar, so instead we stumbled around in the dark. When the time came to climb down the ladder, it occurred to me how difficult it was going to be to replace the table and rug over ourselves without outside assistance. But Tomasz had already made a plan with my parents for a situation like this. He pulled the table over just a little, so that 2 of the legs no longer rested atop the rug, but the table still covered the hatch. Hopefully, to anyone visiting who had not been before, it would only look like our little table was off-center on its rug. It was awkward for him to climb back inside with the table over top. But now, when he pulled the hatch closed, the rug sat flat atop it. He climbed back under the blankets with me, and he held me until I slept for a while. But when the clock upstairs chimed 2 a.m., he roused me with a kiss to my forehead. "I have to go," he told me. I was frantic at the thought of it, and I tried to convince him to stay, but he was insistent. "I need to find out if anyone knows where your parents have been taken, and to take some food for Eva. I'll be gone a few hours, because I will need to go into Chebinye to see Nadia." "Tell me," I murmured, "is Nadia your Zekota contact? Is that why you were so determined that I should stay away from her house?" He nodded silently. "Yes. She is coordinating the efforts for this region." "And Jan was angry because she was helping Jews?" I guessed. Tomasz shook his head. "Do you remember the farmer I didn't trust?" I gaped at him. "Jan is hiding Jewish people in his house?" I said incredulously. That makes no sense, Tomasz." "He has sealed himself off into the front half of the house because he is too stupid to see through the Nazi propaganda, so he is convinced my friends carry disease," Tomasz said, his disgust evident. "And he allows Saul and Eva to use only the tiniest space at the back of the house, so there is a buffer between them. Make no mistake, Alina. He does this only for the gold. Nadia only approached him because we were desperate. We had to find somewhere safe for Eva to give birth." "This is why Justina and Ola left." "Ola didn't want any part of this. She was furious with Jan and Nadia for risking Justina's life." Tomasz brushed his hand against my cheek. "Let me come with you tonight," I pleaded. "No, Alina. Not when I must go into the township. If I was caught breaking the curfew, it would be bad. But I would at least have a chance of talking my way out of danger. But you are too memorable, my love. You must stay here, hidden for now." "But what if you don't come back?" I whispered. I pressed his hand to my jaw, trying to stop my teeth from chattering. "Do you think they could stop me from coming back, Alina? After all we have survived? After all I have been through to get back here to you?" Tomasz whispered. Then he brushed his lips against mine. "Not a chance, moje fistko. But if I don't come back as quickly as I plan to, just hide in here. You have food and water that will last for weeks, and I will make sure Nadia knows to come find you." He packed his little rucksack with potatoes and a handful of eggs. Then he climbed up out of the cellar, replaced the rug and the table, and then went on his way. Chapter 23. Alina. I heard the clock chime 1 hour, then 2, then 3, and all the while I waited, and I rode the waves of panic and fear as they came. I wanted to howl at the injustice of it all. I wanted to be angry with Tomasz for leaving me in the cellar alone on the worst day of my life. I wanted to go back in time and bury my head under the pillow on my bed upstairs and pretend that none of this was happening at all. It was just past 5 a.m. when I heard a sound upstairs. I heard muffled movement above me. Then the hatch lifted, and when I recognized Tomasz in the opening, I burst into tears. He waited until he'd set the hatch back in place before he comforted me. He was shaking too, from adrenaline and the cold, I guessed. "Did you find anything out?" "Yes." "Okay. Where have they been taken?" "To Auschwitz," he said. "Okay," I said. Then I exhaled with relief. "Okay. To the town, then?" That didn't sound so bad at all. Auschwitz was a nice enough place, a place much like Chebinye, with many factories and homes. I imagined for a moment them both taking a job on a factory line for the Nazis. It wasn't ideal, but I felt confident that they could survive it. No, Alina. Not in the town. They have been taken to the work camp, Tomasz said. Then he drew in a deep breath. Although there are 2 there now, and I couldn't find out which one. The daydream of my parents on a factory line shattered. And now, instead, I saw them crammed in like sardines with the tens of thousands of farm workers Tomasz had warned me about. My heart sank all over again. It does not matter which camp, does it? I surmised, suddenly feeling very heavy. We can't rescue them anyway. Or does Nadia Novak have the ability to circumvent the entire Nazi army? No, it does not matter which camp, he conceded heavily. But they will just wait out the war there. They will work hard and stay out of trouble just as they always have, I said with some determination, until a thought struck me. I stiffened a little. Wait, these are the camps with the furnaces? Yes, Tomasz whispered. They call the smaller camp Auschwitz. The larger camp is called Birkenau. He shifted on the bed, drawing me closer. There are large furnaces at both camps, and... Mama said the furnaces are just to heat the water, I interrupted him, but even to my own ears, I sounded slightly hysterical. We don't know for sure. No one outside the camps knows for sure, he said. But then he drew in a sharp breath and his tone hardened. But the Nazis have been seen transporting trucks full of ash to dump in the river, and there is some suspicion that this may be the remains of some of the prisoners. Perhaps your parents will be lucky, or perhaps they will manage to find a way to survive. But thousands of people have gone into the camps. Thousands of Jewish people from many nations, thousands of Catholic Poles like your parents, and thousands of political prisoners. But only recently have the Nazis needed to expand their accommodation. All of those prisoners are going somewhere, and whether they are murdered or worked to death, the most likely place they are ending up is in the furnace. This was the new Tomasz. The man who was broken by hardship and remorse, the realist who had replaced my beautiful dreamer. He was giving me a verbal slap in the face because he believed that I needed a reality check. For just a moment, I hated him for it, until I remembered that none of this was his fault. I started to cry then, and he rained kisses down over my face. They aren't coming back, Alina. But maybe they aren't coming back, he whispered. If I can find a way out of Poland, we have to take it. Promise me you'll come with me if I can find a way. Out of Poland? I repeated through my sobs. That's not even possible. How would we get out of Poland? I don't know exactly. Not yet, he admitted. I met a photographer a few months ago. He was documenting the work of Zegota, and I know he was using couriers to smuggle film out of the country. He asked me then if I would make a journey for him. I was tempted, Alina. I will be honest with you. It was just before we reunited, and I nearly went. I thought I would try to flee, and then maybe you could have followed me after. But I couldn't make myself leave you. Now, well, I don't even know if he's still nearby, but Nadia is trying to find him. If we can find him, and he will help us, moje fiestko. There is no other option. Not for us. Not now. We have no choice but to try to get out. But we could stay, I whispered. We could live under cover as you've been doing. I don't want that life for you, Alina. But we could stay here,
The food will eventually run out. And if the fence is built before then, we'd be trapped inside this zone. We could try to get into the city. I do not want this life for us, Alina, Tomasz repeated, raising his voice, hardening the tone again, until I pulled away from him. Yes, there may be ways we could survive here. Perhaps we could get false identity papers. We could shift into Krakow or Warsaw and try to live in plain sight. Maybe we'd be caught, and we'd be killed. Maybe we'd survive and suffer through however many more years of starvation and abuse the war would inflict upon us. But there is no way for us to live here, and there is no way for us to build the life we'd planned. Not if we stay. He sighed heavily, then pulled me close again. I need for you to be safe. But this is home, I said. Poland is our home. What else is there for us? Home is not the country we stand in. It's us. Home is the future we've been planning and dreaming of. We can build it anywhere. And yes, you are a tiny waif of a thing. I grunted in protest, and he laughed softly. But you are tough, Alina. And I think you know it too now. I can see it in you. A fire to survive. A fire to have a better life. It is the fierce flash of indignation in your eyes when you think you are out of the loop on a secret. It is the strength you showed when you decided to stand by me, knowing that doing so could get you killed. And if we can get out of this place together. His tone softened again until he was gently pleading with me. Just imagine it, moja fistko. I could start studying again and finally become a doctor. Maybe you could study. We could get jobs, a house, have children one day and give them a future too. Don't you see? To stay is to accept death at the hands of these monsters. And they have taken enough from us both already. Our only choice is to try to run. What if we try and fail? Then he paused and for a moment fumbled for words. Then he whispered, Well, Alina, at least we will fail together. That's worth something, isn't it? I squeezed his hand, drew in a shaky breath, and then closed my eyes. In some ways I felt like I had nothing left to lose. But I did have something left to lose, and he was sitting right there with me, begging me to try to run. I was beyond scared. But if Tomasz was going, I didn't really have a choice, because staying behind wasn't even an option anymore. Okay, I whispered. Okay.
Chapter 24. Alice. I spend the next 36 hours in a panicked marathon of desperate organizing that amuses my daughter and confuses my son. Eddie watches me silently as I search the web for ways to communicate to him that Mommy is going away. In the end, I write a social script that Wade can give him each day to remind Eddie where I am, then create a calendar of days he can count down. I write strict instructions to Wade to mark off a day each morning so Eddie can see how many sleeps are left. I print out a photo of myself and stick it at the end, then color all around it in bright green highlighter for emphasis. When I'm done, I look into my son's beautiful green eyes, and I burst into tears. Eddie ponders this for a moment, then he silently walks away. He returns a few minutes later with his iPad in his hand and asks, "Mommy hurt?" I calm myself down, assure him that I'm okay, set him in front of Thomas the Tank Engine, and start documenting his routine for Wade. I try to strike a balance between wanting Wade to do everything just right and just giving him the basics so that he can get through each day. The problem is, with Eddie, there's not really such a thing as just good enough. Everything does have to be just right. I know Wade doesn't get that, so I know he won't respect it. I have no idea what's going to happen with my son while I'm away. In the 7 years since he was born, the whole world has changed for me. I joined a club I never wanted to be a part of, the Autism Moms Club. And its membership cost was the life I'd planned until then. Someone once told me that having a child with autism was like taking a trip to another country where you don't speak the language, and at the time, I thought that analogy was clever and fitting. But over the last few years, as the extent of Eddie's disability really became apparent, I've wondered if instead of being in a whole other country, I'm on a whole new planet. Now I'm leaving Eddie for 6 whole nights. I'm traveling through time, back to a phase of my life when I didn't have a son who commanded the vast bulk of my focus. Will I miss him? Will I fret for him? Or the most frightening possibility of all, will I feel relief to be unburdened of the responsibility for his care? I love Eddie. God, I adore him. But so often when I think about the life I have with my son, I feel completely alone and endlessly overwhelmed. The spiteful part of me hopes that in the next 6 days, Wade gets a taste of what that's like. That's the part of me that knows all of this documentation I'm doing about Eddie's routine is pointless, because my husband is far too arrogant to bother to follow it.
I have a PhD, Allie. I can handle a few days with 2 kids.
It's the casual dismissal of the complexity of my role in our family that goads me. Rarely spoken so explicitly, but implicit in so many of our interactions over the last few years. Even now, when Wade is very much in my good books for how supportive he's being, I know he's underestimating the difficulty of what he's signed up for in this coming week. And I'm chiefly concerned about Eddie, but Callie factors into this equation too. She's a beautiful little girl, but her giftedness is a challenge of its own sometimes. She's a terror when she's understimulated, so her schedule is jam-packed, and her mind runs at 1,000,000 miles an hour all of the time. That needs careful monitoring, because when it all overwhelms her, she tends to melt down. Wade's never really had to deal with that side of her. What would he even do if she was upset? I draw in a deep breath and promise myself that whatever happens, they will survive. They will all survive. And so will I. I've organized everything I can organize, I've emailed the tour guide everything she needed, and I've packed with military precision. But the minute we step into the airport, the enormity of what I'm leaving behind settles around me like a heavy fog, and suddenly that's all I can think about. I feel only dread and anxiety and regret. What a stupid, impulsive thing I've done. What if something happens to Eddie or Callie and I'm on the other side of the planet? It would take me days to get home, and, my God, what if something happens to Babcia? What do I really think I'm going to find for her anyway? I don't even know what she's looking for.
Alice,
Wade says suddenly. I turn to him, and I'm suddenly aware that I'm audibly hyperventilating. He grips my upper arms, and he stares down at me.
I will not let you down, he says softly. The kids will be fine. I promise you.
This was a mistake, I breathe. I was impulsive and angry, and I'm upset.
No,
he interrupts me, but he does so gently, carefully. I'm struck by the tenderness in his voice, and I trail off my protestations to let him take his time before he explains. He draws in a deep breath, then he lifts his hand from my upper arm to cup my face gently between his palms.
In these past few years, you've lived and breathed our family. You're a wonderful wife, a brilliant mother, but, Allie.
He draws in another soft breath, then his gaze grows pleading.
As great as that is, that's not all you want it to be, honey. I know this trip is for Babcia, but I kind of hope it's also for you. A chance for you to drop some of the heaviness of our family life and for me to catch it, so you can pick up something else too. I've been doing some thinking since we talked the other night. Never for a second of our life together have you asked me to put my stuff second. Well, this week I want you to know what that feels like, so you can know that I do appreciate it. Maybe we can figure all of this out and share the load of it better one day. I don't know what that looks like or how we do it, but I want to be a better husband for you. A better dad for Eddie.
That's the first time in years he's called Eddie by his nickname. It's also the closest Wade has ever come to admitting he's failed our son, and in doing so, he's failed me. I should probably be upset at this acknowledgement, that he does, in fact, know exactly what he's done to us in these years of neglect of his emotional obligations. But I'm not upset, because this is not news to me, and it's not news to Wade, and now it's not unspoken. There's something exceptional about having this awful thing out in the open between us, and just like that, I can breathe again. I know it's going to be hard to get on that plane. I can't even imagine how I'm going to sleep tonight, knowing I'm so far away from them, knowing I'm all on my own. But Wade is right. There's a chance here for me. Somehow it's simultaneously a chance he's giving me and a chance I'm taking greedily all for myself, and that's kind of how a partnership should work. We are both making this happen, for Babcia and for me. I have no idea what waits for me in Poland. I have no idea how I'm going to find answers when I don't even know the questions, but the challenge of that goal suddenly seems divine.
Go,
Wade says, and he kisses my forehead gently.
I love you. I won't let you down. Go on your trip. And try to have some fun, too, okay?
I have to turn away before the tears overwhelm me, so I do. I spin away from him, and I grasp my suitcase tightly in my hand, and I march to the check-in counter. Chapter 25. Alice. I've been worried about the language barrier, given the only Polish words I know are Dzień dobry, hello, and somehow during my many hours being babysat by Babcia as a toddler, I picked up the phrase iść potty, go potty, neither of which seem likely to be very useful in all of the steps I need to take before I meet with Zofia tomorrow. But as soon as I clear customs, I find the driver from the hotel waiting, holding an iPad that displays the logo of the hotel and my name. He introduces himself in lightly accented English.
Nice to meet you, he says. I'm Martin. Long trip? Let's get you to the hotel.
I settle into the back of the late-model luxury car and stare out the window as the city flies past. Everything is much more modern than I'd expected, with seemingly endless construction work and block after block of modern buildings as we move through the city. The traffic is heavily congested, worse even than the traffic I'm accustomed to when I drive at home. Some single-lane roads manage to house simultaneous modes of transport, cars and buses, a tramway, and the surprisingly heavy foot and bicycle traffic. At the outskirts of the city, other than the plentiful advertising being in Polish, I could almost be at home. But as we get deeper in, the modernity fades from the facades of the buildings that line the streets, until I am surrounded by stone and brick buildings that wouldn't have looked much different even 100 years ago. The hotel lobby is plush, with huge crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling and highly polished marble floors, and amongst the other guests mingling in the space, I hear plenty of English. In fact, plenty of English accented just like mine. The driver brings my bag in, and I approach the counter. "Checking in?" the young receptionist greets me, again in English. "Yes, thanks. I'm Alice Michaels. I have an early check-in arranged." "One moment," the receptionist says, and her fingers fly over the keyboard. Then she looks up at me and winces. "I'm sorry, Mrs. Michaels. Your room isn't quite ready." "Oh, but my guide said she'd confirmed an early check-in. I'm just getting off an overnight flight, and I haven't had any sleep." "I'm sorry. It won't be too long. Maybe another hour or two? You can leave your bag here. Why don't you go for a walk, find yourself some lunch, and come back in the early afternoon?" I blink at her. What I want to do is put my head on a pillow and get some sleep. Exploring a foreign city on my own probably wouldn't sound appealing even on a normal day, but when I'm this tired? Hell no. "But," she smiles at me reassuringly and withdraws a map from beneath the desk. "You're here. Old Town is just here, and the square is there, too. Enjoy!" I glance at the clock on the wall and see that it's 11:45 a.m. here in Krakow, which means it's 5:45 a.m. back home. I can't call yet, even if I do get into my room, and I'm starving. Looks like I'm going for a walk. It's busy on the street. The traffic is manic, with endlessly congested cars and trams and buses competing for the narrow street space. The sidewalk is packed with people, too, all flowing in the same direction I'm headed, so I slip into the crowd and start to walk. Bicycles push past me on the sidewalk, and a few adults ride on skates and rollerblades. It's now midday on a Tuesday morning, but as I walk with this crowd, I feel a bit like I'm headed to a party or a festival. Soon the restaurants start, brands I know from home, as well as unfamiliar restaurant names promising authentic Polish food and even authentic American cuisine. I'm struck by the flowers all around me. Brightly colored blooms on live plants are featured in pots on tables and in planter boxes along the street, even hanging in pots from balconies, and cut flowers rest in the arms of men and women as they walk. Babcia's love of flowers is starting to make a lot of sense. I planned to stop at the first appealing place that I came across, but I just keep walking, because everyone else is walking, and I thought I'd feel alone, but I don't. The sidewalk is paved with a delicate cobblestone comprising slightly uneven square granite bricks. Maybe heels would be impossible to manage on it, but I'm just wearing canvas shoes, and even the sidewalk seems charming. Soon I arrive at an expansive square, and it's clear that the crowd and I have arrived, because this is a place that would draw you. There are immense ornate churches and restaurants and stores around the edge, and young people holding giant strings of helium balloons and carts for lemonade and pretzels and coffee in the center. One young man is working enormous sticks wound with rope, and he's dunking the rope into a huge bucket of watery bubble mixture, so that when he lifts it into the breeze, giant bubbles float all around the square. Masses of young children squeal and run to pop or try to catch them. Other performers sit on cushions and sing or play accordion or guitar. Several of these have adorable puppies or kittens sitting sedately on cushions beside them, patiently watching their owners work. It's a magnificently sunny day, but the sunshine has no bite to it, and I step into the square. I close my eyes for just a moment, and I breathe it all in. The sunshine, the laughter of the children as they run around the car-free space, the scent of sausage and beer, and even cigarette smoke. I wonder if Babcia ever visited Krakow, if she ever visited this square. I wonder if it looked just like this, 70-odd years ago. The buildings feel old, so surely it did. I fish into my pocket for my phone, and I snap a few quick, casual photographs. Then I turn the camera around and take a selfie in the square with the buildings and crowd behind me. I stare at the photo, and then I can't help but grin, because I look exhausted. But also, I look happy, proud, excited. I send all of the photos to Mom and ask her to show Babcia, and then I march across the square to a restaurant with planter boxes of red and white geraniums all along the outside of the outdoor seating area. The menu on display is entirely in Polish, and I hesitate a moment before I walk toward the waiter. "Table for one?" he says in English. When I give him a surprised nod, he reaches under a counter and says, "English menu?" "Yes, please. How did you know I speak English?" "We assume everyone speaks English until they tell us otherwise." He shrugs. "All young Polish people speak English, and so do most of the tourists, so... Makes sense, no?" As I settle at my table, I plan to order the safest dish I can find. Maybe just a sandwich, perhaps a strong coffee. Perhaps with some caffeine. I could stay up until a more sensible bedtime and explore just a little. But then I read the menu, and there are no sandwiches on offer at all. Instead, it's herrings and soups and sausages and odd cuts of pork and something called bigos and stews, and then several pages of varieties of pierogies. And the beverages list is equally decadent. There's vodkas and wines and beers, so many beers. "Have you made a selection?" the waiter asks me. I close the menu. "Yes, please," I say. "Can I have a beer and some pierogi?" "Which kind, miss?" "Surprise me," I suggest, and he laughs as he nods. The pierogi is a revelation, but the beer goes straight to my head, so I'm a little too happy as I wander back to the hotel, and more than ready for a nap by the time I get to my room. It's 7:30 a.m. back home now, so I crawl onto the hotel bed and Skype to Wade. "Honey," he greets me. As the video feed kicks in, I see he's sitting at the kitchen table. He's clean-shaven and his hair looks damp. He's wearing a neatly pressed business shirt. And I normally do the ironing, but I ran out of time this week, so I know he's had time to iron it himself. He looks perfectly put together and not at all flustered. I'm surprised and kind of impressed. "Hi," I say. "You made it safely?" "Yep, I just had lunch in the Old Town Square. It's what?" he prompts when I trail off, and I smile uncertainly. "You know, it's actually a pretty amazing city." A broad smile covers Wade's face, and I am struck by how handsome he looks this morning. Familiarity has a way of masking that kind of observation. I guess that right now, I'm basking in all of the benefits of doing something completely out of routine. "That's great, honey," he says, and he sounds thrilled for me, which makes me even happier. "And things are good there?" "Oh, sure, things are fine," he says, and he smiles again. "All under control." Except that just then, There's the sound of glass breaking, and Wade's easy smile becomes panicked. He stands, and I see that he's only wearing his boxers, and then Callie comes flying into the room, and she's still in her pajamas, and she's screaming at the top of her lungs, and Eddie is hot on her heels, and he's clutching his stuffed Thomas the Tank Engine and sobbing. The last thing I see before the screen goes black is Eddie's tear-stained face as he picks up Wade's phone from the table. Adrenaline pumps through me as I redial, and Eddie answers on the first ring. He's staring into the iPad, and he looks incredibly distressed. "Eddie," I whisper, touching the screen with my fingertip. "Eddie, I love you," he says, and then he drops the phone back onto the table. He's rocking back and forth and still visible just at the edge of the screen. I can see that he's pinching his upper arms. "It's okay, darling," I say, then I call furiously, "Wade Michaels, what the hell is going on there?"
Everything is fine, Wade calls from somewhere in the background. It's all under control, Allie.
"Mom!" Callie snatches the phone from Eddie and her face fills the screen. "It is not under control. I told you Dad wasn't up to this. Dad said Eddie didn't need melatonin, so Eddie hardly slept, and he kept us both awake half the night, and Dad couldn't figure out the iron, so he burned a hole in his trousers, and we're not sure what Eddie eats at school, and he just smashed a glass because Dad wouldn't give him his sippy cup." There's another struggle for the phone, then Wade appears again.
Everything is fine, he says firmly. It's all under control. But we have to get ready for school and work now, so I'm going to have to say goodbye and we'll talk to you later, okay?
Everything is clearly not fine, and the urge to fix it for him is almost overwhelming. But seeing my generally unflappable husband, who was so sure this would be a walk in the park, in this state of panic, is kind of satisfying. So I draw in a deep breath, and then I ask lightly, "Did you give Eddie his visual schedule and the social script I prepared?" He confirms my worst fears when he says dismissively,
"It's fine, Alice. It's all fine."
"Okay then," I say easily, although I actually suspect things are about to get worse for my husband, given he clearly hasn't read my documentation, so he probably has no idea about Callie's after-school routines this week. "Well, I'll talk to you tomorrow morning. About the same time?"
Sure.
I hang up, and the memory of Eddie's distressed face flashes before me, and I could almost panic, except that the beer still has me feeling so mellow and sleepy that I convince myself that I can maybe just postpone the panic until a bit later. I mean, there's not actually all that much I can do to help them right now. I curl up in a little ball on the bed and fall quickly to sleep, and when I wake, there's a message waiting from Callie. "Mom, I set up messaging on my iPad so we can keep in touch while you're away. I miss you and love you very much." I sigh and reply, "Callie Michaels, you know you're not allowed to have text messaging, and aren't you at school?" Her reply comes instantly. "I promise I'll only use it with you. Yes, I am at school, but I explained to Mr. Merrick what I was doing, and he thought it was a great technology and geography extension project. So have you seen anything cool? Can you take some photos for me?" I send her the photos from the square, and she replies immediately. "Mommy, that's so cool! We were just talking in class about inspirational figures in our lives, and I was going to talk about Grandma, but I talked about you instead because it's so amazing that you're doing this. Don't worry about Dad and Eddie. I'd like to say they're fine, but instead I'll just remind you that a few days from now you'll be back, and I'll help you clean up the mess. Ha ha. Love you, Mommy." I decide to focus on the part of that message that doesn't make me want to run home right this very minute. My daughter actually thinks I'm inspirational. All I've done is caught a damned plane by myself, and Callie thinks that's amazing. There's something both exciting and depressing about that. Love you too, honey bear. I put the iPad down and glance at the window. It's still light outside. I was planning to have an early night in with some room service, but suddenly I'm dying to see what the square looks like of an evening when the city has finished its workday. I pull my shoes on, fix my hair, and head out for another walk.
Chapter 26. Alina. When the clock struck 10 p.m. the next night, Tomasz said, "Come with me." I was dozing lightly in his arms, but I woke immediately at that. "Yesterday you said it was too dangerous." "Yesterday I had to visit 4 nearby farms, then go into the town to see Nadia. Today I am only going next door to the Golishetsky house, and just for Ava. Tonight's trip is so much less risky, and I would love for you to meet my friends." The last thing in the world I wanted to do was to remain in that cellar without him for a second night in a row, and so we climbed out of our hiding place together and slipped into the night. The moon was full and the skies were clear, but I still managed to convince myself that every shadow on the horizon was a Nazi soldier. By the time we'd crossed the fields to the Golashevsky house, I was shaking with fear. "I don't know how you do this every night," I whispered. "You'll understand when you see the baby," he said quietly. The Golashevsky house was much larger than my own. Their soil was very fertile, and their farm was much more profitable than ours ever had been. Jan had added many rooms to the house over the years, and it was now a hodgepodge of materials and building styles. Tomasz avoided the front portion of the house. Instead, he led me to the back of the structure. I knew the layout of the house, so I was surprised to see where we stopped. "Knowing how Jan feels about Jews, I can't believe he has given your friends his own bedroom," I whispered to Tomasz. Tomasz sighed. "He has walled them in behind a false wall, my love. Even the exit is blocked. They are trapped, unless Jan moves a heavy bookshelf in his room. Besides which, as soon as he moved them in, he locked the doors to that part of the house and shifted into his son's old bedroom at the front to keep a buffer between Eva and Saul and his space. If I didn't visit to pass food through this vent, they'd die in days. Make no mistake, their situation is dire." A memory sprang to mind of the times I'd been inside the Golashevsky house as a child, before Jan and Father's relationship soured. I remembered being amazed by how much space they had. It amazed me that parents would have their own bedroom, given my parents had always slept in our living space. I remembered that large bedroom, and I also remembered the tiny little nook at the very back, which had once housed a bookshelf. It would take very little effort to wall in that small nook, but it would leave such a tiny cavity. "How do you talk to them?" I started to ask, but Tomasz held his finger up over his lips and bent to the ground level. There was a small rock sitting in the dust at the bottom of the wall. "We devised a system, so I'd know if they'd been compromised. If the rock is here, it is safe for me to knock on the latch. It opens from the inside," he murmured. Then he stood and knocked on one of the wooden panels on the walls. The panel trembled, then it slid down to reveal a gap in the wall at face height. I caught my first glimpse of Ava's wide brown eyes and high cheekbones, and a delicate heart-shaped face that I knew would be strikingly beautiful if she wasn't so deathly thin. Behind her, I could see the interior of the false wall, and as I'd feared, the space was so small the two barely had room to move around. For a moment, though, she didn't seem fazed by her predicament, because all of her attention was on me, and her eyes were alight.
"Tomasz, is this the famous Alina?" she whispered excitedly.
"It is," Tomasz said, and he slid his arm around my shoulders and squeezed. "Alina, meet Eva Weiss."
"Hello," I said, feeling suddenly shy. "It's so nice to meet you." There was more movement in the window, and then Saul was there, positively beaming at me.
"I'm Saul, and the pleasure is all ours," he assured me, reaching out through the window frame to shake my hand. His fingers were bone-thin, but his grip was strong. His facial hair was very dark, which made for a shocking contrast against the ghostly white skin of his face.
"We have heard so much about you."
"So much," Ava said, flicking a slightly teasing glance at Tomasz. "All of those months traveling, and every day it was the same thing. Alina this, Alina that. It wasn't enough that he was willing to walk across Poland to get back to you. He had to try to make us fall in love with you, too." I glanced at Tomasz, and then giggled a little at the embarrassment that crossed his face. He looked back at me and gave me a rueful shrug.
It should be no surprise to you that you were on my mind, he said.
I felt heat on my cheeks. I whispered back, "And you were on mine."
"Thank you for everything your family has done for us, Alina," Saul murmured suddenly.
"It is nothing," I said hastily, and I meant it. Whatever we had done, it wasn't enough. Not for these people, who immediately struck me as kind and cordial, despite the desperate circumstances they found themselves in. I was embarrassed in that moment that I hadn't found a way to do more, to do something real for them beyond letting Tomasz bring them crumbs of food that was probably going to spoil anyway.
"Nonsense," Ava said, eyes widening. "You have risked your lives for us. And the food is probably the only reason."
She cleared her throat suddenly, then held up one bony hand.
"Well, let me show you."
She bent away from us and then straightened, bringing a little bundle back with her.
"Would you like to hold her?"
Ava asked me softly.
I don't really have much experience of babies," I admitted. "Just hold her gently against your body and support her head. It's still quite weak," she said as she passed the tiny bundle through the gap in the wall. The few babies I had held in the past were pink and perfect, their faces plump with milk fat and their smiles angelic. Tikva Weiss looked different from the first moment I saw her. She was only a few months old, but the skin on her face hung across the hollows of her cheeks and stretched over her cheekbones, as if there was nothing between the two surfaces. The lightness of the bundle she was wrapped in seemed impossible. I pulled the blanket back a little, just to reassure myself that there was a whole baby inside. She was so small, too small. But Tomasz had been right. The child was perfect and precious, and well worth every single risk he'd ever taken to help this family. "What is your name again?"
I asked Saul and Ava.
"She is our little Tikva,"
Saul murmured. I glanced up at him and he smiled.
"Her name is the Hebrew word for hope."
I reached down and reached my finger over the soft skin on the baby's face. I brushed the thin thatch of dark hair back from her forehead. I held her a little closer, a little higher in my arms. I realized in that moment that I wasn't just holding a baby. I was holding all the hope that these two had left in the world. My eyes filled with tears, and I blinked them away rapidly. I knew I had to hold myself together. It would do this little family no good at all to have my pity. Tomasz peered down at the baby in my arms, and then he nudged me gently with his shoulder.
"It will be our turn one day soon,"
he whispered into my ear. The warmth of his breath against the skin of my ear gave me shivers, the good kind at last. I glanced away from the baby just for a moment, and we shared a gentle smile. We stayed only for 5 or 10 minutes. Tomasz emptied the chamber pot for Saul and Ava and brought them fresh water to last them several days. Then he handed over all of the food. I held the baby for almost the whole time, until she started to wriggle and grizzle, and Ava said that she was probably getting hungry again. When I passed the little bundle back through the window, I wanted to say something. Anything. I wanted to apologize and to beg their forgiveness. Not for anything I'd done wrong, but for all that I hadn't done. Through the years of the occupation, I'd allowed myself to be sheltered, and I'd focused only on my own self-preservation. I'd felt helpless throughout the war, but that night I realized with some shock that I had never actually been powerless. At any given time I could have taken a stand, like Tomasz, even like Felipe, or thousands of others I'd heard rumors of, but never dared to reach out a hand to help. I didn't yet understand the horrific depths of the evil of the Nazi agenda, but somehow in the moonlight that night, I felt the loss of humanity, a very pause in the heartbeat of our shared existence on this planet. That baby should have been fat, and her cheeks should have been pink, and she should have been living in a house, not a mouse hole. And as I handed her back to her mother in that hidden room, I was ashamed of my cowardice, as if it was the very thing that put her there. Had I done something, anything, would the flap of that butterfly wing have changed some small branch of the path that led to the family being trapped within that wall? "We really need to get back," Tomasz said apologetically. "It was so nice to meet you," Saul said, his tone so warm it made my heart hurt. "And thank you again," Ava added sincerely. I couldn't speak. I could only force a smile to my face and a nod, but as Tomasz and I walked away from the house, I started to cry. Tomasz took my hand and he held it tightly as we walked, but he didn't stop until we were in the field near my house. He looked down at me and he sighed helplessly. "Alina, it's not right." "I know. All we can do is try to help them. We can't change the war, and we certainly can't change the world. But we can do this little bit for them. Help them to hide, bring them food, be their friends. It's so much more than some of our countrymen are doing. You should be proud of that." "But the baby," I whispered thickly, and another sob burst from my lips. "Tomasz, the baby is trapped in there with them, and they are sitting ducks. All the Nazis have to do is hear her cry." "We have to believe that there is hope," Tomasz said flatly. "They have made it this far, against so many odds. That counts for something, my love. In fact, perhaps in times like these, it counts as everything." Chapter 27. Alina. "Tomasz, tell me about this photographer friend." It was very late, but I couldn't sleep. I kept picturing that baby's thin face every time I closed my eyes. Tomasz yawned loudly, then cleared his throat. His voice was rough with sleep when he said, "His name is Henry Adamkiewicz. He is an American." "American?" I repeated. "What is he doing here?" "His parents are Polish, but they immigrated to America and he was born there. He works for a big newspaper in America, and now he is covering the occupation. He told me his home is in Florida," Tomasz said. "It's tropical there. There's almost no winter, and from his house you can walk to the beach. Can you imagine it?" I closed my eyes and let myself dream for a minute. I'd never been to the beach, but I had some idea what it looked like. I imagined sand and water and warmth, and I couldn't help but smile. "If he can help us, we will have to smuggle some photographs." "Film. It's not developed." "What are the photographs of?" "Last time it was photos of the camps, some photos of Jews in ghettos, even a photo of me on your hill, believe it or not. He took one when he came to visit with me and asked me to do the courier run." "I'd like to see that." "I'm sure I looked devastatingly handsome." I laughed softly. "I'm sure you did." "Henry told me last time that he is forever looking for couriers, and he thought I was resourceful enough that I would make a good one. Last time he was quite desperate. I am just hoping that is still the case. You do happen to be engaged to a brilliant medical student who excelled at his plaster cast studies. I told him I'd plaster the film onto my arm to keep it safe, and he was excited by that idea." "That's genius," Tomasz proposed. I could hear the grin in his voice, but I only sighed. "Tell me honestly, Tomasz, how risky is this?" "Well, The greatest risk at this point is that Henry doesn't need us, or doesn't have a route out of the country. The last time when you decided not to go, what was the plan then? Nadia told me that they put the man who went in my place into the back of a supplies truck to smuggle him close to the front. Then he went on foot. She knows he made it into Soviet territory, but I don't know if the film made it to its destination. I'd heard plenty of stories about the Soviets over the years. They had occupied half of Poland at one stage, while the Nazis occupied the other half. The stories that had come across from the Soviet-held territory were no less horrific than those on our side. If that was our plan too, I suspected we were about to jump from the frying pan into the fire, and the fragile hope that had budded in my chest started to fade. And you decided not to go because of me? I thought perhaps I could talk Henry into letting you come with me, but... He sighed, brushing his hand up and down my arm. Well, I would have appeared at your window out of the blue one night and told you I was a wanted man, then asked you to run away with me from relative safety into extreme danger. It didn't seem fair, and I thought if you had any sense you'd have said no anyway. I probably would have, I admit. But not because I didn't want to be with you. Just that Mama and Father were relying on me then. Just the thoughts of Mama and Father, and my throat started to tighten up again. I can't think about this anymore, I whispered, holding him a little closer. Tell me a story. Tell me about us. Then, because I knew he'd love it, I added, tell me about us living in America like Henry, near the beach where there is no winter. Okay, he smiled, then he laughed softly. We'll get ourselves a big house in Florida. We'll have a car, of course. Of course. And I'll be a pediatrician. And do you want a job? Why, yes, thank you, I said. Then I pondered this for a moment before I decided. I think I'll work in a library. And our children? What are their names? Perhaps our son can be Alexei, after your father. A lovely choice, Tomasz whispered, then he kissed my hair. But can we call our daughter Julita, after your mama? Should we not honor your parents too? Oh, there will be more children, remember? At least 3 more. We can honor them later. He laughed softly, and that was how we talked ourselves around from pessimism and fear to a strange kind of happiness that buoyed our spirits. I had been so determined earlier that night to cast off my childish thinking. But a few hours of daydreaming with Tomasz, and I gave myself wholly into the fantasy of a happy ending for us. Even after all I'd seen, when I was with him, I could still believe that life might be a fairy tale. We slept then, and the next day we woke in the darkness to endless hours of privacy and peacefulness while we waited for Henry. There seemed nothing left to do but to enjoy those precious hours, and to enjoy each other in all of the ways that we'd never had the time or privacy to really enjoy. We gorged on intimacy in the same way that we gorged on food, sharing a blissful honeymoon of sorts, as if the war wasn't carrying on above us, as if we really were going to live out that happy ending. And in those 2 brief days in the cellar I had once been so terrified of, I proved to myself once and for all, happiness really could be found anywhere, just as long as Tomasz was with me.
Chapter 28. Alice. Zofia is much younger than I imagined. She greets me warmly in her lightly accented English, then leads the way to a restaurant so we can get some breakfast. The enthusiastic waitress greets Zofia by name and leads us to a table, then disappears inside to fetch us some coffees. What do you recommend eating here? I ask Zofia. She grins at me. That depends on how brave you are, because what I honestly recommend is the smollets on fresh rye bread, but I'm not sure whether your American palate will appreciate it. It's basically pork lard. Seasoned, of course. Quite delicious. I imagine eating thick, gelatinous lard and can't hold back a grimace, but Zofia laughs and suggests, I'll order a serving. You can taste mine. She reaches to the little stand where a cash register is currently unattended and helps herself to 2 menus. She passes both to me, but points to the top one. In the meantime, perhaps you can have something from this menu. It's American breakfast food. I settle for bacon and eggs, and while we're waiting for the food, Zofia suggests, let's plan this trip to Trebinja, she says. It is a very small place, but we don't actually know what we want to find, right? That's about the size of it. Well, I did some homework yesterday afternoon with the details you emailed me, Zofia says, and she withdraws from her bag an iPad. She slips it onto the table between us and loads an ancestry mapping application. Something a lot of tourists who visit here don't realize is that very few of our birth, death, and marriage records are digitized or even centralized. I drove up to Trebinja yesterday afternoon as soon as I got your email, just so I could sort through the records at the municipal council. Some people really like to do it themselves, but you just don't have the time. I did take scans of the relevant records, so you're not missing out on anything. I don't mind, I assure her, but I'm curious, what kinds of things were you looking for? I mostly wanted to see if I could figure out who they all were, Zofia says quietly. The good news is, I managed to identify a few of them. Emilia was your grandfather's younger sister. His parents were Julita and Alexei Shlasky. Now, I couldn't find a death record for Emilia or Alexei, but Julita died in childbirth with Emilia. A few presses on the screen later, Zofia shows me a scanned page of Polish words that are initially meaningless to me, until Pa's name jumps out at me. Tomasz Szlaski, 1920. His birth record, Zofia tells me, and I take the iPad and stare down at the page. She reaches across and flips it again to show me a scan of a similarly handwritten page. And this was one of the other names, Alina Dziak. She was born a few years after your grandfather. Your grandmother also gave you the name Truda Rabinek. Well, it turns out that was Alina's older sister. She married Mateusz Rabinek in the early 1930s. I couldn't find death records for Truda, Alina, or Mateusz. Does that mean they are still alive? Alina would be in her 90s. Truda and Mateusz well over 100, so it's unlikely. I did check the phone book, just in case, but no luck there. Unfortunately, in this case, a missing death record is not a reliable indicator that they are alive. Our records from the war era are patchy at best. The Nazis kept meticulous records within the concentration camps, but many of those were destroyed during the liberation, and deaths in the community were haphazardly recorded around here. So these people, Alina and her sister, were they related to Babcia? I have no idea, Zofia tells me. I couldn't find a record of your grandmother anywhere. Oh, I say, frowning. She definitely was born here. Well, that's actually pretty unlikely, given there's no birth or baptism record for her, Zofia says. She's apologetic, but there's also finality in her tone, and I'm still pondering this when she says, now, this other family she mentioned. No, wait, I interrupt her. Babcia was definitely born here. We don't know much about her life, but I know for sure that she was born and lived in Trebinja. Her whole family did. She had siblings, too, and they were all born in the house they lived in until the war. Zofia's immaculate eyebrows draw in, then up. I don't know what to tell you, Alice, she says with a careful little shrug. There's no records for her. In fact, I couldn't find any record of the Wisniewski family locally. My best guess is that she was born elsewhere and moved here as a child. That would probably explain it. The same goes for Sol, Eva, and Tikva Weiss. Do you know anything about them at all? I'm still thinking about Babcia because I know so little about her life before she moved. But one thing she has been clear on is that her whole world was Trebinja before she immigrated. And I distinctly remember her telling me she'd been born in the house she grew up in. I forced myself to refocus on Zofia. No, I'd never heard those names before. Eva is reasonably popular with Christians and Jews here in Poland, But particularly in that era, the name Sol was popular in Jewish families, and Tikva is definitely a Jewish name. I mean, it's a Hebrew word. There is no listing for these people anywhere either, so I tried to search the Jewish records for births and marriages and deaths in the town. Unfortunately, I found no reference to any of them, so that likely means they were also not locals. Disappointing, I murmur. Is there anywhere else we can check? Unless you know of another locality, then no. I hope the fates of these people is not what Hannah sent you here to discover, because if it is, well, there might not be a way, especially in this short time frame. I don't think that's it, I say slowly. She just seems more interested in Pa, to be honest, as little sense as that makes. It was Pa she's been asking about since we realized she could communicate with us with the iPad. What I found most interesting about the list your grandmother gave you was not that Tomasz was listed there, but the Polish words around his name. She runs the tip of her finger along the words, Proszę zrozum, Tomasz. This translates loosely to, please understand, Tomasz. Any idea what that might mean? I don't know. I mean, how am I supposed to understand a man she lived with for well over 70 years, a man who's now dead? This letter you sent was also interesting. He starts with something about them sitting together while she's reading, but she's laughing at him for questioning that he would make it to where she is. Then he tells her that the war has been chaotic, and life is somewhat risky, so he wants her to know his feelings. She looks up and laughs softly. Your grandfather was a romantic, it seems. It seems, I say. Then I frown a little, because until Pa was really sick, I can barely remember seeing them so much as touch one another. Although that did seem to wear off a little in his old age. Many decades of marriage have that effect on a man, Zofia laughs. Then she says, now some of these words are illegible, but I think the basic gist is that his love for her was the great driving force in his life, and that he would always find his way back to her if they were separated because they were made for each other. I can't see who it's addressed to because the first few lines are too faint, but given your grandfather wrote it and your grandmother has possession of it, I don't think that's much of a mystery. But these last few lines, I have to guess a little because there are words missing here and there, but I think he is saying they were together when he wrote it. Then he talks about a potential separation, and now she's asking us to understand Tomasz. I wonder if perhaps they had lost each other for a period during the war, and she now wants to know what he got up to while they were apart. If that is what she's looking for, that's surely impossible. Unless by some miracle one of the people on her list is alive, and we can find them and they happen to know. We'd never be able to find out something so specific. I know it's crazy to come here with such little info, but even mute, she can be very persuasive. Is there anything else? A few times she said, Babcia fire Tomasz. I just have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Well, in this letter he does talk about their love being the fire that is the driving force in his life. Words to that effect, anyway. Perhaps she is talking about passion? Zofia suggests. I didn't think of that. There's a symbol on her device for love, but maybe she couldn't find it? I say, thinking aloud. Surely that must be it. One mystery solved already, Zofia smiles. Let's eat. Then we'll head into Trebinia and see what we can find, no? The waitress approaches with 2 plates of food. She sets fresh bread and a bowl of smallets in front of Zofia, then slides my eggs and bacon in front of me. Zofia cuts a square of the bread, then spreads a spoonful of the lard onto it and hands it to me. Oh, I say, and clear my throat. I'm really not sure. Zofia's eyes crinkle a little when she smiles. It's a delicacy, I promise. I pop the entire chunk of bread into my mouth, and as I chew, I give her a surprised look. The smallets is salty and tasty, and the texture is not nearly as sickly as I'd expected. The whole effect between the delicate smallets and the heavy bread grows on me as I chew, until I could very easily imagine myself eating a whole plate of this stuff. Well? Zofia asks, laughing again. Another day we return for breakfast here and smallets? I laugh softly and nod. Okay, you've convinced me. Smallets next time.
Chapter 29. Alina. As the clock struck 6 p.m. on our third night in the cellar, Tomasz was starting to talk about heading out to collect some of the fresh eggs so they wouldn't go to waste, and I was trying just as hard to convince him to stay in our little bubble just for one more night. We heard the door upstairs open, and a voice called out quietly, "Tomasz?" And just like that, Henry Adamkvitz had found us. Tomasz helped him into the cellar, then resealed the hatch, and for the first time in 2 days, we turned on the little oil light. It gave our little love nest a romantic yellow glow, and I could once again see Tomasz. Our eyes met, and in that gaze, we silently spoke of all the secrets we'd shared in the darkness. We'd spent 2 glorious days alone, comforting each other and resting together, and I was more than a little sad that those wonderful hours had come to an end. Henry was far shorter than Tomasz, and much older than I'd expected. His Polish was fluent but heavily accented, and it took me a few minutes of fierce concentration listening to him speak before I could easily understand him. "It is so lovely to meet you at last, Alina," he said, and he shook my hand. "Truly, Tomasz speaks so highly of you. I knew you must be a special girl when he decided to stay just for you." "Thank you," I said, flushing. "Well, maybe that, and he was a little suicidal," Henry said with a laugh. I frowned, but there was no time to fixate on the comment because Tomasz prompted, "Give us some good news, Henry. You are here, so I am assuming you have some?" "We think the route we used with our last courier is still going to work, with some adjustment. The Eastern Front has moved significantly in the time since the last boy went through, so it's going to be a longer journey, but we hope to get you out of Poland in much the same way." "Good," Tomasz nodded. He sat forward, rubbed his hands together, then sat back, as if the excitement was too great for him to sit still. Our gazes met again, and Tomasz flashed me a broad smile. In that moment, I felt the details were irrelevant. Tomasz looked as delighted as if we were already free and safe, so just for a second, that's how I felt, despite the reality of our circumstances. "Before you get too excited, let me tell you what I'm proposing. Jakub has built a large wooden carton. From the outside, it looks like many cartons stacked atop one another. Inside, there is room for 2, although he says it will be tight and uncomfortable and likely little room for bags. Perhaps 1 small suitcase for food and water. You will be in the deepest part of the truck, so you will have to make the entire journey without a break from the space inside the carton. It will take at least a day. Longer if he has to stop for sleep, which he is hoping to avoid, but..." Tomasz and I shared a glance. His broad grin had faded now. He was assessing me, ensuring I understood what this meant. No bathroom breaks, no privacy, no daylight. It would be every bit as bad as our current situation in this cellar, where I'd been humiliated to have to use the chamber pot in front of him, but worse still, because at least in the cellar, I could stand and stretch, and even pace if the anxiety became too intense. Could I do it? The very thought made me feel ill, and even despite the glow of the lamp, the cellar walls were suddenly closing in on me. But I had to be realistic, and I had no choice but to be brave. I raised my chin and looked right at Henry. "And after that?" "Our driver will take you to a place where the Don River is accessible. There is a local there with a boat. He will take you across. Stalin has freed the Poles he was holding, so technically you'll be free once you reach the other bank and you're into Soviet territory." It took a long moment for that last word to register, and when I did, I blurted it out incredulously. "Free?" "Free." Tomasz repeated it too, but he said the word slowly, as if he was savoring its taste on his tongue. Our eyes locked, and we grinned at each other again. "Yes, you'd be free, although," Henry said cautiously, "the journey would not be over, and you'd not be out of the woods yet. After you cross the river, you'll need to walk on foot into a city called Voronezh. It's not far from the Eastern Front, but still well under Soviet control. You can board a train there, which will take you as far as Buzaluk. I just need to be sure you understand what you're in for, my friends. This will be an unpleasant journey, too, and long, at least a few weeks. The trains are overcrowded with your fellow Polish citizens recently released from the gulags and the work camps. They are all desperate to get to Buzaluk. "What's at Buzaluk?" Tomasz asked. "The Polish 2nd Division are reforming, and they are training there. But we have heard that conditions there are also difficult. Food is scarce, disease is rife, and some Polish refugees are suffering immensely. But I need you to get to Buzaluk, because there's a shipment of British clothing coming to keep the new Polish troops warm over the winter. If this works as I hope, the British officers who are bringing in the clothing shipment will be looking for you, and when they return to Britain, they will take you both back with them and deliver you to the U.S. Embassy. My brother will take things from there." "Your brother is—" "He is a judge in America. He has contacts in the government. We are hoping if we can show them how bad things are here, they will intervene. Our efforts have not been fruitful yet, but perhaps this new film will be the thing to motivate them." He sighed heavily and offered me a sad shrug. "We will just keep trying. It is all we can do." "We too will do whatever we have to, won't we, Alina?" Tomasz said, checking in with me, and I smiled weakly as I nodded. "We will." Any excitement I'd felt at the prospect of freedom was now well and truly tamped by Henry's reminders of the difficult road ahead. It still seemed impossible. It still felt impossible. "Here." Henry retrieved from his backpack a roll of cloth and a small canister, then a tin and several small bottles. He passed these to Tomasz. "I'm sorry. That's all I could find. Will it make a convincing plaster?" Tomasz read the labels and checked the containers, then winced. "There's not much to work with here. It's so hard to get medical supplies, as you well know." "Yes," Tomasz murmured, surveying the gear carefully. He shrugged. "But I will make it work." "Can't we just carry the film?" I asked. There was a pause, then Tomasz said softly, "If we are caught, it is better that the film is not discovered. And once you arrive in Soviet territory, you will find many people who are very desperate. Anything that has potential value for sale is at risk of theft. The film must be hidden," Henry said quietly. "Now, I purchased these rubles for you. It's not much, but you'll likely need to buy some new clothes, and food may be hard to come by there. You might have to be resourceful, but you've more than proven you're capable of doing that. And finally, you'll need your papers to gain access to the camp at Buzaluk. There's so many people trying to join. I understand they are strictly refusing entry except to those who can prove Polish citizenship." He glanced at Tomasz. "You still have your papers?" "Yes, I've managed to hold on to my pre-war passport," Tomasz said, but my stomach had dropped. "Oh no," I whispered, and I turned to Tomasz in a panic. "Did Mama give you my identity card before they took her away?" He shook his head, frowning, and I started to shake. She always held it on herself because we were never apart and I kept forgetting. The ID card was all I had. I don't have a passport." Henry opened his mouth, then closed it. Tomasz shut his eyes. Hope was draining out of me, despair rushing in to replace it. I felt sick with regret. Mama had only held on to my papers because I'd been foolish early in the occupation, careless and lazy, despite the fact that my very life was at risk. Stupid, stupid, stupid. "We can get to Buzaluk without a passport, right?" Tomasz asked suddenly. Henry nodded cautiously. "Of course, you'll be hidden in the back of a truck. No one will be checking your paperwork." And I will be granted access to the camp with my passport. As I understand it, yes. Then Tomasz glanced at me and shrugged. We get to Buzuluk and hope for the best. Is the worst-case scenario that Alina will just wait outside for me? The camp is immense, Tomasz. Tens of thousands of people are already inside. I am concerned that you don't realize how difficult it would be for you both if you were separated there. In fact, knowing you as I do, my friend, I have a sneaking suspicion if you get all the way to Buzuluk and Alina is left outside the camp alone, you will refuse to enter too. And that makes this whole mission pointless, Henry said, his voice curt with frustration. He sighed and rubbed his temples. No. It seems to me that the only way we can proceed here is for me to go back to Nadia and see if we can secure some false papers for Alina. It is our only chance at success here. Tomasz squeezed my hand, and I nodded. Henry spread his hands wide. That would be hard enough at any time. But our problem is that time is short, because if we are doing this, it has to be tomorrow. Tomorrow, I choked, and if I'd felt anxious before, now I was positively sick with it. I blinked rapidly, refusing to allow myself to cry. Henry's gaze was sympathetic. I am sorry, Alina. Jakub can't risk this when he has a traveling companion. We got lucky today, but it may be months before this happens again. No, it's fine, I said, and I raised my chin stubbornly. I will be fine. Nadia knows this? She will know how to care for my friends once I'm gone? Tomasz asked. Henry nodded, and Tomasz exhaled. Okay, good. Still, I will need to go see them, at least Eva and Saul. I'll leave you to it, Henry murmured. He gave us instructions to the meeting point, which was not far from my home. Off the main road at the outskirts to Chybinye, we saw him upstairs, and then Tomasz and I were alone. How long do we have? About 11 hours, Tomasz murmured. If Henry can't find me a passport... Then we will go anyway, he said flatly. We are resourceful people, my love. We will get to the camp and find a way to get inside. I promise you. I exhaled, then nodded. There is only one thing I need other than my coat. I took his hand and took him into my bedroom. I pushed aside Amelia's drawings and exposed Mama's ring. Mama gave this to us for our wedding, I whispered as I lifted it carefully into my hand. I remembered so vividly in that moment the night she'd given it to me, and how Tomasz leaving for college had felt like the worst thing in the world. That naive version of myself felt like a friend I'd long lost contact with. Tomasz kissed me softly on the forehead. As soon as we are out of this godforsaken country, Alina, I will make you my wife. The first priest we see, Tomasz promised me. I will put this ring on your finger, and everyone will know. I am yours, and you are mine. It's far too big. I can't wear it until we find a priest and a jeweler. I laughed weakly, but the tears rose again. I closed my eyes for a moment, then whispered tightly, If I can have 5 minutes with the lamp, I'll sew it into the hem of my coat so it's not lost on the journey. We have some time. There's no need to rush. Take the time to look around this place and say goodbye. I know... He paused, then whispered, My love, I know this isn't easy. I know it's all terrifying. If there was any other way... I kissed him hard on the lips and drew in a deep breath. Mama would tell me to stop sulking and get my work boots on, I said with determination. I can sulk and cry in the back of this Nazi truck that may be leading us to our doom. Our doom? Tomasz laughed, then he shook his head. To freedom, Alina. And I'll be there to hold you. I'll hold you for the whole damned journey. Then I will survive it well. I smiled at him, and I believed it with all of my heart as I said, as long as you are with me, I can survive anything.
Chapter 30. Alice. As we drive toward Trebinia, Zofia gives me a history lesson, a rapid-fire summary of the history of Polish life right up until communism was disbanded and the country joined the European Union. I ask her about the graves and monuments I see scattered by the side of the road. Some are elaborate, some small enough to be almost unnoticeable, but for flowers or lanterns sitting on the ground beside them. Some are in honor of saints or the Blessed Mother, she explains, pointing to a stone monument adorned with blue ribbons. This one, for example, it is from a recent festival to honor the Virgin Mary. Others are graves or monuments in memory of those lost. Some are modern, some very, very old, and plenty are from wartime. There are graves everywhere in the countryside, but it was worse in Warsaw. I've seen photos of makeshift graves in the streets. No gravestone, no way to memorialize the person. She sighs heavily. 6 million Polish citizens died in that war. The scale of the death and the suffering is unimaginable to our modern-day minds. We drive in silence for a while after that. Soon we turn off the highway and into Trebinia, and I can tell immediately that it's an industrial town. The first blocks are lined by large factories and businesses, and today at least, there's visible air pollution even at the street level. As we reach the residential area, Zofia casually flicks her forefinger toward a dilapidated building on the left. That's the only synagogue left standing here after the war, she tells me. At the start of the war, there were several thousand Jewish people in town, 4 synagogues, a thriving community. By the end of the war, they were all gone. That remaining synagogue is unused and poorly maintained. You can't rebuild the community when there's no one left to do the rebuilding. I crane my neck to look back at the synagogue as it fades behind us into the distance, and I don't know what to say to that. Of course, I learned about the war during history class at school, but never in detail, and it never felt entirely real. It seemed too big and too bad and too alien to actually have happened in such recent history. I'm suddenly thinking again about Babcia and Pa's inability to share their stories from their lives here, and wondering about all the things they surely must have seen and experienced that I will never know about now, no matter how well this trip goes. What happens when stories like theirs are lost? What happens when there's no one left to pass your experience on to, or you just can't bring yourself to share it? Not for the first time, I wish, just once, when I asked my grandmother about the war, instead of her telling me, "That was a terrible time, I don't want to talk about it," she'd been able to say something more. Anything more. Maybe if she could have shared some of her story, I could have learned from it. I could have taught my children from it. We could have built a better world from the hard lessons she surely learned. The residential area ends abruptly, the last row of houses backing onto a thick patch of woods sprawled over a small hill. The road curves sharply through the woods around one side of the hill, and quite suddenly, we're surrounded by fields, and the road isn't even sealed. Because the hill shelters the town from these fields, within a few hundred feet, it feels like we're in the middle of nowhere. There's not much to see out here at all but farmland. There are a few long, thin patches of crop, but most of the fields on this side of the town look like they've been abandoned. The grass is high and sprinkled with purple and red wildflowers. As the gentle breeze passes through the flowers, they wave to me like a greeting. "The address she gave you is not far along this road," Zofia murmurs. "We're headed to that house over there on the left. It's quite unusual to see a pre-war house in this district. We're lucky it's still there." Because it's so old? No, just because farmhouses in this region generally didn't survive the occupation. I'd say what saved that one is the construction material. If it were brick, it would be gone too. The Nazis deconstructed all of the brick structures because they couldn't manufacture bricks fast enough to expand the second part of Auschwitz, the camp they called Birkenau, she says. That's not far from here, and I'm pretty sure this property would be just within the 20 kilometers they designated for their area of interest. They basically cleared the farms of all residents so they could put up a big fence and make sure no one inadvertently saw what they were doing in the camp. They did it under the guise of making a huge work farm, which was true, of course. They did farm much of this land, but secrecy was the real goal. I can't even imagine living in such a small house, I admit. The house is probably only the size of my living area at home, maybe even smaller. It was a different time. People's expectations were different. Zofia pulls up into the drive, then glances at me. And here we are. I stare down the drive at the house and the woods on the hill beyond it, and to my surprise, I recognize the scene before me. I've never been here before, and I know nothing about Babcia's life during the war, but I know all about her childhood. I've heard about the woods on the hill behind her home and the township on the other side. She told me she lived in a very small house with a large barn. She told me the land was poor because it was so rocky, and most of their fields were steeply sloped. And that's exactly the scene before me. Is that hill called Trebinia Hill? I ask Zofia. She tilts her head. I don't think that hill has a formal name, but the township of Trebinia is on the other side, so I suppose that would make sense. Babcia told me so little about her life once the war began, but she always told me stories about her childhood, life with her brothers and her sister and her parents on their tiny little farm, I say to Zofia. This is everything she described to me, and it is exactly as she described it. I am totally caught off guard by the swell of intense emotion that rises as I step from the car. There is something unexpectedly profound about being here, in this country that was my grandmother's home, and a place I have always understood she once loved very dearly and has always missed. I feel Zofia's patient gaze on my face, and I try to blink the tears away, but one escapes and rolls down my cheek. Do you need a minute? She asks softly, and I clear my throat and shake my head. It's so silly, I mutter through my embarrassment. I can't quite believe I'm here. I've always known her as the other version of herself, you know? And this is like a glimpse into... I clear my throat, unsure if I'm expressing myself adequately. This is just a farm, right? An unimpressive one at that, and we can't even be sure it's the one she told me about. I don't know why I'm so emotional about it. You're looking at it all wrong, Alice. This might be just a farm to anyone else, but to you? It's clear just by your willingness to come here that you have a great depth of love for your grandmother. This may be a piece of your own history, and it's a history that was lost to you until now. I've helped people track their ancestors before, and the smallest things are sometimes unexpectedly intense. I nod, and another tear trickles over onto my cheek. I just wish I had come here when she could travel with me, I whisper. Then I impatiently swipe the tear from my cheek and clear my throat one more time. I wish she'd been able to tell me more about her life here. I wish she was just standing here with me, telling me the things she wants me to know. I stare at the house, set against that odd little hill, framed by the thick green woods behind it, and the shock of deep blue sky that stretches above. The scent of dust and grass hangs heavily around me, and the breeze stirs my hair. I breathe in that country air, taking it deep into my lungs, as if I can store the memory of it, as if I can take it home with me. There's a rusted and low chain-link fence around the yard with a gate at the front. The lock on the gate seems a little redundant. It would be easy to jump the fence anyway, and I have a feeling that with a little pressure, the hinges would give way. Zofia approaches the gate, then looks back at me expectantly when I hesitate. Are we going to trespass? If trespassing bothers you, perhaps you've just come halfway across the globe for nothing, she laughs. I still hesitate, and she waves her arm around expansively. Look at the property, Alice. No one is living here. Most likely it's abandoned and has been for decades. That's not at all uncommon. More recent generations either can't or won't make a living from small plots like this one. So sometimes the land just wound up left behind. In this case, perhaps there was no one left here to take the property on after the war. There are car tracks in the grass, I point out, and Zofia shrugs. It's not so recent. Beyond the gates, I can see what amounts to something of a rough driveway through the grass, leading past the house. But she's right, the grass is bouncing back even along this path. It's hardly in frequent use. Zofia jumps the fence and starts walking along the quasi-path. I'm still nervous to trespass, but it doesn't look like I have much choice. "Are there snakes here?" I call after her, and her soft laughter at the question carries on the wind past me. I decide to take that as a no, and I climb carefully over the fence, then jog a little until I catch up to Zofia. I stare at the tiny house as we walk. The roof is made of corrugated concrete tiles, but it sags in places. The walls still look sturdy enough, but that roof looks like it could cave in the next time a leaf lands on it. I can see 2 wooden structures beside the house, a tiny outhouse behind, and what I assume is a barn in front of it. The barn roof has indeed caved in, along with one of the narrow walls. The electricity poles on the road run right past this house, and I have a sneaking suspicion that outhouse might not connect to a sewer. I don't have the best eye for the size of spaces, but Wade's brother has a hobby farm in Vermont. That property is 20 acres, and this feels maybe half that size. And the house feels even smaller now that I'm close. Babcia and Pa's house at Oviedo was at least 10 times as big, maybe more. I know they lived elsewhere in America before that big house. Mom remembers living in some very ordinary places as a child, while Pa's medical certification was recognized. But even so, to Babcia, it must have been quite the culture shock to shift from this life to the one she landed in once she arrived in the U.S. I step gingerly through the long grass until I can snap a photo that includes both the house and the barn, then send it back to Mom. "Please show Babcia. This is the first residential address on her list. We can't find birth records for Babcia here in Trebinia, and the guide thought that might mean she was born elsewhere, but this looks exactly as she described her childhood home to me." It's 6 a.m. back home, so I know Mom will be on her way to the hospital before work, but I expect it will still be some time before she replies. Zofia and I wander around the house separately. She heads toward the barn. I walk right up to one of the small windows at the side of the house to peer inside. It's difficult to see through the tattered curtain and dust that clings to the pane of glass in the window, but from what I can see, it appears the building was split into several tiny rooms. As my eyes adjust to the darkness inside, I can see a living room of sorts. There's a pot-bellied stove, sofa bed, and small dining area. The table and one of the chairs are both off-center, as if someone had stood up too roughly from dinner and failed to put it all back in place. I wonder suddenly if this house has been abandoned since the war. If so, I'm looking through a window, but seeing back in time almost 80 years. I have no idea how or why Babcia came to leave this place, but it's unexpectedly eerie to think that I might be staring all the way back into that point of her life. Maybe she was sitting at that table when the moment came when her life changed forever, and maybe that journey she began that day ended all the way in America and with our family. Just as I step away from the window, my mom calls. "Hi," I smile down the camera lens. "Alice, hello," Mom says. "I have one very excited grandmother here." She turns the phone to Babcia, who has tears pouring down her face and is grinning at me like I've just discovered the Holy Grail. "Dzień dobry, Babcia," I say, and she gives me a delighted smile and an awkward clap. I flip the camera and walk all around the house, showing her the fields, the decrepit barn, and even the long, overgrown yard around the house. As I walk around, I shift my gaze from the fall of my steps to her reaction on the screen. I watch the dawning joy and sadness and longing on her face, and I know we're at the right place. I can't help but imagine the scene playing out in a very different way if we'd made this trip together 10 years ago. I'd have asked her a million or more questions. Maybe she'd have answered some. "Alice," Mom interrupts me after a few minutes, and then it's her face filling the screen again. "I need to get to Chambers. Is that it then?" She seems... Mom's eyes flick from the camera, then back to me. She shrugs and smiles, and her sudden approval is quite dazzling. "You know, she suddenly seems incredibly happy." "Good," I say, and I beam at her. "Good." I pause, thinking again about that missing birth record, then ask, "Mom, did she ever tell you she was born in the house she grew up in?" "That's right. She and her twin brothers and her sister were all born at home." I glance at Zofia. She's tilted her head to the side, and she's staring at the iPad curiously. "Huh," Zofia murmurs thoughtfully. She raises her voice a little as she confirms. "Twin brothers, you say?" "Hello there," Mom says, frowning. "Who is that, Alice?" I adjust the camera so that Mom can see Zofia, and Zofia waves and smiles. "Mom, meet Zofia. Zofia, meet my mom, Judge Julita Slosky Davis." It is so lovely to meet you, Julita, Zofia says. Tell me, was Hannah the youngest of her family? That's correct. She used to tell me she was the spoiled baby girl, although I don't imagine spoiled in her childhood context means the same as it does in ours. Do you know her siblings' names? Mom looks uncharacteristically uncertain. I always thought the sister's name was Amelia, but then we saw the list she wrote for Alice last week, and it said Emilia, so I'm not really sure. Emilia was Pa's little sister, I confirm for Mom, and she sighs. I'm really not at all sure how it all fits together. I distinctly remember her saying she was writing to her sister, but maybe I'm wrong. Perhaps her parents' names? Zofia prompts. Do you know what they were? I only remember her mother's name. That was definitely Faustina. Mom gives a little laugh. The Catholic Church canonized a Saint Faustina. Goodness, maybe 20 years ago? And Babcia was excited like a kid in a candy store. Ah, her mother was Faustina, and her father was... Zofia reaches into her handbag and withdraws her iPad, then says, Bartok? Yes? I see Mom glance beside herself, and I can hear some kind of movement off screen. Mom is frowning. What is it, Mom? Is everything okay? Hang on a minute, Alice, Mom says, and the camera shows her walking back to the bed. She sets the phone down for a moment onto the bedside table, I think, and all I can see is the ceiling in the hospital room. Mama, are you okay? The camera swings wildly, and for a moment the camera is blocked by a finger. It shifts, and then I see Babcia's face. Hello, Babcia, I murmur by habit. She looks distressed and frustrated, and I peer helplessly into the screen. Mom, could you give her the iPad? I think she wants to tell us something. Alice, did you say she still understands spoken Polish? Zofia asks me softly. I nod and she extends her hand toward my phone. Do you mind if May I? I pass her the phone, and Zofia smiles gently into the camera. She speaks very slowly and carefully for a few minutes in Polish. A single tear rolls down Babcia's cheek, but she's nodding. Zofia looks at me and she grins. Well, that's one mystery solved. It is? Alina Dziak was the youngest child of Faustina and Bartok Dziak. They had 4 children, a daughter, Truda, twin sons, and then Alina. I only remembered the composition of the family because the twins and Alina were born very close together, and I felt so sorry for poor Faustina, Zofia says wryly, but then she sobers. Alice, I just asked your grandmother if she is Alina, and she's nodding yes. My eyes widen. What? Mom, are you listening to this? I see Mom hand Babcia the iPad, and she takes her phone back. Her face fills the screen, and she's frowning. Her name is Hannah, Mom says stiffly. She's confused. I couldn't find any records at all for Hannah, or a family of origin with that surname in this district, Zofia tells Mom gently. It makes no sense. If this is her childhood home, and she and her siblings were born here, the Wisniewski family would have left behind some records. Mom is shaking her head, but then I hear the electronic sound of a camera shutter in the background at the hospital room. Mom looks away from the screen, and then I hear Babcia's iPad say, Alina, and Mom's eyes widen in disbelief. She silently turns the camera around, and I see Babcia sitting on the bed, the iPad resting awkwardly on her lap, facing toward Mom. Babcia's face is set in a mask of pure determination, and she's made a label on the iPad screen for Alina, complete with a brand new selfie of herself for the image. After a moment or two, Babcia gives us an impatient look. Then she holds her left forefinger up, points to the screen, then stabs her finger against her own chest. Holy shit, I say. That's pretty definitive confirmation, Zofia says. No, I don't believe this, Mom says. She turns the camera around again and she's scowling at the screen. Alice, I don't understand this. It makes no sense at all. She's lied to me for my whole life? No, I don't. Mom, I interrupt her carefully. Remember she wanted you to name me Alina? Maybe it does make at least a little sense. Mom's expression stiffens. We stare at each other for a moment, then the camera picks up the sound of Babcia's iPad speaking again. Alina, fire, Tomasz. Babcia, fire, Tomasz. Alina, fire, Tomasz. Christ, she's getting upset now, Mom mutters. She's visibly frustrated, and she glares into the camera screen. I'm going to go calm her down. Alice, I'll talk to you later. I need to think about this. The call disconnects abruptly, and I sigh and glance at Zofia. So, my grandmother adopted a false identity 80-odd years ago. Is that what we're assuming here? I think that's fair to deduce, yes. Any ideas why? There are an infinite number of possible explanations. Identity forgery was a thriving industry in occupied Poland. Zofia shrugs. Perhaps she ran afoul of the Nazis at some point and needed to go into hiding. There's not really any way for us to know, unless she finds a way to tell us. I look around the farm again. There's not really that much here, but I find I'm not at all ready to leave, so I make an excuse to stay. I think I'll take some more photos. I'd like to send some back to my husband and my kids. Take as much time as you like, Alice. Zofia smiles, and then she steps away from me and says, I'll give you some space, hey? I'll wait for you at the car. When I've photographed every feature I can find around Babcia's old house, Zofia and I drive back into the town. The next address is only about a mile away from the farmhouse, nestled deep within a narrow laneway. As Zofia turns the car into the little street, I survey the towering trees along the sidewalk. Sweet chestnut trees, Zofia explains. They are all through that huge park at the end of the street, too. What a beautiful spot. I'm guessing this must have been quite a prestigious address in your grandmother's time. There are some very old, very large houses here, and when we first enter the street, I fully expect that we're headed toward one of them. I'm disappointed, though, because the number my grandmother has guided us toward happens to be one of the recently modernized homes in the street. I guess we got lucky with the farmhouse, but whatever she was expecting to find here seems to be long gone, Zofia says. There doesn't seem much I can do except take some photos to show her what it looks like now, I say with a sigh. We knock on the door anyway and discover that the owners now are a young professional couple, and the house has sold at least twice in the last 20 years, so the woman who answers the door has no idea why my grandmother might have wanted a photo of it. Still, she's warm and friendly, and once we explain why we're there, she's kind enough to offer to show us through the house in case it's of importance. As we enter the ultra-modern lobby, it's clear that whatever Babcia wanted us to find here is long gone. We leave empty-handed, and I knew this might happen, but it's disappointing after the high of seeing the farmhouse and discovering Babcia's real name. It's now well past lunchtime, and my stomach is starting to growl. Zofia suggests we take a break, so we head back to the town square for a break. Let's see what this afternoon brings, she winks, as we sit down to lunch. After we eat, I leave Zofia to the second coffee she desperately needs, and I walk to a nearby laneway to find some privacy to call back to my family. Where are you, Mommy? Callie asks as soon as I call. The connection is not great here, so the video feed of her face isn't quite as clear as it was yesterday in the city, but even so, the sight of her is enough to make me feel a pang of homesickness for the first time. I push that away and keep my tone light. We're at a small town called Trebinia, which is where Babcia and Pa were born, I tell her. How's things back there? Oh, you know, she says. Don't worry, I'm helping Dad more now. He's almost got the basics down pat. Almost. I try to laugh, but it comes out with a wince, and Callie's expression grows a little sadder. Mommy, when Daddy goes away for work, we miss him a lot, but this is so different. I just really miss you. I miss you too, honey bear, I say sadly. Callie's big eyes fill with tears, and she blinks rapidly. Anyway, she says, and for just a second, she sounds so much older than her 10 years that my heart aches a little more. She exhales, then asks me brightly, Have you found anything else cool today? I fill her in about the farmhouse, and then promise to send her some photos. When Wade takes the phone, the homesickness returns. I spend a lot of time at home worrying about the things that seem broken in my marriage. It's only now, when I'm on the other side of the world, that it's crystal clear to me that some things are still whole. The connection between us feels less vibrant than it once was, but Wade is still my best friend, and I'm still deeply, hopelessly drawn to him. Hey, I say softly. Hello, lovely wife, he says with a smile. How's things in glamorous Europe? Oh, glamorous, I joke, turning the camera around to show him a view of the laneway. When I switch the camera back, he's laughing. We visited Babcia's childhood home, and we called back to Mom while we were there so Babcia got to see it. That was pretty amazing, actually. Such a special moment. I'm so glad I got to do that for her. And guess what? Babcia's real name is Alina.
No way.
It's true. Mom told me the other day that she'd tried to convince Mom to give me that name, but we had no idea where it came from, I say.
That's incredible. Any idea why she used another name once she moved here?
We don't know yet. Oh, and Zofia is lovely, by the way, an excellent driver and very knowledgeable. Well done.
Thank you.
Wade does a fake bow for the camera, and then we both pause. Things seem more peaceful at home today, but I'm nervous to ask how Eddie is.
He's in his room, watching his videos,
Wade says, correctly hearing the question I haven't asked, which thrills me.
He's doing okay, Alice. I took him into the office yesterday, and he made friends with some of my team.
My eyes widen at that. Really?
Sure, Wade says, and he shrugs. Well, when you think about it, my office is kind of Eddie's ideal place. I mean, there are rules upon rules upon rules, and everything is written down. I just gave him the visitor safety manual, he read through it, and then he sat quietly in my office all day and played with his iPad. Oh, then he came with me to a meeting, and he just sat and played with that dreidel thing for a while. It probably helps that none of my lab rats are particularly chatty. Eddie was right at home in a way.
Wade pauses, then clears his throat and admits with obvious difficulty.
Made me wonder why I haven't done it before.
I feel a sudden rush of confusion because I'm somehow delighted and relieved at this admission, but I'm also instantly resentful. In these last few years, I've given up trying to convince Wade to try to connect with Eddie, but before that, in the early years, back then, I tried all the damned time. Be the bigger person, Alice. Don't say it. Do not say it. I told you years ago you should take him to the office with you one day. I told you he'd love it. I told you that your team would understand, but you said it would be too dangerous, but I told you, I blurt. Wade's jaw tightens.
I know you did,
he says stiffly. I have to redirect this conversation before it spirals into an argument, but I need some more information about my son, so I try to brighten my tone as I ask, and did he sleep last night? Has he eaten? Wade is staring at the camera a little warily now.
I gave him the melatonin last night, and yes, he slept pretty well. He's been asking for you on the iPad sometimes. Pascal has been pointing him back to that calendar you made him.
His gaze softens, and so does his tone, as he provides me with reassurance I desperately need.
It's nothing we can't handle, though, honey. Everything is okay.
All I can think about for a second is my poor son, bewildered by my absence, asking again and again, but with no way to really understand why I disappeared while he was at school one day. Just as the tension starts winding through my body, I force myself to think about how bad this all could have been, how bad I expected it to be, and the positive things that have already come out of this trip. If Wade can just take Eddie to work with him on the very rare occasion when I'm sick or I can't juggle Eddie and Callie's schedules, my whole life would change. I'd have a backup plan for the moments when I so desperately need one. I'd have a chance of some respite every now and again. I'd have someone to pick up the slack when I need a break, someone to share the ups and downs with, which is all I ever wanted in the first place. I open my mouth to say something like this, but at the very last second, a stack of out-of-place objects in the background of the video feed catches my eye. Wade, what's that on the countertop? Wade glances behind himself, then he shrugs.
Cans of soup.
Why? Wade, why are there 6 cans of Eddie's soup on the bench?
I don't know, Alice. I didn't notice them until now. I guess Eddie is putting them there.
He clears his throat, then adds with audible bewilderment.
For some reason.
There's only one reason Eddie puts soup on the bench. He does it when he's hungry and I'm running late or busy with something, so he wants to hurry me up. If there are 6 cans of soup there, that probably meant he asked for dinner and didn't get it, so he tried to hurry things along by getting a can out. And when that didn't work, he tried it again and again. What did he eat for dinner the last 2 nights, Wade? I demand. My tone has sharpened again. That gratitude I was feeling a moment ago is gone. I'm shifting into full tiger mother mode, and Wade knows it. Even over the slightly pixelated video feed, I can see the defensiveness in his gaze.
I gave him some McDonald's the first night like Pascal and I had, and last night we had mac and cheese.
How much yogurt did he eat yesterday?
It's fine, Alice,
Wade snaps.
He's eating. I'm handling it. An attempt at variety can only be good for him. How healthy do you think it is for him to eat only 2 foods for his entire diet?
How healthy do you think McDonald's and mac and cheese are? I exclaim incredulously. Just make him the damn soup. I knew you'd do this, Wade. He doesn't eat anything that's solid or has lumps in it. He has sensory...
Listen, I'll give him the soup.
Wade's tone takes on an urgent, conciliatory tone, as he apparently realizes that the tension that's been simmering underneath much of this conversation is about to boil over. Even the tone of his voice frustrates me now, because he's not conceding that I'm right. He just doesn't want to get into a screaming match with me when I'm 5,000 miles away.
I just didn't notice that he was putting it there, okay? I just thought it would do him some good to try different foods, to get used to different textures so his diet wasn't so restrictive. He's not starving anyway, not in 2 days, and he's been eating loads of yogurt. I even got him eating the Go-Gurt with the new label.
You can't just change his entire routine, Wade, I interrupt him impatiently. I've worked his entire life to get him to this point.
Alice, Wade says. His voice is deadly quiet now. I'm trying here, okay? We agreed that you'd go on this trip and I'd handle things at home. We even agreed I'd do this my way. I made a mistake with the soup. I'll fix it today.
The rapid de-escalation is every bit as frustrating as the rapid escalation was, because I really want to make him understand how important it is that Eddie gets that soup. But just then, I notice Zofia walking around the corner. She's looking at her own phone and doesn't seem to be paying attention to me, but she surely heard at least part of that conversation, and I'm embarrassed. I puff out my cheeks as I exhale, then look away from the phone for a minute as my eyes fill with tears. I better go, I say abruptly.
You don't want to talk to Eddie?
Wade frowns. I shake my head and a tear spills over. I'm too upset to talk to Eddie, and I know Eddie would see through any facade I tried to put up. There's no point upsetting the poor kid more. No, Zofia is back and we have things to do. Maybe I can call tonight.
Have a good day, Alice,
he says, but his jaw is still set tight. You too, Wade, I echo. I missed him when he answered, but by the time I hang up the phone, I feel only relief to be saying goodbye. I'm impossibly frustrated, and it takes me quite a few minutes to realize that I cut my husband off as he tried to tell me something about the new label on the Go-Gurt. And now that I really think about it, it sounded like he said something about Eddie eating from the tubes with the new labels, something I was 100% sure would never be possible.
Chapter 31. Alina. Tomasz and I were packing food into pails to take across to Saul and Eva, when he suddenly stopped and looked at me. Maybe Saul and Eva could come here, instead of us taking the food to them. That way they could have it all. Will Jan let us get them out? I asked uncertainly. Tomasz grimaced and shook his head. No, he'd be furious if we woke him. Well, they won't fit through the latch? Tikva will be easy, and maybe we can very quietly pull away just a few more of the boards on the wall around the latch. We wouldn't need much more space to be able to pull Saul and Eva through, too. Jan wouldn't be happy, but if we're careful enough not to wake him, he won't find it until morning, and we'll all be long gone by the time he even knows. I know it's only a short-term fix, but it would be so much more comfortable for them here, even if it's just for a few nights. He paused, then he nodded, apparently having made up his mind. Alina, I think I can make this work. My parents won't mind, I said unthinkingly. Tomasz looked at me sadly, and I cleared my throat. I mean, if they manage to come home. We decided to at least try. We still had some time to spare, and so we left to make that fraught trek through the fields to the back of the house next door. When we were close, Tomasz pressed his fingers to his lips, just as he'd done the previous night. He bent to check for the rock. Then Tomasz stood, frowning. He gave me a hand signal to wait here, and then he inched around the corner and along the wall toward the front of the house. I remained at the back corner, but I stretched my head out from the corner so I could watch him. When he reached the front corner of the house, his shoulders slumped. As he turned to round that next corner, I caught a glimpse of his face in the moonlight, and the pain in his expression was so vivid that it took my breath away. Tomasz was no longer trying to hide. Instead, he stepped away from the wall, his hand outstretched as if he was reaching for someone. I knew he told me to wait where I was, but I couldn't, not having seen the expression on his face. I repeated that same journey he had just made, with careful footsteps along the wall of the house. "No, Tomasz." The hoarse words were carried on the otherwise silent night air. "You can't be here. They asked about you. What if they came back for you? If you think I am leaving you alone to deal with this," Tomasz choked in return, "you are sadly mistaken, my brother." I wanted to stay at the back of the house, but my legs seemed to have other ideas. They propelled me forward automatically after Tomasz, and when I reached the front corner of the house, I took a deep breath and forced myself to peer around it. I couldn't even make sense of the scene before me at first. Under the glow of the moonlight, Saul sat slumped on the front step. Eva's limp body cradled across his lap. I gasped as I recognized the unseeing face of baby Tikva, her tiny body tucked tightly between her parents' torsos. Saul's face was set in a mask of grief too deep to be understood, his jaw slack, his eyes wide. And now that I was closer, I could see that the only movement he made was the sporadic blink of his swollen eyelids and the rattling inhale then exhale of his chest. "Saul," Tomasz whispered, "what happened?" Saul turned toward Tomasz's voice, but his gaze was unfocused. He blinked again, and then gave a shake of his head. Then a convulsion racked his whole body, and he pulled Eva and the baby higher against his neck as a series of sobs broke over him. I stayed at the corner of the front of the house, unable to look away, but far too afraid to move closer. Tomasz, however, sat right beside his friend and slid his arm over his shoulders. "Saul," Tomasz said again, and this time his own voice broke. "I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm just so sorry. The soldiers knew everything. They even knew about you and Nadia." Saul sobbed, and I caught the full force of agony in his expression as he turned to face Tomasz. "Tomasz, they have taken everything from me now. There is nothing left for me to live for. Run for your life, but let me die. Please let me die." Tomasz sat on the step with Saul for so long that my legs became numb, and I had to sink down to sit on the ground. Although I stayed at the corner of the house, I couldn't bring myself to go near them, partly out of respect for Saul's right to privacy as he grieved, and partly because I was sickened by the sight of the bodies and the heavy scent of blood in the air. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw baby Tikva's face in my mind. She had been sleeping when I held her, but now that I had seen her face set in death, I could no longer remember the innocence of that moment when she was safe within my arms. And the worst thing was that I knew, from having witnessed Alexei's and the mayor's deaths, that this image was a part of me now. I would never be the same again, having witnessed this moment in time. After a while, Tomasz stood and he approached me. His face and his beard were wet with tears, and as he embraced me, he was shaking. "Alina," he whispered, "I have to ask something of you. Can you wait with him?" "Wait with him?" I whispered back, my gaze frantically flicking to the man and the bodies just a few feet away. "Where are you going?" "He is covered in their blood," Tomasz whispered. "He needs fresh clothes. I will have to go back to your house and get something for him to wear. Can't we all go? Can't we take him with us? We have to. Tomasz broke off. His gaze dropped, then returned to mine. We have to bury them first, my love. It is the very least they deserve. I squeezed my eyes closed for a minute, then suggested hopefully, But Jan's clothes will be inside. Jan is entirely responsible for the death of Saul's wife and baby Alina. I can't ask that of him. I wanted to say no, and the old Alina would have. But I was determined to be an adult now, and to make Tomasz proud of the woman I'd become. Still, it wasn't easy to agree to remain alone with a man and two horrific bodies in a space where Nazis had clearly been in recent hours, particularly given the likelihood that they'd return. I gritted my teeth as I said, "Can we at least move him into shelter?" The inside of the house, it is... Tomasz trailed off, then shook his head. Don't go in there, love. I saw it through the door. It's a mess. He brushed my hair back from my face, and he whispered, I really don't think they will come back here tonight. He still can't tell me what happened, but either they purposefully left him alive, or he somehow hid from them. And if they do come back, it will be in a vehicle, so you'll see the lights or hear the engine long before they near the house. Take him to the barn and hide, okay? My breath caught, and I bit my lip hard and forced myself to nod. My chest felt tight, as if the fear could choke the life right out of me, too. Tomasz nodded towards Saul, encouraging me to go to the other man's side, and I whimpered a little as I made myself step closer to the bodies. I told myself not to look at the baby again. I told myself I could sit with him and pretend it wasn't there. But I couldn't look away, and it was Tikva I stared at as I walked. As I came closer, the stench of blood became overwhelming, and my stomach turned over again and again. I battled to clamp down the urge to retch, but I walked to Saul's side, and I sat right beside him as Tomasz had done. Hello, Saul. It's Alina, I said, very gently. Tomasz is going to get you fresh clothes. I'm going to stay with you. You are not alone. We are here for you. The man turned to me, and I could see him trying to focus his gaze. Thank you for your kindness, Alina, he choked out. I nodded once, and as I went to look away again, he blurted, I don't know if they caught Jan or if he turned us in, but he must have told them everything. Everything. Where we were hiding, how we were surviving. They wanted us to give Tomasz up. They told Eva they'd let her go if she told them where to find him. But she was far too smart for that. My beautiful, brilliant wife. But then they took Tikva from Eva's arms. You don't have to tell me, I whispered hastily, but he didn't seem to hear me. And they put her on the ground. And they shot her in the chest because they thought then we'd talk. But didn't they realize? Once they shot her, we had nothing left to survive for anyway. And then, my wife... It occurred to me then that he wasn't speaking for my benefit at all. This was a repeat of those moments with Emilia each Sunday, on my own front steps. Just like little Emilia, Saul just needed to tell someone what had happened to his family. And I happened to be the only bystander now that he was ready to talk. Eva was hysterical, and the soldier who was holding her, he threw her against the wall, and she went quiet, and I could see her skull was... I tried, but it was... no.
So I was hoping I'd be next, and we could travel together to the afterlife. But I didn't flinch or try to fight to get away once the others were gone. The sergeant was so angry that I didn't struggle. He said to leave me. He said it was a worse punishment to let me alone to die slowly.
Saul's voice broke again.
I begged them to shoot me. I want to be with my family.
I didn't know what to say to that, and all I could think was to do as Tomasz had done, and to slide my arm over Saul's thin shoulders. He slumped forward again, utterly broken, as he whispered,
How God must hate me, to leave me to suffer like this. Surely.
Don't you say that, I said fiercely, and Saul startled, as if he'd only just noticed I was there. I was sorry to speak so harshly to him, but I knew all too well that the only way we'd survive the darkness was to hold on to a vestige of hope. There was nothing else I could do for Saul, except to keep my arm on his shoulder and point him back to what he still had. And all that he had was his faith. You must believe that if God allowed you to survive this far, there is a purpose to it. You must believe that there is work left for you to do on this earth before you are released to peace. Hold tight to what you have left, Solveig, and if all you have left is your faith, then you cling to it with every shred of strength you have left. Do you hear me? He blinked at me. For a minute I thought I'd gone too far, and I was shaken by an intense regret. Who was I to speak so harshly to this Jewish man about his faith, in the very moment when he nursed the cooling bodies of his entire family? Saul's shuddering breaths were coming harder and faster. But then he nodded sharply, and he turned his head toward the fields, and he closed his eyes. The string of words that burst from his lips was a language I didn't know, but our traditions were irrelevant in that moment. The depth of his loss transcended every one of our differences. We weren't Jew and Catholic. We weren't even man and woman. We were simply two human beings, grieving an inhuman act. I squeezed my eyes tightly closed so I didn't accidentally look down at the face of the baby beside me, and I bowed my head while Saul and I prayed together. Tomasz was very quiet when he returned, carrying 2 full pails of supplies and with a set of clothing for Saul over his shoulders. He emptied the supplies onto the ground, then filled the pails at the well nearby. While I sat some distance away to give them privacy, my wonderful Tomasz helped Saul to clean the bodies. And finally, he helped Saul to bathe and dress himself. Saul insisted on digging the grave, but he was just too weak, and eventually he had to accept help. He would labor with visible difficulty until he had to stop. Then Tomasz would work furiously until Saul had rested and was ready to take another turn. There wasn't time for depth or care. Instead, they were seeking only to give Eva and baby Tikva the dignity of a resting place. Saul carried his wife into the grave first. He was almost calm in that moment, as he carefully set her down and spoke to her gently. Then he kissed her forehead. The calmness disappeared when Tomasz handed him the body of his infant daughter. Saul began to wail again, loudly and inconsolably. He bent to place the baby on Eva's chest, then he carefully wrapped her arms around their daughter. At the very last minute, Saul bent again and took one of the tiny leather shoes from Tikva's feet. As I watched that man climb reluctantly away from the family he was leaving in the earth, I knew how desperately he wished to be staying with them. After Tomasz filled the grave, Saul dropped to his knees beside it, and he prayed aloud around shuddering sobs, clutching that tiny shoe against his chest. Tomasz wiped his eyes and jogged to my side. We embraced, and he whispered thickly, "We're running out of time." "I know," I whispered back. "But we can't leave him here. Is there anyone else we can take him to?" Tomasz stepped away from me, and he stared at me then. "No," I said automatically. "No, Tomasz, we can't stay here. You said it yourself. If we stay—" "I have no intention of us staying," he interrupted me. "It's not safe for you. They know your name. They know what you look like. You cannot stay, Alina. There is no chance I am going to sit by and watch while—" "They know who you are too now," I exclaimed. "Did you not hear what Saul said? This is exactly why we have to leave." "They know who I am, which means it's only a matter of time before they figure out who Emilia is," Tomasz said abruptly. I hadn't thought of that, and as he said it, my stomach dropped. "I have to tell my other friends to flee. I have to warn your sister and get Emilia to safety. But—" He grabbed my upper arms in his palms, and he held me tightly, his gaze hard on mine as he whispered, "Alina, you must go. We can't miss this chance." "What? No, I can't go alone, Tomasz," I cried in shock, and his beautiful green eyes pleaded with me as his voice broke on a sob. I know that is too much to ask, and yet I am asking even more of you than that." I stared at him blankly, and then his gaze tracked back to Saul, still sobbing on his knees by the grave. "Tomasz!" "He is weak. He is in shock. You're going to have to carry him, if not physically, then emotionally. But you'll see, once he's well, he is qualified, a fully equipped specialist with immense knowledge and skill. He can do so much good. He can help hundreds, maybe thousands of people. It would be unforgivable for me to go tonight when he could go in my place." "No, don't ask this of me. I can't." "Please, moje fistko."
"I can't go without you."
"I'm begging you, Alina," Tomasz said. He was still staring down at me with that same intense expression, but I heard the shift in his tone. He had made up his mind, and nothing I said was going to change it.
"How would this even work? Does he even have identity papers? Won't they be Jewish identity papers? Will they even admit him to the camp?"
"We can't risk it," Tomasz murmured. He released me gently, and I opened my eyes to see him reach into the pocket of his trousers. He carefully withdrew a card which he opened to show me. Illuminated only by the moonlight, I saw his tattered passport. There was a tiny photo of him on the page, but the image was worn and so dark, even I might never have recognized him. "It is from before I even left for college, back when Father used to take me on vacations. Surely the camp will never know the difference. This photo looks nothing like either of us now that we both have beards. And his hair is darker, but the photo is so dark. I am sure he can pass. I am sure of it."
"I don't want to do this," I choked.
"It's not forever," Tomasz said. Then he stopped to draw in a desperate breath. "As soon as my other friends are safe, as soon as Emilia and your sister are safe, I will find a way to come after you. Henry will arrange to get me false papers, and we will meet up in Buzuluk." By then we were both sobbing, clutching at each other, each one of us desperate to change the other's mind.
"I am not strong enough to do this. I am not brave enough. I am not clever."
"You are all of those things, Alina Dziak. And more," Tomasz said fiercely. "You are the fire that keeps my heart beating, and the fuel that has powered my dreams even through this war.
You are my everything. I know you better than anyone else, and that's the very reason I am trusting you and pleading with you to lead this man to safety tonight." I couldn't say no to him. I wanted desperately to refuse, to plead weakness, to plant my feet in the soil of my homeland and to cling tightly to Tomasz, even if it meant death. But I couldn't let him down. I couldn't disappoint him, and even at the time, I understood that this was something Tomasz needed to do. Before we could start our life afresh, he simply had to absolve himself of the guilt of his compliance with the Wehrmacht in Warsaw. Given the depth of his loss and the impossible circumstances Saul now faced, Tomasz would never be able to resist the opportunity to offer safe passage from hell to the man who had once done the same for him. "Please, moje wszystko," Tomasz whispered. "Please." I caught his head in my hands and I kissed him then, and that kiss said everything there wasn't time to say. "We will always find our way back to each other, Alina," he breathed when we broke apart. "Our love is bigger than this war. I promise you that."
Chapter 32. Alice. Babcia's next address leads us to a medical clinic, situated in a huge historic building at the corner of two quiet streets. The building has been lovingly and lavishly restored. There's a wheelchair ramp built at the front door and an automatic sliding glass door. Zofia tells me the large sign above the door simply says, Trebinia Medical Clinic, and none of the physicians' names listed on the sign end with Slawski. That would have been a bit too easy, Zofia laughs. But my eyes have fallen to a bronze plaque beside the front door, because although it's in Polish, one word does indeed say Slawski. Actually, I say wryly, and I point to the plaque. Zofia's eyes widen, then she reads quietly, "In memory of Dr. Alexei Slawski, an example to all of leadership and courage, 1939. Zofia offers me a sad smile. Perhaps we are on the right track after all. I take some photos of the plaque and the building, then I follow Zofia inside the door and survey the interior. It's mid-afternoon, and there are only 2 people sitting in the patient chairs. But behind the reception desk, a young woman and man are seated. The young man is talking on the phone, but the woman sets her headset down as we enter the room, and she stares at me with an intensity that makes me quite uncomfortable. I wonder what it is about my appearance that gives away that I'm the outsider, not Zofia. As we approach the desk, Zofia greets the receptionists in Polish, then gestures to me and introduces me, but she flicks back to English as she says, "Alice is here from the United States, researching her family history. We believe Alexei Slawski may have been her great-grandfather." "Actually, that's not possible," the young woman interrupts Zofia, and she gives us a polite but apologetic smile. "Why do you say that?" Zofia frowns. "Well, Alexei Slawski was my great-grandfather, and my grandmother was his only child." At first I'm not sure whether I should be disappointed or confused, but I quickly settle on confused, and so I decide to clarify. "Was your grandmother Emilia?" The woman's eyes widen, then she concedes carefully. "Yes, she is." "Well," I say, my heart starts racing as I realize we've stumbled upon a link to someone who's actually on Babcia's list, and the receptionist said is, not was, so Emilia is alive. "That's fantastic. I was really hoping we could track her down. Perhaps we should have a chat in private," the woman murmurs. She rises and motions toward a hallway. "Please follow me." She closes the door behind us as we step into a small meeting room. The woman is still offering that same polite smile, but she's crossed her arms over her chest, and her gaze has narrowed just a little. "What exactly is it you want from Emilia?" she asks me directly. "Is it money?" "Oh, no," I say, shaking my head. "I don't want anything from her, just to connect with her. Tomasz Slawski was her brother, and he was my grandfather." Now, the hint of suspicion in the woman's gaze becomes more pronounced. "I'm really sorry. That's not possible. I give her a confused smile and start to counter with, it's definitely... I don't know where you are getting your information from, but Tomasz Schlosky died in 1942, she interrupts me gently. I share a confused glance with Zofia. I'm quite certain about this. I visit his grave with my grandmother sometimes. But memories rise to the forefront of my mind. I think about my grandfather's gentle hugs and the way his rare bursts of laughter could light up a room. He was more alive than just about anyone I know, purely because of the way he threw his arms around life, as if he was constantly searching for an opportunity to make a difference or to give love. But this young woman doesn't know that, and she's looking at me with overt sympathy now. Tomasz is not an uncommon name in Poland, nor is Szlaski. I think you have the wrong family. But your great-grandmother was Julita, yes? Zofia prompts. Yes, but I'm not sure what the confusion is, but I know we have our facts straight, Zofia says. I did the family history research myself. Alexei and Julita Szlaski were definitely the parents of Tomasz Szlaski, born in 1920, and he is Alice's grandfather. Well, I'm sorry, the woman says, and she's just a little defensive now. But I'm not mistaken either. Not about this. I'm getting a little desperate here, so I try a different tack. What's your name? I am Leah Trukin. It's really nice to meet you, Leah, I say quietly, hoping to get the conversation back onto a warm footing and disperse this odd tension that's starting to rise. The thing is, my grandmother is 95 now, and she's quite unwell. She left Poland during the war and wasn't ever able to return. My mother thinks that my grandmother used to send letters to Emilia, maybe even hundreds of letters over the years, trying to get back in touch once the war was ended. We're not sure exactly what she wanted, but it seemed to be very important to her. Emilia is also very old, and she is also quite unwell, Leah says quietly. I'm sure you understand why I don't want to upset her. If she didn't reply to your grandmother's letters, there must be a reason. Leah is trying very hard not to be rude. If anything, her gaze is pleading with me for understanding. And I do understand her wanting to protect her grandmother, probably better than most, but that doesn't mean I can let this go. Perhaps they could just talk on the phone. Emilia is very frail, Leah says, a little firmer now. Maybe... I feel this moment slipping away from me, so I fumble to get Leah back on my side. I don't want to upset your grandmother either. That would be terrible. But perhaps if you could tell her about my grandmother, perhaps she might be interested. Who is your grandmother? My grandmother is Hanna Szlosky, I say automatically, but Zofia says at the same time, she was Alina Dziak before her marriage. Alina or Hanna? Leah looks at us, her suspicion no longer hidden at all. It's complicated, I sigh. Then I briefly explain the morning's events. But the point is, Emilia might know her as Hanna or Alina, but she's definitely Szlosky, the surname we're sure of, because she took it when she married my pa. Well, she'd be Alina Szlauska if she'd married a Polish man, Leah points out. I look at Zofia in confusion, and she nods. Well, yes, it is Polish convention to change some suffixes to denote gender. A female would generally be Szlauska rather than Szlosky. But I see this all the time with American clients. The convention generally does not persist after immigration. It doesn't matter anyway. I don't know her by either name. I'm sure my grandmother has never mentioned her. Leah sighs. I still think you've got the wrong family, or perhaps the wrong town. No, my grandmother definitely said Trebinia, and we even found her childhood home. Besides, all of the other details line up, I say. I look to Zofia, then double-check. Am I missing something here? Everything lines up, Zofia says, frowning at Leah now. Alice and I are quite sure of our facts. Are you sure the disconnect isn't at your end? Surely you can see how upsetting it would be for me to go to my 85-year-old grandmother and tell her that some American woman thinks her beloved big brother was alive for 75 years longer than he actually was. Leah isn't quite rude, and she doesn't throw us out of the building. Not exactly. Regardless, Zofia and I quickly find ourselves back outside in the sunshine. The family must be wealthy, Zofia says. But we told her we didn't want money, I say helplessly. She shrugs. If you're Tomas's granddaughter, perhaps he was entitled to a share of whatever inheritance Alexei left behind, and if that was significant, maybe she's nervous about what that would mean for her family. Zofia glances back at the building. It wouldn't surprise me if she made up the story about the gravesite, just because it gives her an excuse to refuse to engage with us. How do we sort this out? Zofia pauses thoughtfully, but then she slowly shakes her head. Well, the birth records were clear. There was only one Tomasz Śląski born in this parish in that period, at least that I could see. As far as I'm concerned, the only thing we can clarify is Leah's story. Maybe hers is a different family with similar names. In a tiny little town like this, what are the odds of there being two Alexei Śląskis who married Julitas and then had children named Emilia and Tomasz? Well, I ask hesitantly, how common are those names? Not that common, Zofia laughs. I hesitate, glancing back at the doors. Then I straighten my posture and say, wait here, and if she throws me out bodily this time, try to catch me before I hit the cobblestone. I walk back to the counter, where Leah and the young man have their heads close together, and they are whispering furiously. They only notice me when I'm close, and I bend down low and I say, Leah, I understand you wanting to protect your grandmother. I'd probably do the same. But my grandmother doesn't have long left, and she sent me here on this wild goose chase, and she's looking for something. I just can't help but think that your Emilia might be able to shed some light on all of this. And who knows, perhaps this confusion is part of the puzzle. So will you at least think about talking to her? Just tell her Alina Dziak or Hanna Wisniewski is trying to get in touch with her. That's all I ask. And Leah is glaring at me, but I reach across the desk, help myself to a pen and a sticky note, then scribble down my name and cell phone number. I'm here for another few days, I say. Call me any time. Leah hesitates, but when I hold her gaze, she eventually nods. I breathe my thanks, then quickly spin on my heel and leave before she can change her mind. I find Zofia leaning against the wall of the clinic. She surveys me warily, then laughs. What on earth did you say to her? I felt like she slammed the door in our face, I admit. So I stuck my shoe in it and made sure if she changes her mind, she has a way to contact me. That's all I can do, right? Later that night after dinner and a glass of wine at the hotel restaurant downstairs, I pick up the phone and call Mom. She's driving to the hospital when I call, and her greeting seems unusually subdued. Hello, Alice. Hi, Mom. How was your day? Fine, she says, but she sounds distant. Is everything okay with Babcia? Oh, it's fine. I'm just tired. A little confused by this whole secret identity thing with her. I don't understand why she wouldn't tell me if she changed her name, Mom sighs. I know, I murmur. I'm sorry, Mom. I don't know what to say. I'm just hoping she recovers enough to explain herself. I was thinking that your friend there or a translator could ask her about it, but I can't see the point, because how can she tell us what happened if she can't speak? There's a million reasons she might have changed her name, so we're never going to guess, and the AAC doesn't exactly have a button for this. Mom trails off, then she clears her throat and asks, How's the rest of the expedition through Poland going? Good. We found out that Emilia Śląski is still alive. We found her granddaughter today, and her name is Leah, which is surely just a shortening of her grandmother's name. So, will you get to speak to this Emilia? Maybe she can tell us what happened with Babcia. Something weird happened, actually. Leah was adamant that Emilia's brother Tomasz died in 1942, but, well, obviously he didn't. So, some mix-up then? Yes, definitely, I say. Zofia seemed to think Emilia was assuming I was after her inheritance or something and trying to protect her family, but I pause, then admit reluctantly, my gut says that's not it, to be honest. Well, sometimes you have to trust your gut, Mom says quietly. And Alice, given you're in Poland, despite my subtle disapproval, I snort, and I hear a smile in her voice when she continues. I do suspect you already know this, but I'm going to remind you anyway. You must always remember that sometimes knocking on doors just isn't enough. What else is there in a case like this? Sometimes, if you want something badly enough, you You have to smash the damn door down. If I was going to make a Julita Slosky-Davis motivational poster, that's exactly what the tagline would be. I smile to myself. Mom laughs. Damn straight, daughter. I'm at the hospital, so I'm going to go now. We'll talk tomorrow? Thanks, Mom. Even after Mom and I say our goodbyes, I'm thinking about her advice. At home, I automatically apply my mom's level of determination to accessing help and support for Eddie. But when it comes to connecting with the man I share a bed with, it's a whole other story. Why haven't I forced the tension with Wade to a head in the last few years? I was definitely raised to address things straight on, so I'm not quite sure how I managed to find myself in a situation where so many things remain unspoken in my own home. I run a bath, buying some time to think before I place a call back to Wade. When I'm there at home in the day-to-day grind, I never have the space and time to try to be an impartial observer of the dynamics of our family. But now, I start to reflect on the patterns we've fallen into. I think about the resentment I feel toward Wade. That awful feeling that's muddled up with guilt and confusion because I'm in this role where I'm somehow the domestic kingpin of our family, but not at all the equal financial provider I always assumed I'd be. Somehow both a reluctant dependent and the family chief operations officer. I think about the way I've let that tension fester for so long. I'm not at all a timid woman, so why haven't I been more assertive at home? Why haven't I forced the issue of Wade's disconnect with Eddie? Why haven't I demanded an equal partner in the parenting that needs to be done? I'm terrified of what I might lose if I do. Maybe I cling too tightly to the things I can control, the routine I put in place for Eddie, the tasks around the house I like to be done just so, because deeper and broader and wider than all of that run the things in my life I can't control. I run myself ragged trying to control the world that exists around him because I can't change him at all. I can't fix Eddie because Eddie is not broken. He is simply different, and he is going to be like this forever because this is who he is. This is what my life is always going to look like. Probably into old age because Callie will grow up and leave home. But Eddie will never live independently. I haven't grieved the life I thought I'd live, and I sure as hell haven't grieved the son I thought I'd get. I got right on with accepting the son I did get, which is exactly the opposing coping mechanism to the one my husband has applied to the situation. I sink a little deeper into the bath, tears filling my eyes as I'm struck by a wave of longing so intense that it's all I can do to stay where I am. I want to run to the airport and fly home right now and take Wade and the kids into my arms and hold them all so close that they can never slip away. Even Wade. Maybe especially Wade. He and I actually need each other to achieve some kind of balance. I can't wait to hear Wade's voice and to resolve the lingering tension before I go to bed. It's 10 p.m. in Krakow now. That means 4 p.m. back home. And because it's Wednesday, he and Eddie should be in the viewing room at ballet, watching Callie's class. I slip quickly out of the bath, pull on the hotel robe, and call. But when the call connects, it's immediately obvious to me that they are not in the viewing room at ballet. Wade? I call, surprised.
Eddie, I love you,
Eddie echoes, surprise and delight in his tone. The phone shifts a little, and his face fills the screen. He stares into the phone, bringing it too close. Eddie looks blissfully happy. His big green eyes are positively brimming with joy. Eddie looks as if he's just been given some kind of deliriously magical gift. Eddie looks as if my call is icing on an already pretty exceptional cake. As I digest all this, I suddenly recognize the brick wall behind him. "Hello, baby," I say softly. "Daddy has taken you to the train station, huh?"
"Hello, Alice," Wade says from off-screen. "Yes, we figured there was not much point watching Pascal at ballet, so we went for a walk. Once we got onto the block near the station, Eddie went on autopilot and all but dragged me in here. So I'm guessing you do this too sometimes."
I would never take Eddie for a spontaneous walk like that. I'd never risk it. What if we ran into a situation where he had a meltdown? What if he ran off? I plan my outings with Eddie like teachers plan their excursions. I schedule things. I put them onto his visual timetable. I consider the risks. I make contingency plans. But that also means I don't ever get to see that same surprised joy on Eddie's face that Wade has managed to achieve right now. There are no surprises in Eddie's life with me. I'm utterly bewildered by the jealousy I feel. We go there on Friday morning if he stays at school all day on Thursday, and we park at the same place for ballet, so I guess he knows the way, I say, my voice trailing off. I fall silent then, watching as Eddie's gaze leaves the phone screen to focus on something in front of him. I suspect from the ever-growing excitement in his eyes that he's looking at an approaching train. What's the plan tonight? I ask Wade. Soup is the plan tonight, he says. He's still off screen, but there's no mistaking the edge of bitterness in his tone. Is that why you called? To check? I called because I had a really emotional and confusing day, and I just wanted to hear your voice, I say. It's astounding how I genuinely wanted to connect with him on this call, but less than 60 seconds into it, he makes a comment like that, and in an instant, I feel defensive, and the bitterness that leaps into my tone instantly matches the level in his. No wonder we're in such a mess. I feel like we're on either side of a very long footbridge, and we're both afraid to set out onto it. Each time one of us steps forward, the other steps back in case the bridge can't take our weight. I can't fight with him tonight. I just don't have the emotional reserves. I take a deep breath and say evenly, but now isn't really the time for that chat, I guess. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Eddie's face disappears from the screen, and in his place I see Wade. There are heavy bags beneath his eyes, and for the first time in living memory, he hasn't shaved on a workday. Don't hang up, Allie, he murmurs. I have to say something. And brace yourself, this is going to be shocking. I can tell he's about to make a joke, and I laugh a little in anticipation. I'm braced, I joke in return. Go ahead. 2 kids. Significantly more difficult to manage than 300 lab rats. This is no holiday, and I'm really sorry about before. And I'm sorry about the soup. He sighs heavily, then says wryly, let it be known that I'm sorry about pretty much everything at this point. I'm sorry too, I whisper, and then I touch the screen with my forefinger, feeling again that soul-deep pang of longing. I stare right into his eyes on the screen, and my voice is rough with emotion as I choke. I really miss you, Wade. I miss you too. I hear the rumbling of the coming train, and then I see the rush of wind mess with Wade's hair. I want to ask him about the new Go-Gurt labels and to see Eddie again, to see that Eddie really is okay. But this clearly isn't the time to talk, because Wade has to shout into the phone as the train draws near. Let's talk properly tomorrow, when I'm not at a train station. I laugh and nod, then kiss my finger and press it to the camera. I love you, I whisper. He reads my lips, and I see him echo it back to me.
Chapter 33. Alina. As we walked back to my family home, Saul tried hard to convince us to leave him behind, but he was too exhausted to make a convincing argument. He eventually gave up on Tomasz, and when he instead tried to convince me, I found myself in the god-awful position of taking Tomas's side. It makes sense for you to join me on the journey, I forced myself to say. Tomasz is needed here. It would take at least 6 hours for the plaster cast to dry, and Tomasz wanted it close to set before we boarded the truck. The original plan would have had us back to my family home with plenty of time for the cast to cure, but now we arrived back at the farmhouse just as the clock struck 3 a.m. I'd be boarding the truck with the cast still wet and truly soft. You will have to be so careful, Tomasz whispered, shaking his head as he wound the bandage onto my forearm. I had been staring up at the floorboards of my childhood home, trying to convince myself that this really was going to be my very last time there, unable to bear to watch as he wound the plaster around the canister onto my wrist. Be absolutely sure to not bump it until it dries. It simply has to look realistic, or someone might become suspicious that there's something valuable in there. And do not let this cast get wet. Even once it's cured, the film must stay dry. Farther toward the wrist, Tomasz, Saul said. His voice was suddenly strong, as if he hadn't just lost his whole world a few hours earlier. Tomasz adjusted the placement of the soft bandage that would line the cast, shifting it a little farther from my elbow. Better? Yes. You are very short on supplies. Better to do a short cast and make it thick to hide the bulk of the canister. Remember, you're not actually needing to stabilize the movement of her arm in this case. However, if this were a real fracture, well, this would be inadequate. However, in our circumstances, if anyone even knows to question the length of it, Alina can say the fracture was right above the wrist, and her physician did the best he could with what he had. I looked down at Saul. He was sitting on the floor against one of the walls of the cellar. His arms were around his legs, his knees drawn up to his body, and he stared up at us on the makeshift bed with flat eyes and a deathly pale face. He met my gaze, and his tone softened a little as he suggested, "If someone asks how you got the injury, say you fell and had stretched your hand out before you. The wrist bore the impact. Say the bone was reset by a field surgeon, and it was agonizing, white-hot searing pain. With such detail, the story is at least realistic." When I looked back to Tomasz, he gave a pointed nod towards Saul, and I swallowed. Because clearly the medical knowledge was second nature to Saul, spilling out of him even at this point, when his mind was full of grief and pain. I could see why Tomasz thought that was important. But it only underlined the decision we'd already made, that Tomasz would stay and Saul would go. Brilliant surgeon or not, the man was currently sitting on the floor of the cellar, intermittently weeping, and every now and then there were periods when he'd fall completely silent, to rock back and forth like a child, holding that tiny leather shoe against his cheek. The most responsibility I'd ever experienced before was when I had to find Amelia a temporary home. It had been overwhelming and terrifying, and this dwarfed that by miles. Not only was I now a reluctant courier of Henry's photographs, but I would also be dragging along behind me a man who had just suffered unimaginable tragedy and trauma. Instead of following Tomasz, I'd have to lead the way. Tomasz leaned all the way over my arm now, assuming quite an awkward posture, and momentarily blocking my view of the cast he was constructing. Unthinkingly, I reached up to touch the thick locks of his hair. He desperately needed a haircut, and it was almost irrational how much I wished we had the time for me to do that for him once more. Such a small thing, but it would have been so lovely to nurture him in that way, as if that could remind him while we were apart how deeply I cared for him. When he sat up, he smiled at me, sadly. "It's going to be fine, you know. You are going to be fine." "And you'll find me," I said, not for the first time. In fact, I'd been repeating this almost the entire walk back from the Golashevsky farm, checking, then double and triple checking that I still understood the plan. "You'll get this sorted here, and you'll make the same journey. You'll meet us at Buzuluk." "That's exactly right." "And if the camp won't accept that your passport belongs to Saul?" "Then you will find a way to make them accept him." "And if they catch us before we get to the Soviet border, what do I do then?" "That won't happen." He dismissed the mere suggestion as if it was entirely impossible, which made me impatient and somewhat furious, given there was no way for us to know how safe this plan was. For all we knew, the Nazis intercepting me was the likely outcome, and I knew I had to be prepared. "Answer me, Tomasz. If we are intercepted before we even leave the district, and Saul has a passport with your name on it, what exactly am I to do then?" "It won't." "We both know it's a possibility," I exclaimed. Then I lowered my voice. "They were already looking for you at Warsaw because you deserted the Wehrmacht. And now they are looking for you locally because Jan told them about your work for Zagota. Tomasz sighed and nodded. So tell me, what do I do if we are caught? Who was this woman, staring bravely into the face of danger? She had been with me all along. I'd seen glimpses of her that day at the square when I saved Emilia, then again when I had decided to support Tomasz despite the danger. I was nearing full flight now, and only a trace remained of the scared little girl I'd once been. Tomasz stared intently at the bandage as he wound it around and around my forearm. The lump of the long canister slowly disappeared into the bulk. After a while, he whispered, If something happens to you and the film is lost, there is nothing we can do about that. Henry might have different instructions when we meet with him at the pickup point, but for me, he finally looked up at me, and his eyes swam in fresh tears. I simply have to believe you'll make it. I have to believe you're going to be cursing me in a few days' time when you're magnificently free in Soviet territory, but the cast is starting to itch and you can't reach beneath the plaster to scratch it. That is the only way I can watch you go. I reached up with my left hand and cupped his jaw, and he rested his head against my palm. I hate it when we're apart, Alina. I hate it. But there is just no other way. You're sure this is the right thing for us to do? I whispered. He stared right into my eyes, and he nodded. I have never been more sure of anything in my life. I exhaled, then sat up a little straighter. Okay then, Tomasz. Okay. My confidence came and went in waves, and I was once again second-guessing the whole plan as we approached the meeting point. Tomasz was no longer marching in strides ahead of me. He was behind me, all but dragging Saul, who was struggling to keep up. Tomasz kept reminding us that we had to hurry. We couldn't afford to miss the truck. Every time he said it, I couldn't help but wonder if we'd all be better off if we did. Henry was waiting for us, pacing beside the main road. The dawn was near and the darkness was disappearing by the second, and once he saw us, he sprinted toward us. I saw the confusion on his face as it registered that we had a third person in our party. They may have Nadia, and they're looking for me, Tomasz called before Henry could ask. We have to hurry. Henry stared at us, his gaze lingering on the cast on my arm. What has happened? Saul is going in my place, and they need to leave now. Henry fell silent for a moment. When the moment began to stretch, Tomasz stepped toward the older man, and he dropped his voice, so low that I could barely hear it. There is no time, Henry, Tomasz murmured. They know who I am, what I've been doing. Soon enough they will be looking for me if they aren't already. Jakub needs to get on the road as fast as he can, in case they set up checkpoints. There is just no time for debate. Tomasz, Henry said, lips pursed. Are you sure about this? There is no other way. Henry sighed and ran his hand through his hair, then threw his hands into the air and turned to me. You have the film? I do. You have the rubles? I patted the leather bag I'd slipped across my shoulders, now hidden under my clothes. I do. And you know the plan, he said, as he withdrew from the pocket of his coat a small envelope. I nodded, and he held the envelope right before me. Here's a new identity card for you, in the name of Hanna Wisniewski. It's a forgery, and not a particularly convincing one. But it is the best I could do on such short notice. So you will have to make it work. I took the envelope and moved to put it into the pocket of my coat. Henry shook his head and said incredulously, Tuck it into your undergarments, Alina. You must protect this with your life. Do you understand me? No identity papers means no admission to the camp,
and the British soldiers will be looking for my film inside the camp.
Tears stung at my eyes, but I blinked them away as I pushed the envelope beneath my clothes into the leather bag with the rubles. Henry looked from me to Saul, and he gave me a somewhat desperate look.
"Dear God," he muttered, "this is—" "Henry, Alina is up to this,"
Tomasz said flatly.
"She will get that film where it needs to go. She's every bit as resourceful and capable as I am. Now let's go."
I grabbed Henry's arm frantically. If we happen to get captured, is there anything I can do?" He exhaled heavily, then gave me a searching look.
"If you're captured and there's time, destroy the film. Find a way. Otherwise, we must just hope that whatever happens to your body, that your captors don't pay attention to the cast, because if they find that film, it won't be long before they find me and my colleagues too."
We stood by the side of the road discussing the possibility of our executions, as if it was nothing much at all. Because in the scheme of things it wasn't. In that circumstance, death was simply one of many things that could happen. "Okay," I said stiffly. "Got it." Henry led the way down a track, and soon the truck came into view. I hadn't prepared myself for the sight of a man in a Wehrmacht uniform, leaning against the truck, smoking a cigarette. It was all I could do to stop myself from turning and running in the opposite direction.
"That's Jakub," Henry said quietly.
And of course it was. Because who else could drive openly on the roads to the Eastern Front but a Wehrmacht driver, driving a Wehrmacht truck? I just hadn't prepared myself for the sight of it. I hesitated and once again drew Henry's ire.
"We must hurry, Alina. You know what's at stake here, girl."
It took more strength than I'd ever realized I possessed to start my feet walking again and move toward the man in that uniform, then to place my life in his hands.
"I'm Jakub,"
the driver said as we neared. "Alina," I said automatically.
"No," Henry corrected me impatiently. "You are not Alina. Who are you?"
I looked at him, but my mind was blank. "I can't remember."
"Hanna Wisniewski," Henry said impatiently. "You are Hanna Wisniewski." "You know the plan?" Jakub glanced between us, his brows drawing.
I swallowed hard as I nodded. Jakub frowned toward Tomasz, who was now jogging toward us, carrying Saul in his arms.
"Who's going? There's definitely no room for a third in there."
"Just me and Saul, the man being carried," I said miserably. Jakub winced.
"Are you sure you're up for this, lady?"
"Of course she is," Tomasz said flatly, having finally caught up to us. Inside the truck, I could see the row of rations boxed against the deepest wall, behind several barrels and other loose containers. Jakub helped me to climb up into the tray, and Tomasz did the same for Saul, then leaped up to stand beside me. Henry was standing at ground level, but he was watching us and wringing his hands.
"You must be sure you are quiet," Jakub said. "Perhaps you can whisper or talk quietly when we're out on the road. But if the truck slows for any reason or it stops, you must assume I'm doing a delivery or picking up, and then be absolutely silent. So much as a cough or a sneeze, and not only are you both dead, but so am I."
"What are you transporting?" I had a sudden terror that we'd be hidden in the back of a truck filled with explosives. Just one more thing to be terrified of: death by accidental explosion.
"Just fresh fruit and vegetables grown by the prisoners at Auschwitz," he said. Then he added bitterly, "The senior officers on the front line demand fresh produce. All the better if it's drenched in the blood of our people."
Jakub walked to the boxes. He slipped a screwdriver from his pocket, opened a panel, and then helped Saul to climb inside. Tomasz turned to me, and I caught his face between my palms, and I searched his gaze desperately, looking for some sign of hesitance that I could exploit to convince him to come with me like we'd planned. He seemed only determined, and when I recognized this, I felt all of my courage slipping away all over again, replaced instead by sheer panic.
I don't want to do this,
I choked, riding on one final wave of hesitance.
I can't.
You can, Tomasz simply whispered, smoothing my hair down against my head, peppering my face with soft kisses. I know you can.
What? Instead, let me stay with you until you can go too. Saul can go on his own.
Alina, you already have the cast on, he said very gently. Henry has arranged for us only because of that film. There is no other way.
But we could...
I started to protest, but my voice trailed off. We could... what? There was no more plaster, and no way to get our hands on any more. If we took the cast off, we'd have to think of another way to smuggle the film out, and this one thing had been difficult enough to arrange. Tomasz reached to touch my chin, lifting my gaze back to his. Saul can't go on his own, Alina. His gaze flicked behind me, then he added softly, He's broken, my love. He's barely holding himself together.
But what if you never find me?
Alina, he said very softly. Don't you know by now?
Don't say it,
I choked, and I shook my head fiercely.
Don't you dare say it when you're putting me into this truck and sending me off by myself.
But Alina, Tomasz whispered, and he lifted his hand to press the pad of his forefinger against my lips. It is the only truth I live by. Everything else is gone. We are made for each other, meant to be together. It doesn't matter what happens in this life or the next, Alina. We'll always find our way back to each other.
But what if you can't find me?
I wept, and he brushed my tears away, and he said very quietly, Just promise me one last thing, he said now, his eyes flicking briefly to the crate behind me. Take good care of Saul. Tomasz tucked his forefinger under my chin, prompting me to meet his gaze. Promise me, Alina. He is a good man, a better man than I am. Think of the people he can help with the skills he has. You must take care of him for as long as he needs you to. I never could say no to Tomasz, especially not that day. I could tell by the stubborn set of his jaw and the fierce determination in his gaze that these things he was asking of me meant the world to him. First, I had to walk away from him. And if that wasn't already an impossible task, then I had to continue his work in helping Saul to escape. Promise, Alina? Tomasz asked me one last time. I closed my eyes because I couldn't look at him while I did so. But then I nodded. Good girl. He reached forward and kissed me again then. This kiss was different from any other we'd shared. It was a plea, a promise, and a farewell. When we broke apart, he was softly crying, and my heart was threatening to pound its way through the wall of my chest. I wanted to beg him to find any other way, but I knew it was pointless to do so, and besides, there was no time left for cowardice. I crawled into the crate then, and as I'd feared, it was tiny, barely a foot wide in the width of the truck across. The scent of the pine and of dust was overwhelming. There would be enough room for us both to sit, and enough room for us to stand at a crouch so we could turn around if we needed to. I sat behind Saul and closed my eyes. Just then, I felt Tomasz reach inside to press 2 fingers gently against my lips. "What is your name?" he asked me. "Your new name." My mind was blank and I began to panic all over again. "I don't know, Tomasz. I already don't remember. I can't do—" "Hanna Wisniewski," Henry called impatiently. "Repeat it in your mind until it sticks, Alina. Learn it." "You learn it too," I said, frantically clutching Tomas's hand before he could withdraw it. "You'll need to know what name I'm using so you can find me, right?" "I have already memorized it, my love. Your name is Hanna Wisniewski," Tomasz whispered. "Travel safely, Hanna." "I will," I said, as bravely as I could, given I was only just holding the sobs at bay. "I'll see you at Buzuluk." And then Tomasz and Jakub sealed the door, and Saul and I were trapped alone in the darkness. "Are you okay?" I whispered to Saul. "Do you think this is how they feel?" he whispered back. I could hear the rising panic in his voice. "Who?" "My family, in that grave," he said, his voice a little louder now. "The suffocation, the darkness. It would feel like this, wouldn't it?" Every muscle in my body tensed. For a minute his words sent me into such a spiraling panic that I almost convinced myself that I was in a grave. But I forced myself to push down the panic and return to the present reality. "One breath at a time, Alina. Breathe in. Oh, I found some air. Breathe out. That will be the last of me. Now I will suffocate. Breathe in. Oh, there is a little more air after all." "No," I choked out the words he needed, even if I didn't believe them myself at the time. "I don't think this is how they feel. I think they are freed from feelings like this. I think they are waiting for you on the other side, and they are safe and at peace." I felt him relax then, even though his only answer was a muffled sob.
Chapter 34. Alice. As Zofia and I begin our second trip toward Trebinia, she chatters as she drives, falling automatically into tour guide mode. I keep zoning out as she's speaking. All of this information really is interesting, but the truth is my mind is elsewhere. I'm thinking about these wide-open days ahead of me and the fact that I have absolutely no idea what to do with them. And even more disturbing, Mom's words on the phone last night are swirling around my mind, giving me all sorts of crazy ideas. Sometimes you have to smash the damn door down. "What's the plan?" Zofia asks me when we turn off the highway into the little town. I sigh and lean back in my chair. I'm about to say I don't know, but then it occurs to me that in all of the places we visited yesterday, only one revealed a lead. "To the clinic again, please," I say. I ask Zofia to stay in the car this time, hoping that Leo will be more open to me if I go into the clinic alone. "Cousin to cousin?" Zofia suggests with a grin. "Something like that," I say. I'm sick with nerves remembering how determined Leah was yesterday that she couldn't help me, but I force myself to march into the clinic. Leah actually groans when she sees me in the reception area, and I hold up my hands as if that will placate her. "Come with me," she says abruptly, and she swipes the headset from her head to throw it onto the desk. I wave to her companion and offer a weak, "Hi." "Hello," he says uncertainly. I follow Leah down the hallway, then turn into the meeting room. "I told you," she greets me with audible frustration, and I hold my hands up again and try to make her understand. "Listen," I say very quietly. "You're my only lead, and I can tell that you love your grandmother just as much as I love mine, so I understand why you don't want to help me. But I hope you can understand my position too. The only concrete thing I've found since I arrived here is her childhood home, which isn't giving up any secrets. And you. So, okay, there really does seem to be some confusion about my pa and your Tomasz Schlosky. But if you can spare me a few minutes, perhaps we can resolve that. You said Emilia still visits his grave, right?
She does, Leah says. Sadness leaps into her gaze, and in that instant, I know she's not lying about this. Every month. She used to go more often when she was younger. He was her hero. Okay, I say. Then I suck in a breath and ask hopefully, so, can you tell me where the grave is? Leah hesitates just a little, and I adjust the strap of my handbag because I'm too nervous to be still while I wait for her answer. The silence stretches some more, and I try to make a joke. I promise not to camp out there for a month and bully my way into seeing your grandmother. I'd just like to see it. Fine, Leah sighs. She walks across the room to a cabinet and withdraws a piece of paper and a pen. She sets both onto the board table in the center of the room, then scrawls down an address. It's not easy to find. You have to drive out of town. Follow the main road. It curves around behind the hill you can see to the east from pretty much any point in town. There's an old property there. This is the street address. We drive all the way onto the farm, but my grandmother has the only key to the gate, so you'll have to park in the driveway and jump the fence. I know exactly the place she's describing. There's no way it can be anywhere but Babcia's family home. Still, I'm too nervous to get my hopes up, so I interrupt her gently to ask, Is this Świętojanska 4? I say. Predictably, I totally muddle the pronunciation on the street name, but not so much that Leah doesn't understand it, because her gaze narrows. I don't understand, she scowls. You already know where this is? That house, I say, but my voice comes out a little husky, so I pause to clear my throat. Then I ask, why is the grave behind that house? The house is abandoned. It has been since the war. Not even the communists wanted it, Leah tells me. But he's not buried there at the house. He's buried on the hill behind it. I'm just directing you to the house because it's much easier to get to the grave from that side than from the town side now. There are new houses all along the hill on this side, so the path is blocked. But that particular spot? Why there on that hill? Leah passes me the paper and frowns. I have no idea. Now tell me, how did you know that address? It was my grandmother's childhood home, I tell her, and her eyes widen. There's an awkward pause while she ponders this. Then Leah concedes, well, that is quite a coincidence. Surely that can't be a coincidence, I say incredulously. This entire area was overrun by Nazis. There are unfortunate souls buried in every conceivable place around here. My great-uncle is lucky he at least has a headstone. But I'll be honest with you. I have no idea how he came to be buried there. My grandmother isn't exactly keen to discuss the worst days of her life on a regular basis, you know. She won't talk about the war, and we've given up asking her. I laugh weakly as I nod. I know exactly what that's like. That's actually why I can't let you talk to her, Leah says softly. She's like a different woman on the days when we visit his grave. It costs her something to honor his memory, and I won't ask more of her than that. But if it helps you, by all means visit the grave. She shrugs. I just don't think there's anything more I can do to help you beyond this one thing, okay? Thank you, I say. Then I throw myself at her and hug her. She stiffens, then returns the hug briefly and nods toward the door. Good luck. Half an hour later, Zofia and I stand at a clearing in the woods behind my grandmother's childhood home, staring at the creepiest thing I have ever seen. Tomasz Szlosky, 1920 to 1942. His name is etched into the polished red granite of a tall headstone. The stone is clean, clearly lovingly maintained. A semi-fresh set of mixed flowers is dying on the grass in front of the stone, and it's surrounded by clean candles, the wicks unlit now, but black from prior use. There's even a few LED lanterns in various shapes and sizes. Zofia bends and turns one of the lanterns on, and it lights up without delay. I look back to the stone and stare at the name again. This time, I notice that below the name and dates, a medal has been attached to the headstone. The inscription on the medal is in Hebrew. Zofia and I stare silently at the grave for a while, like it's a puzzle we can solve if we just stare long enough. But it's not long before I find I just can't look at it any longer. I turn away and exhale shakily. Poor Emilia, Zofia murmurs. I glance back at her,
and find she's crouching close to the metal. She runs her finger over the characters very gently.
This is the medal awarded to the righteous among the nations. It indicates that this Tomasz Śląski took great personal risk during the war to aid Jewish people. It means his name is listed on the Wall of Honor in the Garden of Righteous in Jerusalem. She pauses, then bows her head. It is a big deal, truly a huge honor.
This is just awful, I say, and I stand and frown. I'm feeling suddenly irritable, as if my skin has grown too tight, and I shiver because despite the sweltering day, there's a chill running down my spine as I stare at a grave that I know is not my grandfather's, despite the fact that grandfather's name is on it. It's just so creepy, isn't it? My hand twitches against the phone in my hand, and I raise it to take a photo, but as soon as I do, I lower the phone in a rush. Zofia stands and offers me a questioning glance. I can't show her, I blurt. It will upset her so much. Zofia inclines her head in acknowledgement.
But this is quite the mystery, no?
It's Pa's name, and that's the year he was born, but this obviously can't be Pa.
No, Zofia agrees softly, and she stands. But Emilia Śląski doesn't know that.
How could this happen? I whisper. Do you think this is what Babcia sent us for? To tell Pa's sister the truth? There's no way to answer that question, and I'm not surprised when Zofia remains silent. We stare at the grave for another few minutes in silence. Then she asks me,
how did your grandparents get to the U.S.?
I don't even know. All I know is that Mom was born in January 43, and they were already settled there by then.
Zofia frowns.
That can't be right. I stand and look at her quizzically. No, I'm sure it is.
They must have left before the war.
I know they were here when the war began. That's about all I do know, actually.
But they left during the occupation?
They must have.
That's difficult to believe.
Zofia shakes her head slowly, her eyebrows knitted.
It was all but impossible to get out of Nazi-held territory.
All I know is that they came on a boat from England. I have no idea how they got from here to England. Zofia exhales. Then she looks at the headstone again.
I'm just thinking aloud here, but do you think Emilia might have assumed her brother died, but he was actually on his way to America?
She must have been very young when this happened. Perhaps she or someone else even mistook another body for his. Because if this guy died in 1942, and Thomas fled from Poland in 1942,
that might be the only explanation,
I say. My throat feels tight with tears that I will probably shed later, because while I don't understand this at all, the only thing I know for sure is that this is utterly tragic for Emilia Śląski. This is a really strange place for a grave, right?
Perhaps this was just where he died, Zofia suggests.
Behind my grandmother's house?
Plenty of people hid in patches of woods during the war.
And was it my grandfather who was the hero saving Jews, or this other guy? I glance back at the headstone one last time, and a shiver runs down my spine. I remember Pa so well. I just can't imagine him letting his sister think he was dead for all of those years. It's much easier to imagine him taking heroic measures to help his countrymen, because he was one of the most giving men I've ever met.
Zofia, I ask quietly. Yes?
Do you have any idea how we can untangle this without Emilia's input, or whether or not we should even tell her, even if we do happen to get access to her?
Zofia gives me a sad smile. I hate to say this, Alice, but I think the only way forward here is via Leah Truken.
I leave Zofia in the car again when I step into the clinic for a fourth time. I feel like I made better progress this morning, and maybe there were even a few moments there where Leah and I really connected. I find that she's serving a patient when I enter the room, but her companion sees me, and he elbows her gently, then points to me. There's visible frustration in Leah's gaze as she stares at me, but then she fixes a smile to her face, finishes serving her patient, and leads the way back to the meeting room.
Leah, I take a deep breath, then blurt,
I saw the grave. It's definitely my grandfather's name and year of birth, but it can't be him because he only died last year. It seems to me that the only way we're ever going to understand this is if you or even I could talk to Amelia. Listen, Alice, Leah says flatly. I feel for you. I really do. I've done everything I can to help you. What you're asking for now is simply impossible. Maybe you could just mention Alina. Every month we take her to visit that grave, Leah says abruptly. On the very last Sunday of every month, she goes to Mass in her very best clothes, then she stops for flowers at the market, and then us grandkids have a roster, and we all take turns driving her up there. And do you know why we each take turns? When I shake my head, Leah's gaze grows sharp. Because, Alice, nearly 80 years after he died, my beautiful, brave grandmother still cries sometimes when she sees his grave, and it's heartbreaking. Do you even understand what you are asking of me? Imagine if Amelia was on her deathbed, and she sent you to America, and you were in my position, I plead with her. We have one upset elderly lady at the moment, yes? Leah says. If we do as you ask, we will have 2 upset elderly ladies, and what do we achieve? Nothing. Most likely, my grandmother will be as bewildered by all of this as you and I are, and if she never replied to your grandmother's letters, there's almost certainly a reason for that. Please, please stop bothering me here. This is my workplace. I'm about to leave. I'm about to walk out the door and concede defeat. I walk all the way out to the waiting room and head toward the door, and then I think about driving away from this place and living the rest of my life without knowing why Babcia sent me here. It's too late for Babcia to tell me her story. It's too late for me to understand all of the moments, big and small, that led to the family I have in America now. It's probably even too late for me to explain to Babcia just how important she's been to me, and how deep the love I have for her is. But it's not too late for me to plant my feet hard against this carpet and to give this bewildering mystery absolutely everything I have. Leah is my only link to Amelia, my only link to understanding Tomasz. Sometimes you have to smash the damn door down. I can't walk away. I just can't give up this easily. I sit heavily in a visitor's chair by the door and raise my gaze to Leah. She's staring at me incredulously. You absolutely cannot stay here, she calls, paying no heed to the confused patients who sit in chairs all around me. I'm not going anywhere until you agree to talk to her for me. I shrug. It's uncomfortable for me to be this difficult. I mean, once upon a time, well, this was kind of the life I thought I'd lead. In my idealistic youth, I really thought I'd be the sort of journalist who uncovered deeply buried truths, a woman who made a way to tell the stories that need to be told. Fine, Leah says, and she sits back at her desk, slides her phone headset back on, and for the next little while, she does a pretty good job of ignoring me. Zofia texts me after a while. Are you okay in there? It's been an hour and I'm getting worried. I glance up at Leah and catch her staring at me. She avoids my gaze, and I hope that's a sign that I'm wearing her down. Leah refused to help, so I'm basically holding a sit-in until she changes her mind. Zofia replies with a shocked emoji, and then a little while later, let me know if you need anything. I'm just waiting at the cafe across the road. And good luck. Another hour passes, and then another. None of the magazines on the coffee table beside me are in English, but I thumb through them all anyway, trying to look as if I'm not at all fussed about our current standoff. But on the inside, I'm melting down like Eddie on his worst day. My thoughts are an absolute muddle. I'm second-guessing this insane course of action I've set myself on, and frankly, pretty much every single decision I've made in the last week since I decided to actually come here. Doctors come and collect patients, and every single time they stare at me. Patients come in, stare at me, go in for a consult, then come out, stare at me some more, then leave. I feel like I'm on a stage, and the show is something like, Watch Alice Michaels lose her dignity in a foreign country. Leah approaches me around lunchtime, and for a moment or two, I think I've won. Before I can celebrate, she sits heavily in the chair beside me, and she drops her head into her hands. You just can't stay there, she says desperately. You seem like a reasonable person, so I'm going to beg you to reconsider this. I have work to do, Alice. Patients are asking questions, and I can't let this go on. You won't change my mind. I'm not going anywhere until you do, I say simply, and then I raise my chin, hoping I look like Babcia, or even Callie, when they are being overtly stubborn. Leah's gaze narrows, and she sits up again, straightening her spine. Right. You've left me no choice. I've been patient. I've asked you nicely several times, and now I'm warning you. This is a workplace, and if you won't respect my request for you to leave, I have no choice but to call the police and have you removed. Okay, I didn't expect that. I frown at her. Leah, please. 5 minutes, Alice. Then I'm calling the police. I hear Mom cheering me on inside my brain. Sometimes you have to smash the damn door down, Alice. I lean back in my chair and cross my arms over my chest. A much easier way to get rid of me would be to agree to speak to your grandmother. Leah growls and stomps back behind her desk. She's conferring a lot with her colleague, and a few minutes tick down while I busy myself praying with all my might that the police threat was an empty one. I see her pick up the phone, but I pretend I don't notice, because maybe she's bluffing, and obviously I'm getting to her, so maybe if I just hang in here a little longer... The doors swing open a few minutes later, and 2 policemen enter the room. They approach the counter, and Leah, wearing a scowl, points to me. The officers approach me. "You've been asked to leave," the older of the 2 says abruptly. "We'll give you one last chance to do it voluntarily. After that, we'll be carrying you out, and you'll go straight to our car and then our station so we can charge you with trespassing." I'm sure they hear my petrified gulp as I rise to my feet and nod. "I'm going," I squeak. "And madame," the other officer says, as I pick up my bag, preparing to sprint to the door. "Yes?" "If we see you here again, we will arrest you." I shoot one last pleading look toward Leah, who's watching me with her hands crossed over her chest, and then I bolt out the door and back to Zofia's car. Once I'm inside, I collapse into the chair and try to catch my breath. "Did you just get arrested?" Zofia gasps. "Almost," I groan, and I cover my hands with my eyes. I can't believe I did that. Zofia starts the car and drives away at what can only be described as breakneck but legal speed. We're almost back to the highway when she starts to laugh, and eventually I join in. "You're either really, really determined to do this for your grandmother, or you're completely crazy. I can't really tell which at this point." "Me either," I admit, the laughter deflating. But it was all for nothing. "We can come back tomorrow," Zofia offers. "And do what?" I ask. "Take a free ride to the police station?" "Well, how would you like to spend tomorrow? Do you have any other ideas? Did she give you anything else to go on?" "No," I admit, and look back to my phone to start flicking through the photos I took of Babcia's notes and her AAC screen. I read each entry aloud. Trebinia. Well, we came here. Yes. Ulica Świętojanska, 4. Her childhood home. Yes. Ulica Polareczka, 9B. A beautifully renovated historic home in a gorgeous, sweet chestnut-lined laneway. We have no idea why it was important. I sigh heavily. Ulica Dworczyk, 38. The medical clinic where Alexei Szlaski worked. Emilia Skalski. Your great-aunt. Alina Dziak, my grandmother's real name. Yes. Sol, Eva, Tikva, Weiss. We have literally no idea. Prozia, Zrozam, Tomasz. Your pronunciation is beyond appalling, but yes, she asks us to please understand Tomasz, which we have no idea how to do. And that's everything. The only other thing she said was, Babcia, fire Tomasz, I say. Then I groan in frustration. But I know we think that just means love, which is sweet, but it really doesn't help us much. Look, there's a saying in my family, Alice, and I think it applies perfectly to today. I glance at her, and she grins. Everything looks better after some vodka. We try several varieties of local vodka at a restaurant in the square back in Krakow and try to brainstorm other ways we can approach this mystery. Okay, let's think about Leah, Zofia murmurs. Leah's a receptionist, right? Seems to be. But her great-grandfather once owned the building. Coincidence? Or is there still a family connection? What are you suggesting? Maybe the business is still owned by the family. Maybe Amelia became a doctor too. Or maybe one of her children owns it now. Zofia fishes her phone out of her pocket, and a quick Google search later, we have a list of the GPs at the clinic. Agnieszka Trukin is one of the owners. That's got to be Leah's mother, or at least a relative. We find a few dated and grainy pictures of Agnieszka online, but no social media, and all of her listed contact details point back to the clinic. Zofia is on her phone replicating my search, but I'm staring down at the photos on my own screen. As grainy as those images are, I think I can see a similarity to myself. I turn my phone back to Zofia. Do you think she looks like me? I ask her. It's hard to tell because the photos are so poor, but yes, it looks like there's a resemblance there. Did you see her at the clinic today? No, there were a few doctors coming out to get patients, but I would have noticed her. We could call and ask to speak to her, Zofia suggests. Then she looks at her watch. It's not quite 5 o'clock. They'll recognize my accent, I say weakly. Zofia grins. They won't recognize mine. She finds the phone number on the clinic website, then she dials. I hear her speaking in Polish, but the call ends quickly and her shoulders slump. Agnieszka still owns the clinic, but other doctors do the patient care. She sighs. She retired a few years ago. Of course she did, I mutter. But then I brighten again. What about Amelia herself? We could search for her on the phone directory. Well, she had at least one child, so she's almost definitely married, and given her age, I'd say there's virtually no chance she'd have kept her surname, Zofia says apologetically. We search anyway, but unsurprisingly, my 87-year-old great-aunt doesn't seem to have a Facebook page. After that, we order a second mixed platter of local vodkas, and things get a bit silly. Well, if Leah won't tell us where Amelia is, maybe we could get a private detective to track her down. We could take out full-page ads in the newspapers asking Amelia to contact us. We could break into the medical clinic and see if we can find Agnieszka's address. Maybe I can cancel my return flight and wait in hiding outside the clinic until Agnieszka shows up for a visit and hope she's more helpful, or at least helpful enough to not call the police. Maybe we could steal some of Leah's fingernail clippings and get a DNA test done. Or we could offer $1 million reward for anyone who solves the mystery. At that, Zofia looks at me. Do you have $1 million? She asks hopefully. I pause, then slump. I'm a stay-at-home mom, so no, not really. Ah, that one sounded promising for a second there. We're laughing a little too loudly when the waiter approaches with the bill, so we go for a walk to clear our heads, then share a delicious meal at yet another restaurant on the square. We chat about everything but my mission while we eat. I tell Zofia about my kids and the difficulties of leaving them. I even skim over the difficulties of leaving Wade alone with them, and the surprising realization I'm starting to form that just maybe I've been holding on to Eddie a little too tightly. Zofia tells me about her work and some of the heartbreaking and hopeful family history searches she's been involved with. I'm totally engrossed with the chat and enjoying the distraction from the awful dead end my search for Babcia has arrived at. Time gets away from us, so I gasp when I see the clock on the wall. I better get back and call my family, I say, but despite the silliness of the evening, I'm definitely feeling better than I was. Thanks for tonight, though, Zofia. It's no trouble at all. I'll walk you back to the hotel, and we'll start again in the morning. She smiles at me gently. Don't lose heart, Alice. We'll think of something. I call back to Wade without texting first, because it's now 10:31 p.m. Krakow time, and that means 5:31 p.m. Florida time, and I know they'll all be home. Callie answers the phone on the first ring, and she's crying. Mommy, she croaks. Baby, I gasp. What happened? Daddy forgot to get me from French Club, and they were closing up, and they called him, but he didn't answer, and Mrs. Bernard got cranky, and I couldn't remember Grandma's phone number, and I didn't know what to do, she says, and then her eyes fill with tears again. A fresh tear slips from her eye, and her voice is small as she whispers, Mommy, can you come home now? Oh, honey bear, I whisper. The buzz from the vodka is fading rapidly. But he got you eventually, right? No, she scowls. Mrs. Bernard drove me to Daddy's work and left me at reception, and the receptionist had to go find him because he was in a meeting. So where was Eddie in all of this time? I ask slowly. Not at school, surely. Oh, no, she says, but before I can breathe a sigh of relief, she adds, "He was with Daddy because he got sent home from school today because he had a meltdown in class and he threw a chair at Mr. Bailey. And Eddie had 5 accidents in his pants today, but don't worry, I put his dirty clothes into the washing machine already." "Why are you doing that instead of Daddy?" I ask, although it's difficult to speak because I am so enraged I can barely focus enough to ask the question. "Daddy's in his office on Skype, back to his office. He had to finish his meeting," Callie says. She turns the phone camera around to show me 2 open cans of soup waiting on the bench. "Don't worry, Mommy. I'm making Eddie dinner now."
"No, Callie, no!" I gasp. "No, you don't know how to use the cooktop, sweetheart. You'll burn yourself."
"I'm microwaving it," she says defensively, and just then I hear the ding of the microwave. Callie is plenty old and mature enough to use the microwave or the stove, if she knew how, but I've never shown her because, frankly, she's never had to know. I do almost all of the cooking in our house. It's never even occurred to me that perhaps I should be sharing those duties, not for my own sake, but for theirs. "How long did you cook it for, sweetheart?" I ask, my heart pounding in my throat. I thought 10 minutes would be enough," she says innocently, and I grasp the phone a little harder when I see her standing and walking toward the microwave. It sits high on a shelf so Eddie can't reach it. To get that boiling hot soup out, she'll have to reach up over her head. "Don't touch that!" I say frantically, and Callie frowns into the camera.
"But why?" "It's going to be very hot, honey bear. Just... no." I draw in a deep breath and try to stay calm. "Darling, just do me one little favor, okay?"
"Okay, Mommy."
"I want you to go into Daddy's office and interrupt his meeting and..."
"But he said not to."
"Callie, just listen to me," I say urgently. "Walk up to Daddy's office and tell him Mommy is on the phone and it's an emergency."
"Okay," Callie says. Then she sighs. "I just don't want to get in trouble, Mom."
"If anyone is getting in trouble," I say fiercely, "it's Daddy." She's a child of the millennium, that's for sure. Callie automatically walks to Wade's office upstairs with the camera frontward so I can see where she's going. Then she opens the door to his office to show me Wade sitting at his big desktop computer. I recognize the lab technician who's on the huge monitor, and I also recognize that the scratch pad they are sharing between screens is full of mathematical formulas. I can tell Wade is engrossed, because when Callie walks into the room, he doesn't even look away from the screen. "Not now, Eddie," he says, without turning to see which kid it is.
"Daddy?"
Callie says hesitantly.
"Mommy wants to talk to you."
I see Wade's shoulders lock. He reluctantly farewells his lab rat, and I notice the slight pause before he turns to face the phone. Now that he's facing me, guilt is written all over his face. Callie flips the camera lens around and passes him the phone. He looks down at the screen, surveys my expression, then sighs and says softly, "Callie, can you give Mommy and me a few minutes?" "Don't you dare touch that microwave, Callie Michaels!" I call frantically, and confusion filters over Wade's face.
"But the soup is ready,"
Callie protests, and Wade's eyes widen. "Callie, go downstairs. Do not touch the microwave. Read a book or something till I finish talking to Mommy," Wade says, and once the door closes, he raises the camera and stares right into my eyes. "Alice, please don't overreact." "Eddie threw a chair and got sent home from school? You forgot to pick Callie up? Callie is washing Eddie's soiled pants and trying to feed him while you tinker with formulas with John? I am so furious right now I do not even know where to start. Eddie had a bad night, and then he had a bad day. It would have happened even if you were here. There's nothing I could have done to prevent it." "Are you kidding me right now, Wade?" I scoff. "Of course you could have prevented it. If you had any clue about how to relate to him, you'd have known this morning he was having a bad day, and you could have stayed home with him to ride it out like I would have done. We've hit a major snag with this plastics project, Alice. I couldn't just stay home with him. My team needs me too. I'm trying to juggle a million things this week so you can be there. When I called, Callie was just about to get the soup out of the microwave. Soup she'd been cooking in there for 10 minutes. Shit. Wade groans, then runs his free hand through his hair. Well, why doesn't she know how to use it? That hits a sore spot. She should know how to use it. I'm just in the habit of doing every damned thing myself around that house. She has 2 parents, Wade, I say defensively.
You could have taught her just as easily as I could have. He sighs heavily, then he mutters, "Honestly, Alice, today has just been hell. The very last thing I need tonight." "Callie is 10 years old," I say flatly. "Yes, she's gifted, but she's still 10. You can't expect her to pick up the slack because you happen to be busy at work." I groan and rub my eyes with my hand. I knew I shouldn't have left you guys. "It's one bad day, Alice," Wade snaps. "I'm allowed to have one bad day." "But I knew this would happen," I say. I sound bitchy. I sound like my mother, actually, and I hate that. But I'm just so angry I can't stop myself. "I knew you'd let me down." "I have never let you down," Wade says, and now he's furious too. "Eddie is 7, Wade," I say blithely. "You tell me one damn time in all of his life when you haven't let me down." It's the vodka talking. It's the disappointment speaking. My trip has come to nothing, and I'm going to have to admit to Callie and Babcha and even Wade that I failed. Regardless, I've said something I can't take back. Something that's just way too far over the line of what's acceptable. Over the screen, I watch as Wade's eyes widen with shock and a deep kind of hurt that I've rarely seen him display. I'm still angry. That doesn't mean I'm not wishing hard that I could pull those words back in. But I can't. And so we both just stare into the lenses of our cameras in stiff, uncomfortable silence. It's Wade's turn to battle to get control of his temper, but in his case, he wins the battle, and he speaks calmly and evenly. "I'm going to go downstairs," he says. "I'm going to go check on Edison and apologize to Pascal. I'm going to salvage the soup. I'm going to take over the laundry. Then I'm going to start the night routine and try to get ready for the school day tomorrow." He draws in a deep breath, then adds, "What I'm not going to do is get into a screaming match with you over FaceTime. I don't think it's a great idea for you to talk to Eddie tonight either. He's pretty fragile today, and I think it would make things worse." I hang up on Wade without a farewell. Then I bury my face in my pillow, and I give myself over to sobs. But only then does it occur to me that I've yet to call Mom to check in on Babcha. So I drink some water, then I make a cup of coffee, and I watch TV for a while until I feel like my voice might be back to normal and my emotions have cooled. I place a voice call to Mom because I don't want her to see my face. She answers on the first ring. "I can't talk for long, Alice." "What's happening?" "Babcha had some kind of turn a few hours ago, and she's been moved to the ICU, Mom says. I hear the frustration in her voice as she mutters, "I'm waiting for the neurologist, but he's been next door with another patient for half a damned hour." But the nurse said it was another minor stroke. She said it's not uncommon in someone her age, but that it's a concern that it keeps happening. "Is Babcha okay?" "She's not okay, Alice," Mom says abruptly. "I think it's time we accepted that her days of being okay have passed." I know her time with us is winding down. Why else would I be in Poland on this wild goose chase? But hearing Mom say those words makes me want to weep. "Can you text me when you know what's happening?" I croak. "Alice." I can hear the apology in Mom's voice, but knowing Mom as I do, there's a good chance it's going to be followed up by some kind of sharpness anyway, and I just can't deal with that tonight. "I have to go," I say unevenly. "Just text me, okay?" And for the second time today, I hang up on someone I love. 20 minutes later, I'm still sobbing when a text comes from Mom. The good news is it was a small bleed today, and there's no new damage, but Babcha's condition is no longer considered stable. Dr. Chang is finally organizing that translator for me. She wants to talk to Babcha about whether she's ready to sign a do not resuscitate order. Then a few minutes later, when I'm trying to craft a reply, another text arrives. "By the way, your father arrived a few minutes ago. I don't suppose you had anything to do with that? Perhaps he's not the only one who should think about coming home early." "I am thinking about it, Mom," I whisper to my empty hotel room. In fact, that's pretty much all I can think about.
Chapter 35. Alina. I thought I'd be terrified while the rest of the truck was loaded. It was surely the most dangerous moment in a series of dangerous moments. But listening to the laughter and jokes of the Nazi soldiers loading the truck made me furious instead of terrified. I knew we must be at Auschwitz, and that meant my parents were possibly nearby. Were these the men who took my parents? Were these the men who killed Saul's family? I was suddenly, overwhelmingly incensed. I had been worn down by the years of occupation, so much so that I'd almost forgotten how to be outraged. But listening to the carefree tinkle of that laughter, a furious, murderous rage surged through me, especially when it occurred to me that Saul was right behind me, hearing that very same soundtrack, probably wondering the very same things. I reached up behind myself and squeezed Saul's shoulder hard. After a moment, he set his shaking hand over mine. Sometime later, we heard the door to the cabin close, and the engine started again. Time lost all meaning after that. For the most part, Saul and I sat in total silence, moving only when numbness or necessity commanded. The suitcase contained preserves jars full of water, and once each was empty, they were awkwardly repurposed for our waste. I'd packed the last of our rations, biscuits and some jam, along with the very last of Mama's bread, a veritable bounty by Saul's standards, if it only had to last us for a few days. I waited for hunger, but instead, I had to force myself to eat every now and again, and when Saul ignored my offers of food and water, I had to awkwardly shuffle until I could lift the jars and the bread to his mouth. He was a walking skeleton. I knew he simply could not afford to go too long without sustenance, and so I fed him like a baby. I was endlessly aware of the fear and the suffocation and grief for my parents and longing for Tomasz, and the itch of the cast and the sting of the splinters that came upon any part of my skin that happened to rest against the wooden crate. It was as if the entire world had paused except for my suffering. Sometimes the truck would slow or stop, and I'd hear voices, and I'd be completely resigned to what felt like an inevitability. This was so surely the end. We'd been discovered. We were done for. Death had arrived. I had failed. But despite the sheer terror, each and every time the truck then started up again, and we'd amble on until the next stop and the next scare. When the noise of the truck was loud enough, I tried to strike up a whispered conversation with Saul. Anything to ease the boredom. Anything to distract myself from the way my mind raced with all of the horrible possibilities of what lay ahead of us. Sometimes he answered me in grunts, but mostly he didn't answer me at all. I got the impression that he was sleeping a lot, or perhaps that he'd lost himself altogether in the memories of that night, in the first tender stages of a lifetime of grief, amplified by the terror of our current situation and the sensory deprivation of the entirely dark cavity we were trapped in. Eventually, I accepted that he didn't want to talk, or perhaps he was exhausted to the point that he simply couldn't. Sometimes he'd cry very quietly, and at first I hated that, but I soon realized there was something even worse, because other times he'd fall silent, and I'd feel a suffocating anxiety that he'd died, and I was trapped in what amounted to my coffin, still breathing beside an emaciated corpse. I'd hold my own breath for a moment so I could concentrate on feeling the movement of his chest behind me, just to be sure he was breathing, but sometimes it took me hours to work up the courage to do so, because I knew the reality of my situation. Even if Saul had died, I was stuck in that cavity with him until we stopped, and there was nothing at all I could do about it. By then, the smell in the cavity of the truck was so thick, I felt like I could taste our sweat and waste in the air. A different kind of death. A living prison of our life. I'd lost track of the stops and starts of the truck's journey, so I was startled when it came to a stop, and then I heard footsteps in the tray and cartons shifting around, but no conversation. Saul and I both tensed as the steps came near to us, neither one of us relaxing, even as Jakob called quietly, "Are you two okay in there? We are at the Don River, but we have to hurry. I am running late to the command center to deliver the last of the supplies." He helped us out onto unsteady feet, then lifted us both onto the ground because our limbs were too stiff to climb down. Finally, Jakub passed us the suitcase, and then he started shifting boxes around. It took me a moment to realize that he was trying to get the crate we'd traveled in out from behind the load of supplies. "What are you doing?" I gasped. He glanced at me, confused.
"I need to dispose of the crate and make the last delivery."
"Dispose of the crate?"
"I can't take it into the command center with me," he explained quietly. "If someone tries to unload it, they'll soon realize it's not what it looks like. I'd be done for."
"But you used it once before, with the other courier."
The front was much closer to home back then, and the resistance unit hid the crate for me until I made the return journey. We're well into what used to be Soviet territory here. I just don't know anyone to hide it for me."
"But there are so many who need your help, so many who—"
"I'm not much good to them dead, am I?"
Jakub interrupted me, but not unkindly.
"I built it once, I can build it again. You best be making your way to the river. I don't know what time your boat is coming. Do you have some food left?"
"Some," I whispered, but I was reluctant to drop the issue of the crate so quickly. "Maybe you could leave it here."
"Take these,"
Jakub said, and he tossed me a handful of carrots. I didn't catch them. Instead, they scattered around my feet, and I scrambled to collect them.
"Try to convince your friend to eat some too. He looks like he's going to need the sustenance if you two are going to walk soon."
"But—"
Jakub nodded toward the woods. "You ready for this?" he asked me quietly. "Things are still going to be tough from here, you know."
We both looked to Saul, who had slumped against a tree. It was dawn again. We'd been inside the crate for an entire day, and my companion looked no more lucid after the long stint inside the truck. He was slight, but so was I. There was simply no way I could physically carry him if he stopped walking, nor would I leave him behind. I'd made Tomasz a promise, and I intended to fulfill it. "I don't know," I admitted. Jakub's gaze was sympathetic.
"Get moving, girl, and good luck."
Jakub waved towards Saul, who raised his hand in return. "Thank you," I whispered numbly. I picked up the suitcase and walked stiffly across to Saul. Behind me, I heard the sound of the crate crashing to the ground, and then the splintering crashes as Jakub destroyed it. Tears filled my eyes, but I couldn't let myself look back. Instead, I slid my hand into Saul's arm and led him into the tree line, then helped him to sit on the ground. He slumped forward, elbow on his knee, palm over his eyes. I hastily threw away the jam jars containing our waste, and then withdrew the last of our biscuits and dried bread, and what little water we had left. "You need to eat again," I murmured. Saul opened his eyes. It was as if he'd emerged from a deep, god-awful sleep and was, at last, conscious again.
"Alina,"
he said suddenly. "Yes?" I said, startled by the unexpected speech. He inclined his head toward me, and he said softly,
"Thank you."
I'd feared the river crossing would be an ordeal, but we simply boarded a little boat with a gruff old farmer and were rowed across to the other side. No drama, no tension, no struggle. We were some miles to the west of the front, so while we could hear shelling in the distance, it was certainly no threat to us. If anything, the crossing was a moment of pleasant peace after the most stressful 24 hours of my life. When the boat stopped at the other side, the farmer nodded toward the riverbank. He didn't speak Polish, and neither Saul nor I knew his language. But we murmured our thanks anyway, then moved to climb out of the boat. This seemed to inspire an almost violent reaction in the farmer, who blocked our way with an oar and started pointing to the suitcase. I think he wants money, Saul whispered. I reached deep under my clothes, fumbled with the bag and withdrew some coins, then offered my palm to the farmer, who scooped them all up with a frown and grunted at us. I had no idea how much I'd given him, nor how much I had left, but he was no longer waving the oar at us, so we were free to go. I helped Saul down onto the riverbank, and then I stepped down myself. As my feet hit Soviet soil, I stopped and drew a deep breath into my lungs. If Tomasz were with me, I'd have grabbed him right then, and I'd have kissed him full on the lips. Then I'd have told him all of the thoughts as they raced through my head. How much sweeter the air tasted here. How amazing it was to be alive, and to have made it this far. How much closer we were to the life we'd dreamed about. Instead, though, I had Saul, who ambled up to the top of the bank, then glanced back at me questioningly. All I could do was make a note of my thoughts. I promised myself that one day I'd tell Tomasz every single thing about that moment. Until then, I had to carry on. "Come on, Saul," I murmured as I climbed up the riverbank to stand beside him. "We're not there yet, but we're much closer than we were." "How many miles?" he asked me. "I don't even know," I admitted. "But I know it's to the east, and it's not far." I offered him my arm. Saul leaned on me just for a moment, then he seemed to lift himself to his full height, and he shook himself. "Enough," he murmured. "It is time to carry on." And after that he walked all the way to the township. We had to stop a few times so he could rest, but he made it the whole way without much help at all. We had to wait a full day for the train that would take us toward Buzuluk, and there was nowhere for us to go in the meantime, so we slept on the platform. Saul and I crammed ourselves into a tiny alcove near some bathrooms, and we protected the suitcase and our meager food with our bodies while we slept. Despite the hordes of hungry Polish souls around us waiting for the same train, despite the concrete behind us and the cool breeze that never really stopped all night, I actually slept so well that when I woke the next morning, I thought the entire trip had been a dream. I left Saul to find a bathroom, and while I was gone, happened upon a local woman who was selling dried bread to the refugees. I handed over more coins. Again, no concept of how much or how little I'd given her. And when I returned to Saul, I was carrying not one, but 2 entire loaves hidden beneath my coat. I was worried for a while that I'd purchased too much, and it would go to waste. But in the end, that bread likely saved our lives. The train was a walk in the park for me after the darkness of the truck, despite the fact that Saul and I were sharing a cattle car with several dozen strangers in various states of health and cleanliness. There wasn't even enough room for all of us to sit at the same time. So by silent agreement, we passengers took it in turns, standing on our exhausted feet for hours at a time to free up some space for others to rest. I thought I'd had it tough during the war, but these people had clearly suffered in ways I couldn't even imagine. The woman next to me, sitting all but on top of me, was covered in weeping sores, and I could see the lice crawling through the matted lengths of her hair. Every now and again she'd start sobbing, and then just as abruptly she'd stop and close her eyes and lean limply into me, as if she'd passed out. The man traveling with her was every bit as thin as Saul, but his skin had taken on a luminescent yellow tinge. There were children on the train who were too traumatized to even cry. They'd just sit in silence, and some of them were even traveling alone. There was no toilet, so people were relieving themselves through a hole in the floor of the train, and I realized some of the sick people couldn't wait their turn when a suspiciously rank slurry started to roll around the floor. I had the suitcase with me, and I nursed it most of the time, too afraid to spoil the food by setting it on the floor and having it contaminated with the waste. I was also too scared to open it inside the train in case we were overwhelmed by the hungry crowd. Instead, I'd crack the lid a little, push one hand inside awkwardly, and rummage around inside. By doing this, I sneaked small chunks of bread to Saul when I thought no one was looking. I'd eat myself by pretending to scratch my nose with my cast-wrapped right hand and sliding my left hand and the food beneath it to my mouth. Within a day of leaving the station, Saul and I had seen enough to know that if we dared to sleep at the same time, someone would steal the suitcase. After that, we slept in short shifts, if you could call it sleep, given the almost impossible physical discomfort we were both in. But as god-awful as all of that was, for me, it was still preferable to the cavity of the truck. The cool breezes and light that crept through the cracks on the cattle car walls made all the difference. Those hints of daylight were actually glimpses of something even more precious. I could see freedom through the cracks of the wall of that cattle cart, as ever so slowly it dawned upon me that I was actually out of occupied Poland. Although I was a long way from safe and a long way from settled, I was finally free from the Nazis. As that realization started to solidify, a heaviness lifted from my chest. It was the dawning of something I'd been missing for years by that stage. The expectation that I was going to survive. As that train ambled forward, I became quite sure that everything was going to be just fine, because if Saul and I could make it that far, then of course Tomasz would. If all that we had left in the world was each other at the end of this journey, that was more than enough for me to look forward to. To most of the people trapped within that train carriage full of sickness and death and stench, the moment surely would have been a low point in their lives. But to me, I felt like I'd stumbled upon the very beginning of the future I'd dreamed about. The journey to Buzuluk took 2 full weeks. The train stopped periodically, but there was rarely food available, and when there was, those poor starved creatures we were traveling with would descend on it like animals. Saul and I managed to make the loaves of bread last for the entire journey. Only on the last day did we entirely run out of food. We were lucky. Several people from our cart died, and on those infrequent stops, the train attendants simply dumped their bodies in fields by the side of the tracks. When the attendant walked past and rolled the doors open and announced that we were at Buzuluk, Saul and I turned to one another and shared a delighted, surprised smile, as if to say, "We're alive. Can you believe it?" He'd grown stronger over the journey, rather than weaker like most of our traveling companions. And as we stepped off the platform at Buzuluk, Saul actually led the way. He was devastated, of course, but becoming strong enough to put one foot in front of the other and move under his own steam. We stopped in Buzuluk and visited some stores before we made the walk to the camp. Our clothes were disgusting, so we replaced them with the cheapest and warmest we could find. All that I kept was my coat, and I told Saul this was because it wasn't too smelly. But the truth was, Mama's ring was still in the hem. We bought still more dried bread and some biscuits. We were hopeful that once we arrived at the camp, we'd be fed real food, but we couldn't be sure, so we wanted to be prepared. "Well," he said quietly as we followed the last stragglers from the crowd on the train toward the army camp, "what do you think is ahead of us next?" "Hopefully," I said, "a nice bed with a blanket, somewhere to lie down and actually stretch out, and food. Oh, hot food. Imagine that." We laughed together, optimistic about the camp we expected to be welcomed into. It was only when the crowd's progress began to slow, and then stopped altogether, that we realized there was a problem. Soon, soldiers began walking along the line, talking to people, and we saw most of the people ahead of us in line turning back to walk toward the station, cursing and shaking their heads. "What is it?" Saul asked the soldier as he neared us.
"The camp is full," he said. "The Soviets say we only need 30,000 soldiers. We have over 70,000 people already. There's nothing here for you. You will have to return to where you came from."
"But we need to wait at this camp. We are meeting British soldiers here when they bring a shipment of uniforms. We can't go back."
Frankly, the suggestion that anyone return to that train was ludicrous. It was pointing people to their deaths, plain and simple. Aside from the exposure to disease, no one who was lucky enough to have food for the journey would have had enough to survive the return. The soldier shrugged at us and moved to walk on. "No," I said flatly, and I reached out to take hold of the soldier's arm. "I mean it. We are meeting the British here. We will not go back."
"Alina,"
Saul said very quietly, and he touched my arm to console me.
"I have not come this far to be turned away now,"
I whispered fiercely to Saul.
"And neither have you."
The soldier looked me up and down, the irritation in his gaze giving way to something I liked even less. The sudden flare of interest in his eyes reminded me of how sick I'd felt standing exposed in the strawberry patch that day, right at the start of the war. This time, though, the soldier leering at me was standing right beside me, and my hand was on his arm. I dropped my hand hastily and stepped back towards Saul a little, as if he could protect me.
"I could perhaps be persuaded to make an exception for a lovely girl like you,"
the soldier said, leaning down until his face was very close to mine, and I could smell coffee on his breath. I battled hard against the urge to show my revulsion or lean away, and I went weak at the knees with relief when he stood to his full height, until he added firmly,
"But just for you, not your boyfriend."
"No,"
I exclaimed, shaking my head frantically.
"He has to come with me. He has to."
The line around us had all but dissolved. Even those who were intending to stay and hope for the best had shuffled away from me, scared, no doubt, that the guard was about to shoot me. All that I knew was that my future lay beyond the camp. I had to get inside, and I had promised Tomasz, so I had to take Saul with me. I started to beg.
"He's a doctor. I'm sure you could use doctors in the camp if it's full, especially if the people inside are as sick as everyone here seems to be."
"We have doctors,"
he said. Then he tilted his chin at me.
"What else do you have, beautiful?"
"Food?"
"Try again."
I was getting a pretty clear idea what the soldier might want from me, and it was making me physically ill, my empty stomach threatening to try to empty itself even more. We'd used most of our rubles by then, so all I really had to offer the soldier was some coins, and I'd figured out they weren't actually worth very much. I had to think of something, because I wasn't going anywhere but through those gates.
"I have some coins,"
I offered, and I rummaged around in my pocket and withdrew what was left.
"Please," he scoffed. "Don't insult me. That's crumbs."
"Gold,"
I said heavily. I sighed, then said it again. "I have gold."
"Gold?"
he said incredulously, and beside me I saw Saul raise his eyebrows. I fumbled in the bottom of my coat for the lump, then raised the hem. The soldier continued to stare at me blankly, so I reached for his hand and held it against the lump.
"See? It's a ring. Solid gold. If you lend me your pocket knife, I'll give it to you. Surely that's enough to encourage you to let my friend come in with me."
"Let me cut it,"
the soldier said abruptly, and then the next thing I knew he had taken a knife from his pocket and had sliced the length of the seam. The ring fell out into my waiting hands, and I was trembling as I offered it to him. The soldier snatched it up into his hand and hid it quickly in his pocket.
"Do you have Polish identity papers? No one gets in without them, you know. I can't do anything about that."
"We do," I said. Both of us.
Real ones?
Of course, I said, as if he'd offended me. Then I held my breath, but it escaped as a hiccup when he turned to walk away from us. But I started to protest, and he gave me a pointed look and motioned with his head for us to follow him. Saul and I scampered after him, all the way to the gates. The other guards let us in without so much as a second look, and then the soldier pointed toward a ragged tent.
That is where you register. Get your papers ready. And if he's really a doctor, make sure you tell them. They sure could use the help.
After he turned to walk away, the soldier glanced back at me and gave me a wink.
Hope I see you around.
Saul slid his arm around my shoulders and turned me toward the registration tent.
Alina,
he said quietly,
that was the bravest thing I've ever seen.
Tomasz told me to look after you, I said stiffly. But what I was thinking was, one of these days, saving people for Tomasz Lasky is going to get me killed.
Where did you get the ring?
My mama, I mumbled, and then it hit me what I'd done, and I had to blink hard to fight back the tears. I had saved it. I was keeping it for my wedding to Tomasz. Saul's arm across my shoulders tensed a little.
I'll find a way, Alina. I'll find a way to repay you for this. All of it.
You already saved us. He wouldn't have survived if he hadn't left Warsaw with you. I'm not sure I would have survived if he hadn't come back to me. I wanted to weep, but we were in the short line waiting to register, and I knew I had to stay calm. I tried to inject some lightness into my tone. I think we are even now.
Not by a long shot, Alina, but I will find a way.
The line moved forward then, and we shuffled up together. And when we got to the front, with shaking hands, I showed the administrator the falsified paperwork Henry had given me.
Hanna Wisniewski,
he murmured as he scrawled the name down, but he barely even looked at my paperwork, because his focus was immediately on Saul. He looked closely at Tomas's passport, then peered up at Saul, then back to the aged passport. For a moment, I expected him to comment on Saul's age. He was 5 years older than Tomasz, and he looked much older still. But war had aged us all beyond our years. And instead, the guard's gaze narrowed on Saul's hair.
You're not Jewish, are you?
He asked. For a split second, Saul hesitated, so I interjected, Of course he's not. Why do you ask that?
Dark hair, miss. It's a standard question. We enrolled too many Jews in the early days, so we can't let any more in. They aren't really cut out for war. They're just too cowardly.
In an instant, I was speechless with rage. But Saul reached down and he took my hand and he squeezed it. Hard. Then he smiled at the officer as he scooped up the passport quite casually.
Is that all you need from us? He asked with a smile. All done. Welcome.
Where do we go next?
Head over to the next tent. They'll assign you jobs and sleeping quarters.
We walked toward the second tent and I glanced at Saul. I don't know how you can bear it, I whispered shakily beneath my breath.
It's just for a few weeks, he whispered back. We can figure it all out when Tomasz gets here. Besides, if they let me work as a doctor, perhaps they will be more concerned with my skill and less with my heritage by the time I tell them the truth.
He exhaled, then he admitted weakly,
Honestly, Alina, I am not yet strong enough to suffer for my faith again. Not yet. God forgive me. But it will be a relief to stay undercover for just a while.
Chapter 36. Alice. Zofia texts me and suggests we meet for an earlier breakfast and try to come up with a plan. So by 8 a.m., we're seated in the hotel restaurant. I order a double espresso because I've had almost no sleep, and for the second day in a row, I order Smollett's. Maybe it's written into my genes because apparently I love the stuff. I kept thinking I had no expectations of this trip, but it turns out I did. I have a day left here to answer Babcha's unspoken question, but I have no way of finding out how it all fits together. All I really know for sure is that there's an elderly woman named Emilia somewhere here in Poland who regularly visits what might just be an empty grave with my grandfather's name on it. Back home, Babcha is only getting sicker. It sounds like Eddie is in freefall. Wade is juggling a million balls at once, and some are inevitably falling. Callie is drowning under more responsibility than any 10-year-old should ever have to face. And I'm 5,000 miles away in Poland, achieving nothing for any of them. So, Zofia says lightly, what should we do with this day, then? I'd almost forgotten she was there. I grimace as I meet her gaze. I'm sorry, Zofia. I'm going to rearrange my flight and head home today if I can. She tilts her head, staring at me thoughtfully. You're disappointed. I understand that. There just doesn't seem much point in staying. Whatever it was Babcha wanted me to find out, we seem to be at a dead end, and back home she's getting sicker, so I do a lot of this family history stuff. I know. Sometimes I have customers who travel from all over the world trying to track down their ancestors, and they get here and they can't find anything. The whole country was messed up after the war. Birth records, death records, bodies, stories. All kinds of things were lost and can't ever be found. But there's one thing that can always be found. She raises her gaze to me, then smiles gently. That's the experience of having tried. You've never been here before, Alice. You're probably not coming back, right? Probably not, I admit. My throat is suddenly tight at the thought of the missed opportunities that fly right by me with every second I'm here. Your flight is when? Tomorrow? Yes. You have a hotel room, me, a car, and a full day. Let's use them? But my grandmother and my family... My voice grows husky, and I pause to clear my throat. My kids. Eddie is... They aren't coping without me, that's all. Alice, I don't have kids yet, so you go right ahead and ignore me if I'm way off base here, but I just have this feeling that whether you go home today or tomorrow, the outcome is probably the same. You're going to slot right back into your life and carry them all, and a week or two from now, everything will be back the way it was. And when you look back at this amazing trip, all you have to remember are the failures. Okay, we can't figure out what your grandmother wanted you to find. I know that's upsetting and disappointing, but maybe instead you can just experience a little more of the country that produced her. She slides the napkin off her lap and dumps it on her plate, then stands and shrugs. My 2 cents, as the saying goes. I'm going to go put gas in my car, and you take some time to think about it? If you decide to stay, I have some ideas how we can kill the time. Or I can take you to the airport if you want. I'll be back soon, and you can let me know what you decide to do. She gives me one last little smile, then leaves the table. I sink back into my chair and look around the hotel dining room. People sit in small groups, eating, laughing, smiling. All of those accents and languages blending together into one generally excited din. Aside from a group of men in the corner in suits, everyone else is wearing casual clothes today. Mostly active clothes, too. I wonder if everyone else here is on holiday. I wonder if I'm the only person in this room who is here, but not really here. It suddenly seems completely, brutally unfair. I'm doing something I dreamed of for years. Yes, this trip hasn't gone as I'd hoped it would. I wanted to go home with answers. Instead, it seems inevitable that I will walk away having only uncovered more questions. I let myself face the full depth of my failure. It seems that I have to accept that Babcha is going to pass away sooner or later with threads left loose that she hoped I would tie for her. It feels so unfair that after all of the love she's given me, this one thing she's asked of me is something I just can't give her. I want to sulk. I want to run home and spend her last days with her begging her forgiveness. I don't want to give up, but it feels like I have no choice. What else is there left to try? What more would she want me to do? The answer comes in an instant. She'd have me stay. Babcha would never want me to feel so guilty. She'd never want me to sulk or to throw away this opportunity. I know if she were here advising me right now, she'd give me a haughty look and she'd point to the door. I can hear her voice in my head. Go see some of my country, Alice. You're probably not going to get another chance. She'd have me look around this country she once loved so much and soak it all in. She'd have me take the downtime and resist guilt for doing so. She'd cheer me on and celebrate my courage at having tried. She'd tell me that my family would be okay without me for another day. She'd tell me that my rushing back won't make her better. In fact, it would probably be the only way I could disappoint her. When Zofia returns to the lobby 20 minutes later, I greet her with a smile. Okay, so we have today. What do you suggest we do first? Mountains or salt mines? She says without missing a beat. Which is better? I ask her. Depends. What do you fear more, heights or enclosed spaces? How far underground are we talking? I ask her. 135 meters? I can't quite figure out the math on the fly to convert that to feet, but I know it's a long way, and I hate confined spaces. I shudder and shake my head. No thanks. Mountains it is. 10 minutes later, we're back in the car and headed through the dense traffic and out of the city. Zofia again slips into tour guide mode, pointing out landmarks and historical sites. But this time, I make myself focus on her words, because whenever I let myself zone out, I think about the situation back home and I feel myself tensing up. Fortunately, Zofia is good at this tour guide gig, and by the time we're out of the city and starting the climb into mountain country, my mind is full of information about the region, like she's conducted a rapid-fire brain dump. You must try Ochipek, Zofia exclaims suddenly, and she pulls the car abruptly into the parking lot of a tiny wooden hut by the side of the road. The structure is tiny, about the size of one of the small bedrooms in my house. There's smoke pouring from the chimney, and 5 cars already in the car park. What is Ochipek? She repeats, correctly guessing that I've already forgotten the word. Smoked cheese. Out of this world. Zofia reaches across into her handbag and withdraws her mobile phone, which she switches off. Service is all but non-existent out here, she warns me. Best you turn it off now, or your battery will be drained from all of the roaming. Oh, I say, and I hesitate because I ended all of my conversations late last night on a terse note. But my family might need me. We will be back here by about 6 p.m. You can talk with them this afternoon, their time, she suggests. I look down at the phone, then sigh and send a group text. I flush with embarrassment when I realize I can send exactly the same thing to Mom, to Wade, and to Callie. I won't have much coverage today. If you need me, I'll be back in range by about 1 p.m. your time. We can talk tonight. I'm really sorry about yesterday, and I love you. And then I follow Zofia into the hut, where I indeed am impressed by the squeaky, smooth taste of smoked Ochipek. The vendor winks at me and insists I also try his homemade lemon liquor, which tastes exactly like lemonade when it first hits my tongue, but scorches the back of my throat like vodka. Zofia and the vendor laugh at the way my eyes widen, and then they laugh harder when I thump my chest as the liquid burns its way down. We are straight back in the car, and Zofia is zooming through the traffic again, stopping only to show me some impressively styled wooden huts and a breathtaking vista from a lookout. And then we keep moving on all the way to the town of Zakopane. It's high in the mountains, so high that despite the summer heat, I can see snow on some of the peaks of the mountains behind it. We stop for lunch, and I pick up some souvenirs from the stores in the town center. Necklaces fashioned with Polish amber for Callie and Mom, a sippy cup that says Zakopane for Eddie, some authentic Polish vodka as requested by my dad, and a second bottle for Wade, who surely deserves a drink after what I've put him through this week. When I think we're finished, Zofia steers me back toward her car. The town is cute, sure, she says with a grin, but what I really brought you here to do is the cable car. It's mid-afternoon by the time we reach the cable car station, and I'm taken aback by the insanely long line waiting to ride it. But Zofia asks me to wait at the end, then disappears into the crowd. 10 minutes later, she returns. Good news, she says, motioning for me to follow her. We walk all the way to the front of the line. You get to skip the line. Just one thing you have to promise me. Sure. When you get to the top, go for a walk. Enjoy the view. Take your time. But do not come back down until you stop at the restaurant for a glass of wine. It's pretty much the law, she says. Then she winks at me and farewells me to take the journey to the top alone, because she's convinced a Japanese tour guide to let me slip into a spare slot with his group. That's how I find myself standing in a cable car, hundreds of feet above the earth, squeezed into the little space with a dozen Japanese tourists and their guide. It's a 2-stage journey to the peak, but 10 minutes after we board, we are almost to the top of an immense mountain. The English announcement in the cable car tells me it is 2,000 meters above sea level.
That's 6,500 feet.
The Japanese tour guide offers me helpfully, and I give him a grateful smile. I leave the group at the cable car and begin the walk up the last little part of the mountain to the summit. There's dozens of people making the journey in each direction past me as I walk, but the tourist traffic ebbs and flows. Just as I reach the very peak, there's a break in the hikers, and for a few magnificent moments, I'm actually totally alone. A sign tells me that the valley on one side is in Slovakia, and the valley below where Zofia awaits is in Poland. The mountains are so high, the valleys below so low, and the shades of vibrant green against the white snow-topped peaks and the milky blue sky is so breathtaking, it actually leaves me feeling a little emotional. I rotate slowly, taking in a 360-degree view of one of the most stunning vistas I've ever seen. 3 days into this trip, it hits me that despite the disappointments, this has been a wonderful experience, and I'm actually lucky to have lived it. Maybe I won't be going home with any distinct answers, but somehow, the chance to connect with the roots of my grandmother's life has been satisfying in a way I'd never anticipated. And having survived this trip, failures and all, has bolstered a confidence I didn't actually know was shaken. Wade has given me a real gift this week, despite the struggle of it back home and my own struggles here. I can't wait to tell him how much of a revelation it has been to do something like this, standing on a mountaintop for no reason other than the sake of the experience. This moment is an investment in myself. I'm giving myself permission to make a memory that benefits no one but me. I love being a mother, and I love being a wife. I even love being a daughter and a granddaughter. But as I stand here on the mountaintop, I'm not any of those things. I am simply Alice, and for one breathtaking moment, I'm completely present. I don't just drink a glass of wine at the restaurant. I linger over it. Then I drink a second. And when I get back down to Zofia, I tell her one glass was for me and one was for her. She laughs and then she hugs me. You're finally getting the hang of this travel thing, Alice. As we pass the cheese huts on the way back into Krakow, I realize that I still haven't turned my phone back on, so I fish it out of my bag and hit the power button. It takes a few minutes to locate the tower, but when it does, a flurry of text messages hits the phone. There are the inevitably chilly, "Thanks for letting us know," messages from my husband, daughter, and mother in response to my warning that I'd be offline. Then a series of completely unexpected texts arrives. Alice, this is Leah, Amelia's granddaughter. Please call me back on this number as soon as you can. Alice, it's Leah again. I've been trying to call you all day. Please tell me you are still in Poland. Call me urgently. Hello, Alice. I am very scared I have offended you, and I am really sorry if I did. The policeman was my husband. I just wanted to scare you. I wasn't really going to have you arrested. Please call me back. Then finally, Alice, this is Agnieszka Trukin. I am so sorry about the mix-up at the clinic yesterday. I hope it's not too late for you to speak with us. Please call me on this number immediately if you are still in Poland. Leah and Agnieszka have been trying to call me, I tell Zofia through my shock. Zofia looks at me in surprise, but there's no time to discuss it because I've already lifted the phone to my ear to call Leah back. Alice? She greets me breathlessly on the first ring. Leah, yeah, sorry, it's me. I've been out of cell range today. But you are still in Poland? Yes, I am. Why? Did you... She interrupts me and her words are rushed with urgency. Can you come to Krakow? Tonight. I can come pick you up if you need transport. I'll come to wherever you are. I'm on my way there now. My hotel is there. I pause, waiting for an explanation, but when the silence starts to stretch, I prompt her. What's going on, Leah? You said you couldn't help me. Leah draws in a deep breath, and I can hear the remorse in her voice as she mutters, Well, I still can't, but my grandmother would very much like to meet with you.
Chapter 37. Alina. We'd so hoped that the camp would be, at least, comfortable. But we were sorely disappointed by the reality we encountered. It seemed to me that the whole world had run out of resources in those days because everywhere we went, people were starving and filthy and miserable. The camp at Buzuluk was no different. In fact, it was all the suffering we'd grown somewhat used to, but now intensely concentrated. The entire purpose of the camp was to prepare newly freed Polish citizens to contribute to combat with Allied troops. But there were no weapons to train with, far too few uniforms, and far too little food. Everyone had lice, even Saul and I within a few days, and there was no controlling them, because there was no way to bathe, let alone wash our clothes or hair. The day we arrived, we were told pesticide was on order to treat the lice. When the shipment came on the train a few weeks later, there was a single carton of chemicals provided, enough to treat a few dozen people, as if that would make any difference at all in a camp of nearly 80,000 by that stage. And by then, I was indeed cursing Tomasz for the cast, because between the lice and the itch beneath the plaster, I was even itchy in my dreams. Saul was quickly put to work in the medical clinic as Dr. Tomasz Lusky. No one questioned his age or asked to see his qualifications. I was deemed injured because of my ostensibly broken wrist and was assigned to help supervise the orphaned children during the daytime. I protested this at first, having such limited experience with children, but everyone had to do something, and I had no other skills to offer. I'd expected all of those orphaned boys and girls to be miserable and weepy. Instead, they played and laughed and ran, demonstrating a resilience that astounded me. I quickly came to enjoy that work and made friends with the older women in the same role. I was especially fond of Mrs. Conchow, who had been an opera singer before the war, and she'd sing the most beautiful songs with the children when we needed to calm them down for the informal lessons we tried to offer. It was hard but rewarding work, and each afternoon when I finished my shift, I'd feel a sense of intense satisfaction that I was doing something worthwhile for the camp. I couldn't wait for Tomasz to arrive so I could introduce him to the children. I couldn't wait to see the pride in his eyes when he saw the contribution I was making. Saul was in his element within the clinic, having quickly taken command of what passed for a surgical ward in the infirmary, but his work was so much more taxing than mine. I tried to keep a close eye on him, checking in with him every day without fail, even though sometimes that meant I'd have to wait hours for him to finish with his patients. The nurses got used to me sitting in their makeshift office, and soon, when I arrived, I'd chat with them and even help where I could with paperwork. I so admired the way Saul carried himself in that place, and I could easily picture Tomasz filling a similar role once we landed somewhere and he finished his training. With virtually no supplies and endless patients to care for, Saul was always patient and unfailingly gentle. The compassion and empathy he had for his patients astounded me. When he told me about his day, he'd describe his work as if his patients had done him the favor in letting him treat them. And perhaps they had, because despite the difficult conditions, Saul certainly seemed to thrive in knowing he was useful again. "You wait, Hannah," he'd tell me. He was constantly reminding me of my new name, because I was constantly forgetting to answer to it. "Once your Tomasz gets here, I'm going to take him under my wing again, and by the time the British come for you, he'll know more than most professors." We settled into our roles as the weeks passed, but we still met over dinner or breakfast every day. The itch beneath the cast was maddening by then, but Saul had made me promise not to scratch beneath it with a twig as I was tempted to do. Instead, he found a ruler in the administration block, and for a few wonderful minutes a day, he'd slide it carefully beneath the plaster, and with utmost care, he'd rub the skin for me. "We have to be so careful not to disturb the film canister," he murmured to me one day, as he intently concentrated on the task. And we also have to be doubly sure not to break your skin. Because if you get an infection in there, we will have to take the cast off. Don't try to do this yourself. Promise me." "Okay," I said, lost in the sheer relief of the ruler against my skin. "Good," he said, and he laughed at the blissed-out expression on my face. "Same time tomorrow?" Sometimes, when we were alone, he talked about Eva and Tikva, about the tender months he had with his daughter, about the happy years he shared with his wife before the war. Other days, we'd talk about my parents or my brothers, or it would be my turn to share a happy story about Tomasz. I thought the sharing would help the longing I felt, but somehow it made it worse. "Tomasz should be here any day," I'd whisper when the emotions swelled and tears threatened. "Any day now." Saul would smile confidently, and I'd feel bolstered, reminded of the plan, reassured that everything was still on track and things were going to be okay. But the periods of sadness came and went anyway, especially as it gradually dawned on me that unless Tomasz had news of my parents' welfare when he arrived, I had to assume, and then convince myself, that they were dead. When the grief took hold, it was Saul I talked to, and Saul who offered words of comfort. He became a dear friend to me, and I could completely understand why Tomasz thought so highly of him. "Hang in there, my friend," he said to me one day when we'd been in the camp for some weeks. "Any day now, Tomasz will arrive, and then the British will come, and you'll begin the life your parents likely dreamed of for you. A very wise young woman once said that I had to believe I was meant to survive. And now that I'm here, and I am helping these people, I can see that she was right." We shared a sad smile, and then he added, "It will be the same for you and Tomasz." "You seem happy here." "As happy as I'm ever likely to be in what is left of my life. Wherever the camp goes, I'll join them." Saul shrugged. "I have heard we will be evacuated to Persia soon, because the camp is not prepared for the winter. But whether it's there or here or even the moon, I think maybe my place is helping these people." "Despite the fact that the Polish army wouldn't have even allowed you to join this camp if they knew you were Jewish?" I said, a little incredulous at Saul's willingness to forgive. "When the time is right, I'll be honest about who I am, my name and my heritage. And you'll see what I knew all along. When a man is a patient on an operating table, and there's only one person in the room with the skills to save his life, that patient will instantly forget that he used to be a bigot." I laughed weakly, but then I had a sudden thought. "I'll miss you if you do stay on. I wish you would come with me and Tomasz instead. Perhaps we would all be able to settle together in England. Wouldn't that life appeal to you instead?" "You and Tomasz will have a wonderful life together," he assured me. "And it's a life you've more than earned. I won't tag along. A fresh start will do you both the world of good." Saul had become a good friend to me, an ally when I otherwise would have been alone. It made me happy then that he was thinking about his own future again, even if his eye was still on the war. I was just glad that he seemed to have found a light at the end of the tunnel of his grief, because in those early days when he was all but catatonic at the loss of his wife and child, I'd thought such a thing impossible. It seemed to me that almost everyone was sick in the camp, and I was no exception. We'd been in the camp for almost 2 months, and I'd had a stomach flu on and off for much of that time. Some nights, I'd try to eat whatever scraps were set out before us, and I'd manage only a mouthful or two before the sickness resurged. I actually felt lucky. I was always able to tolerate at least water, and Saul assured me that as long as that was the case, and I could keep my food down at least once a day, I would be okay. I knew that half of the beds in the infirmary at any given time were patients with acute diarrhea, and when they became dehydrated, they usually died. All I could do was eat when I could and wait for it to pass. At breakfast one morning, I looked down at the slightly moldy bread we'd been served and had to push it away before I retched. I felt miserable that day, and I drew in a deep breath and tried to remind myself this was all only temporary. "Tomasz should be here any day," I said, and I waited for Saul to echo the reassurance he always provided. Instead, though, he said suddenly, "Eva and I really didn't intend to fall pregnant with Tikva." I looked up at him in surprise, momentarily distracted from my nausea, and he shrugged. "War is not a time when people plan to bring a child into the world, especially not the situation we were in. But we loved each other, and all we had was each other, so it was natural for us to express that. And I really thought we were being careful, but these things happen. Would you like to know how I discovered she was pregnant?" "How did you realize?" I asked him. Saul smiled sadly. "We were traveling from Warsaw with Tomasz. We'd been on the road for a few weeks, hiding where we could, eating what he could find for us. He was so much better at scavenging than me. One day, he trapped and caught a duck. Can you imagine? We roasted it on a fire, and it was like manna from heaven, Alina. Oh, the taste and the texture, my God." He pressed his knuckles to his mouth like a delighted child, and I laughed. "It was a miracle. Tell me, when was the last time you ate roast anything?" I laughed weakly. "I can't even remember." "Exactly. And there we were, hiding in a cave of all places, and your Tomasz provides us a feast like that. We were all so excited. But Eva lifted the duck meat to her lips and put it on her tongue, and then she was ill. She said the taste was divine, but the texture turned her stomach, and she couldn't understand why," he said. The joy had faded from his face until his gaze was distant, but then he turned it upon me. "Alina, do you understand why I am telling you this story?" I gaped at him, and then there was a rushing sound in my ears, and I knew I was going to be sick again. But it was even worse than that this time, because my whole body seemed to turn to jelly, and Saul caught me as I slid from the chair toward the dirt floor of the dining tent. With help from one of the stronger men from the dining hall, Saul carried me outside into the fresh air. He sat beside me and rested his hand on my shoulder, and as soon as we were alone again, he said, "I didn't mean to shock you. Forgive me." I hadn't cried in all of that time. Not in the truck, not on the train, not even when I sacrificed Mama's ring, not in the camp. I had become a braver version of myself than I'd ever realized was possible. But this was too much. I had not had a period since we left Poland, but my cycle had been unpredictable throughout the whole war, so I hadn't missed it. But Saul was right. Even when we did get food, I'd been far too sensitive as to what I could stomach. And just like Saul and Eva, Tomasz and I had thought we'd been careful. But we'd been dizzy with the joy of finally being together, and we'd leaped into our sexual relationship with less care than we probably should have. "Mama will be so angry with me, and Father, and the people here will judge me." "No, they will not," Saul said, "because Tomasz will marry you." "But everyone will know before then, Saul," And then, for the very first time, I spoke aloud a thought I'd been too terrified to give voice to until that moment.
He should be here by now, shouldn't he? What if he's not even coming?
If he was really here, what would he do? It took less than a heartbeat for me to answer that question.
He would marry me. He was going to marry me. He promised we'd find a priest the very day we arrived, but...
Then Tomasz will marry you. Today. I stared at him blankly, and Saul's expression softened. Alina, I will stand in his place just for now, because that is exactly what he would want me to do. And later that day, that's exactly what he did. There was much excitement about our wedding among the people we knew in the camp. Tomasz was building quite a reputation as a surgical miracle worker, and strangers brought us gifts. There was a perfect little wildflower from a woman Saul had treated weeks earlier, a luxurious new blanket from one of the camp administrators, and, best of all, some soap from Mrs. Conchal. All of the staff at the orphanage had banded together to barter for it. We went to the dining hall for our dinner meal, and by some miracle the cooks had found a fresh sausage. Saul and I shared it, and it was such a gift and a blessing that for a moment or two I was moved to deep gratitude by the effort and the generosity of our friends. For a few minutes I forgot how broken everything was, and I let myself feel happy because I felt so loved and so accepted. But then Mrs. Conchal approached us again, a huge grin on her face, her hands clasped before her chest.
We have another surprise for you, for your wedding night.
And with rising dread, I followed her to a tent that had been moved apart from all of the other tents. No small feat, given the entire camp was overflowing with humans desperate for shelter. This was a small tent, fit only for two.
Surprise,
Mrs. Conchal said proudly.
Thank you, Mrs. Conchal,
I said. My lips were numb. I could not look at Saul. I couldn't even force my eyes to shift in his direction. Mrs. Conchal kissed my cheeks, then Saul's, then she wished us a good night and left us be. I crawled onto the mattress she'd placed on the floor of the tent, rolled onto my side, and burst into tears. "I'm so sorry," Saul said desperately. "Forgive me, Alina. This was never my intention. I didn't think they would—"
He's not coming, is he? What if I'm all alone with this baby?
Saul sat beside me, and he rested his hand over mine and gave a gentle squeeze. "Here is the thing, Alina," he whispered softly. "War breaks us down to nothing more than our most selfish will to survive. But when we rise above that instinct, miracles can still happen. I helped Tomasz. Tomasz helped me. You helped me. In more ways than you can ever know. And now, at last and in this small way, I am grateful for the opportunity to help you in return. This, my friend, is how we find the best of humanity during times when the worst of humanity may seem to have the upper hand. You are not alone. You won't be, not for a single moment until Tomasz arrives. I traveled from Warsaw with Tomasz. I have seen firsthand that his drive to be with you is relentless. This time will be no different. And until that moment when Tomasz arrives to take his place, no matter when that moment comes, I will care for you and your baby as if you are my own." Everything changed after that day. Saul and I were moved into a married couple's dorm, and there was no way for us to avoid sharing our bed on an ongoing basis. We'd suffered more awkward intimacies on the journey to that point, but sharing a tiny single bunk with a man who was only a friend was not something I relished. But the cold was coming in, and the summer tents were not nearly enough shelter. So soon enough, Saul and I were relying on each other's body warmth to keep us from freezing. Every single night he'd wrap me in his arms, and right beside my ear I'd sense his lips moving as he prayed without making a single sound. Saul kept his promise. He nurtured me, constantly going out of his way to find me foods I could tolerate. And that was no small task in a camp where food was a scarce commodity. He arranged for my work duty to be transferred to the office of the infirmary clinic, where I spent my days in a heated room, sitting down and filing away patient records and chatting with the nursing staff. Some days, when the kitchen served up a meal I could stomach, Saul would insist I eat his share. And if I refused, he would force me to, lifting the food to my lips in exactly the same fashion I had done for him in the crate on the truck. Had Saul not married me, I would have become a pariah. Unmarried mothers bore an intense stigma even during wartime. Had Saul not cared for me, it's possible I'd have starved early in the pregnancy, when it was so difficult to eat and he worked so hard to ensure I did. I'd had the cast on my arm by then for months, so it was filthy and uncomfortable and starting to crumble at the edges. Other doctors in the infirmary had started to suggest it really should come off, and it was Saul who provided excuse after excuse why I needed to wear it just a little longer. Saul was there for me and my baby when Tomasz could not be. I knew that no matter what happened after that, I'd be grateful to him forever. Soon we'd been in the camp for almost 3 months. My rounding belly was almost filling out against my trousers, and the sickness had finally passed. I was in the infirmary filing when I heard someone calling for Saul from outside. Of course they were calling Tomasz, because that's what we called him in the camp, even me by necessity, something I'd never felt comfortable with. This voice was urgent and alien. Saul was in the makeshift theater then, so I went out to see what the fuss was. I didn't recognize this soldier's uniform or the language he spoke. All I knew was that at the end of every sentence, he said a butchered version of the most beautiful words I knew. "Tomasz Slaski?" the man said, and I pointed toward the theater room. But the man pointed toward the administration block of the camp, and then he said, "British? Britiski? Tomasz Slaski?" Suddenly I understood. This man was British, and he had Tomasz. Clearly the delay in Tomas's arrival was because his plan had changed. He'd met up with the British somewhere else and was finally back to get me. I squealed, and I started to run to the administration block. I made plans as I ran. I would throw myself at him. I would smother him with kisses. The camp administrators would be confused because they thought I was married to someone else. But I couldn't use restraint. I couldn't. Once I saw Tomasz, I would never, ever let him go, not ever again. There were more men in strange uniforms outside the admin block, and I approached one and asked desperately, "Tomasz Slaski?" He looked at me blankly for a moment. Then his eyes lit up, and he nodded and looked at me expectantly. And we stared at each other, each waiting for something. I quickly became impatient with him and moved on to another soldier, but got much the same result when I said Tomas's name. "Hannah," a deep voice said behind me. But it was Saul, not Tomasz, and I turned back to him frantically. "They have Tomasz, Saul." "Hannah," Saul said again, very gently. "Have you seen him? He's here Alina." I froze, startled at Saul's loud and unexpected use of my real name. His gaze softened. "These men are British. They are here delivering the uniforms, and they are looking for me. Do you understand? They have come to collect Tomasz, like we planned. I stared at him, trying to process the implications of this. Finally, the terrible, terrible reality of my situation struck me. Tomasz should have arrived by then. Tomasz had not arrived, and we hadn't made a contingency plan. "I have to stay," I blurted, shaking my head. "I can't leave. He must still be coming. He must be on his way." Saul caught my forearm and he pulled me into the administration block, and then into a room all on our own. He rested his hands on my shoulders, and he stared right into my eyes. "You have to calm down and concentrate," he whispered. "You have to think this through very quickly. We've come so far with that film, Alina. That cast has been agonizing for months, and you've endured it for this moment. Tomasz is not here, but I am sure he's still coming. He will not stop when he gets here and finds we're gone. People at this camp will tell him where we went, and he will find you. But I can't." He broke off, suddenly frustrated. "Alina, if you stay here in these conditions, the chances of you and your baby surviving are slim to none, especially if I go with these soldiers. And I feel like I have to. How can I not tell someone about what is happening at home? How can I betray my wife and my baby and my people by wasting this chance to help?" An hour later, I was sitting in the back of a transport with Saul on our way to an airfield where I would board a plane for the very first time. We had no bags to take with us. The suitcase was long gone, and our only possessions in the world were the clothes we were wearing on our backs and the tiny leather shoe that Saul was still carrying absolutely everywhere he went, tucked into the waistband of his undergarments.
Chapter 38. Alice. Emilia Szlasky is now Emilia Gorka. She's retired from a very successful career as an artist, and she lives in a surprisingly luxurious apartment block with a view of Wawel Castle, just a half-dozen blocks from my hotel. When I knock on the door to her apartment, my stomach is churning, and the anxiety only worsens when the door opens and Leah is there. "I'm really sorry," she says. "I was just trying to protect her." "Let them inside, Leah," another woman chastises from deep within the apartment, and Leah steps aside. I suspected we shared a likeness from the thumbnail photos of her online, but there's no question now that I'm related to Agnieszka Trukin. We share the same green eyes, and her hair is gray, but we have the same hairline, the familiar widow's peak at the center. She approaches me and takes my hands between hers. She's frowning, though, staring at me hard, and there's an awkward moment where she just stares at me and doesn't say anything until she shakes herself and says, "It really is a pleasure to meet you." "Likewise," I say, and she smiles. "And this is my guide, Zofia." The woman nods toward Zofia, but then we fall into a lengthy silence again. Agnieszka is staring at me, but now she looks quite stricken. I'm confronted by our likeness too, but I don't understand this prolonged awkwardness at all. "You must be Agnieszka?" I prompt. "Yes, I'm Agnieszka Gorka Trukin. I'm sorry." She laughs softly. "I just didn't expect you to look." She trails off, then glances at me again, her eyes widening all over again, as if she can't believe what she's seeing. "Leah," she scolds, "I can't believe you ever doubted her." "I could see she was related," Leah mutters, "but I told you I thought she was here looking for money, and then I really didn't want to upset—" She trails off, and they're both staring at me, until I start to feel incredibly self-conscious. I gently pull my hands back and smooth my hair down. Agnieszka clears her throat, then explains, "Forgive us, Alice. Leah just didn't explain that you're so familiar, that's all. Please, come through to the sitting area. Mama is so very anxious to meet you." Zofia and I follow her through to a large sitting area, lined with bookshelves and furnished with heavy antique furniture. Seated in one of the deep leather chairs is a tiny elderly woman. Her hair is carefully set, she's wearing heavy makeup and a set of ornate jewelry that's almost as big as she is. She gasps when I step into the room, and I smile at her, but I kind of want to gasp too, because I actually look more like this stranger than I do my own grandmother. I kind of figured I might share some physical features with my distant relatives here in Poland, but in this case, it's so much more than a passing resemblance, and Agnieszka's odd reaction when she saw me is starting to make sense, because I'm staring hard at Emilia like Agnieszka stared at me. Emilia stares right back, shock in her eyes. Those eyes that are so uniquely colored, the same striking green that Eddie and I share. Emilia reaches out her hands to me, and I see that they are shaking. I approach her hastily, and then because she's sitting so low, I have to crouch to let her take my hands. Her skin is soft and wrinkled, just like Babcia's, and she stares up at me in wonder. Then her hands lift until she's cupped my face in hers. Soon she's crying. 2 heavy tears roll from her eyes and into the lined skin of her cheeks and onward, down toward her neck. She starts to speak in Polish, rapid-fire words loaded with those sounds that still seem so alien to my ears, and I'm not even sure who she's speaking to or if she's expressing happiness or sadness. "Is she okay?" I ask Agnieszka, who has taken the seat beside her. Agnieszka's eyes have filled with tears, and she nods.
"She is overwhelmed. She's not sure how this is possible. You're obviously my uncle's grandchild, Tomasz," Agnieszka murmurs. "Mama is saying that you could be her twin when she was younger, but Tomasz died in 1942, before he could marry Alina, so we're not really sure how she came to be pregnant by him."
"Oh," I say, and I frown and shake my head. I feel so awkward, because I can't imagine it's going to be easy for Emilia to hear the news that her brother did not, in fact, die during the war. But it needs to be done. So I draw in a deep breath and say, "I'm really sorry, but that's just not right. Tomasz, my pa, only died last year. He had a very long, very happy life in America." There's suddenly a flurry of rapid-fire Polish. Agnieszka, Emilia, Leah, and Zofia all taking turns firing speech at one another, while I stare back at Emilia as she cries and strokes my face. As the conversation progresses, they each raise their voices a little, and to my ears it sounds like an argument. They all fall silent abruptly, and Zofia touches my arm and says gently, "Alice, could we video chat your grandmother, do you think? Emilia would like to see her." "Did you explain that she will be able to understand their Polish, but can't speak back to them?" I say, pulling gently away from Emilia's hands to glance at her. Zofia nods. "I explained that. Emilia said she'd hop on a plane and go to America now if doctors weren't all idiots, including her daughter. She's not allowed to travel because of her health," Zofia murmurs softly. I flash Emilia a smile, because that sounds exactly like something my grandmother would say. Then I withdraw my mobile phone from my pocket. "Are you going to FaceTime her?" Leah asks me, and I nod. She seems desperate to please now, a complete 180-degree turn from yesterday at the clinic. "Then let me get the big MacBook. Her eyesight isn't the best. The bigger screen will help Babcia see." At first I think she's talking about my Babcia, but then I realize she's talking about her own. And of course that makes sense, but it's also kind of shocking after a lifetime of being the only person I know who has a grandmother called Babcia instead of Grandma or even Nana. I place a quick voice call back to Mom. She's at her chambers, but she agrees to go to Babcia immediately. "Who is this we're speaking to?" Mom asks me, somewhat suspiciously. "We got through to the mysterious Emilia Szlaski," I tell her, Pa's sister. "I thought you said it was a dead end," Mom says. "It was," I say. "The dead end opened up again." "Are you sure it's the right person?" I laugh weakly as I stare at Emilia. "You'll understand when you see her." While we wait for Mom to drive to the hospital, Emilia touches up her lipstick, her hand shaking as she raises it to her lips, but stilling as she uses it, and then she orders Agnieszka and Leah into the kitchen, where they prepare tea and a light supper for Zofia and I. And the whole time, between ordering her family around in a matriarchal way I know all too well from my own Babcia, and preening herself for a decades overdue reunion, Emilia stares at me. At one point, she reaches out and touches my forearm, then recalls her hand and shakes her head, as if she can't quite believe what she's seeing. She doesn't seem upset to find out her brother was alive for all of that time, I whisper to Zofia, who winces and says, "She doesn't believe he was. Hopefully this call will straighten things out." Then the text comes from Mom. "I'm with Babcia now. She's very alert today, and I think she understands what's happening. I'll answer when the FaceTime call comes in, so go ahead whenever you're ready. Ready? I ask Leah, who speaks to Emilia in Polish. I pass the laptop to Leah, and we hear the familiar sound of the call connecting. Leah lines the camera up on the lap table so that her great-grandmother's face fills the screen. When the call collects, Emilia gives a gasp of recognition and delight, and then on a slight delay, a mirrored gasp travels over the line from Florida. Alina, duża siostra, Emilia cries, and she reaches for the laptop and holds the screen between her palms. Her eyes fill with tears, and I shift so that I can see the screen. Babcia is propped up in bed, the stark white of the hospital pillow behind her, but she leans toward the camera on the iPad. There's no mistaking the unadulterated joy on her face. She called her big sister, Zofia whispers to me. Emilia starts to speak in Polish, but she's speaking incredibly quickly. I look to Leah in alarm. I'm not sure my Babcia is going to be able to keep up with her, I whisper. Leah says a few hesitant words to Emilia, who rolls her eyes and says something to Babcia. Babcia rolls her eyes too, then gives an exasperated nod. Zofia stifles a giggle. Emilia just told your grandmother that the young people assume they are stupid because they are old, and asked her if she can understand. Emilia speaks again, with much less force behind the words now. Her tone is so gentle she could have been speaking to a sick child. Even so, the words flow in a steady and determined stream, and I wait for her to pause so I can ask Zofia for a translation, but no pause comes. After a while, I realize that I'm the only person in the room here in Krakow who isn't struggling to hold back tears. Zofia, I whisper urgently. Zofia shuffles to sit on the armrest of my chair so she can whisper in my ear. So, firstly, Emilia's adoptive parents were Alina's sister and her husband, Truda and Mateusz. She says Alina saved her life, then found her a loving family that gave her a better life than she could have hoped for. She tells Alina that Truda and Mateusz survived the war and lived to a happy, fulfilled old age. Now Emilia is thanking her and... oh, that's lovely. She's exceedingly grateful to your grandmother, and she's thanking the Blessed Mother for this chance to say thank you. It's just beautiful. There's more Polish now, but this time Emilia is directing it at Leah and Agnieszka and Zofia. Okay, Zofia says softly. Now she says that Tomasz had been working for the Zygota Council. At my blank look, she explains, the Polish government in exile set up a group to assist Jewish people during the occupation. Tomasz had been helping several groups in hiding, including a young doctor and his family. Emilia thinks the doctor's name was Sol. Sol Weiss? I think we can assume so, Zofia says absent-mindedly, because she's focusing hard on Emilia. Right, so Tomasz had organized a way out of Poland for himself and for Alina, but when the day came for them to go, Sol and his family were discovered by the Nazis. It seems they had been hiding with the farmer, and the farmer had betrayed them all, Tomasz included. Emilia begins to speak again, and I have to watch my grandmother's heart break right there on the laptop screen, almost as if it's a slow-motion stream. She's not wailing, she's not sobbing, but her face has crumpled, and her tears flow as constantly as Emilia's words do. Zofia sighs sadly. Sol's wife and baby had been killed. Eva and Tikva, I whisper. Emilia is quietly crying now as she speaks, looking into the camera toward my grandmother. Tomasz had already planned an escape. He had agreed to act as a courier, to take a canister of film across the border and to meet up with some English soldiers. Alina was to travel with him, but Tomasz refused to leave once the Nazis learned his identity. He was concerned for Emilia and her adoptive parents, because at that time, the Nazis had been executing the entire families of those who aided the Jews. This meant that Alina had to go without him and to take the film herself. Wow, I say. I glance back at the screen and see my grandmother is still silently crying. Emilia says she was not at all surprised when Tomasz told her what Alina was doing, because Alina Dziak was the bravest girl she knew. Zofia speaks to Emilia for a moment, then tells me, "It is like I told you at the grave. It was almost impossible to leave during the occupation. Alina had to be smuggled out of the Third Reich, across the Eastern Front, and into Soviet territory, and then somehow she made it all the way to America." She's a tough lady, I whisper. Even so, that's amazing. What was on the film? Tomasz didn't tell her, but Emilia figured it out much later. She thinks it was photos from Auschwitz. Zofia pauses, listening a moment as Emilia begins to speak again. Ah. So, then they decided that Sol would go with Alina. Emilia, she thinks that Sol probably took Tomas's identity papers too. It takes me a moment to process the implications of this, but then it hits me like a punch to the stomach, and the shock is so intense that I can't even breathe. But there's no time for me to linger in my panic, because Emilia is still talking and Zofia is still translating. I have to immediately refocus my attention on the conversation at hand. After Alina and Sol had left, Tomasz came to Emilia's home early in the morning, and he woke her family up. She says he was very distressed and in a desperate hurry. He gave Emilia a message for Alina, then he told her adoptive parents to flee immediately. After that, he ran to turn himself in. "Why would he do that?" I whisper. Zofia and Emilia talk for a moment, then Zofia turns to me again. Tomasz knew so much about the Jews in hiding in the area. He knew the Nazis would be determined to find him, and inevitably that would mean checkpoints on the roads. Zofia's eyes flick from Emilia's face to mine. Emilia says he was quite frantic. He tried desperately to think of an alternative, but the only way to be sure the Nazis wouldn't search Alina's truck as it left the district was to end the manhunt. And there was only one way he could do that. I bite my lip, glancing hesitantly at Babcia. She is sobbing, and my mother is hovering helplessly beside her. Emilia continues in a hoarse whisper, and Zofia translates. Emilia says now that it is an honor to finally deliver her brother's message, that he'd be waiting for Alina on the other side because, even in death, he would keep his promise that they would be reunited. I look at the MacBook screen. My grandmother's jaw hangs loose, and she lets out a moan of sheer grief that makes me sick to my stomach. "Alice," Mom says flatly, and the screen shifts to her very pissed-off face. "What the hell is going on?" I know Mom can't hear Zofia. Emilia's impassioned declarations are loud. Zofia's voice is soft and close to my ear. I'm going to have to tell her. I'm going to have to tell her. "Mom," I say unevenly. "Please, just give me a moment." "But she's so upset." Emilia lets loose with a string of frustrated Polish, and Agnieszka says urgently, "Perhaps your mother could put the camera back onto your grandmother?" "Mom, please," I beg, and I can't help it. I start to cry. "This is important," I choke through my tears. "Please, Mom, please." Mom gives a growl, then the lens refocuses on Babcia's face. "One more minute, then if someone doesn't tell me what's going on, I'm ending this," I hear Mom warn. Emilia is momentarily silent now, giving her friend a chance to process what she's heard. Babcia's grief and heartbreak are written all over her face, but as I stare at her, those emotions shift just a little until finally, she looks something like relieved. Emilia speaks again, and this time her words fall more slowly. Finally, Zofia can keep up. She asked Alina if she was okay. Babcia nods, then waves her right hand, indicating for Emilia to continue. She's telling your grandmother that after the occupation ended, Tomasz was honored as righteous among the nations. That's the medal we saw on his gravestone. Babcia is smiling sadly now, nodding. Her pride is evident. That's all important and beautiful, but I can't even focus on her just yet. But Emilia definitely said it was Saul who left Poland with Alina, not Tomasz. Is she absolutely sure? I whisper to Zofia, then a sob bursts from my lips. Because the thing is, that means I will have to tell my mom. Emilia looks at me, and she puts her hand on my arm again. She whispers some words to Zofia, who tells me carefully. Yes, Emilia is quite sure that Tomasz was executed. Mateusz paid the guard to retrieve his body so they could bury him before they left for the city. It was Emilia's idea to take him to the hill. She says she used to catch him with Alina there kissing all of the time, and she knew that was the place where Tomasz was happiest. They marked the grave with rocks, and she returned in the 70s with the headstone once she had the money to do so. But why did she never reply to the letters? I blurt to Agnieszka. My Babcia tried so hard to reach her. She wrote for years and years. Why didn't Emilia respond? There's a moment of quiet conversation, then Emilia turns to the camera, and her gaze is stricken. "We think your babcia sent the letters to the house in Trebinia," Agnieszka tells me softly. "But even once the war ended, the communists had possession of the house, so Mama never did move back there. We didn't even get the clinic back until the 70s after I qualified, so Mama never received the letters. But she wants you to know that she tried so hard to find your babcia. Tomasz had told her that Alina would be waiting in England somewhere, likely using the name Hannah. So once she was old enough to travel, that's where my Mama went." "She was looking in the wrong country," I whisper. "Besides," Zofia remarks sadly, "even though she knew to look for Hannah, she could have never known to look for Mrs. Szlaski." I leave everyone else in the living room and walk into one of Emilia's bedrooms. I text Mom to call me when babcia is settled, and after 10 or 15 minutes, the FaceTime comes to my phone. Mom takes the news of her parentage with the dried-eyed stoicism I'd expect from her, despite the fact that I'm sobbing as I explain. "I'm worried about you," she says, peering into the camera. "Christ, look at you. You're a mess, Alice." I laugh weakly and wipe at my eyes. "It's been a very long day," I say. Then I ask, "Is babcia okay?" She's exhausted. I've left her to nap, but she looks so happy. I don't know how else to explain the change in her, except to say that your grandmother seems at peace. That's a pretty remarkable thing to gift an old woman. I hope you're proud of yourself, and I'm sorry I wasn't more supportive. I guess you could see she needed you to take this trip even when I couldn't." "Thanks, Mom," I murmur, and I'm grateful for the concession. But I know my mother, and I know it's at least in part a deflection. "But you do seem to be taking this pretty well, Mom." Mom sighs, then tilts her face to stare up at the roof for a moment. Then she drops her gaze back to the iPad, and she says to me, "Dad was Dad, Alice, and he was a great man, whether he was really Saul or Thomas. I was his daughter, and I never doubted that for a second of his life. I don't know why they never told me, and maybe later, once it sinks in, I'll be upset or angry, but for now, I'm just sad for babcia, that she was never able to tell us about what happened back there, that she waited her whole life for closure." Her voice breaks, and she pauses carefully before she adds, "Will you give Emilia a message for me?" "Of course." "Please tell her that her brother gave his life for the best man I ever knew," my mother says abruptly. "Tell her that my father loved my mother, and he loved me, and he helped hundreds, thousands of children in his career, and he was the best dad and friend and husband and—" She stops abruptly, then clears her throat again before she says calmly, "Just tell her that Saul Weiss, if that's who I knew as my dad, did not waste a second of the life he was given. Neither did Mama. Make sure that Emilia knows that the sacrifice her brother made was not wasted." "I will, Mom," I whisper unevenly. Mom's eyes are filling with tears, and I can tell she's not going to be able to blink them away this time. I'm not surprised when she says gruffly, "Babcia needs. I need to go. I'll talk to you tomorrow." I'm on the way back to the hotel, drained but exhilarated, and I think Zofia feels the same because she's fallen very quiet over there in the driver's seat. It's just after 11 p.m. Krakow time, and my phone sounds from my handbag. I realize that I still haven't called Wade or the kids, and I flush as I bend to search for it. The message on the screen is not one I'm expecting.
"Mommy, I'm about to FaceTime you. Please, please, please answer, but mute your phone, because I don't want the boys to know we're watching them."
I frown as I quickly reply, "What's going on? Is everything okay? You won't be able to see me because it's very late here and I'm in a car." She doesn't reply. Instead, the video call comes in, and I answer it immediately. Callie's face fills the screen, and she holds her hands up to her lips, so I mute the call. Then she's walking through the house, and she holds the phone into the doorway of the dining room. Wade and Edison are sitting at the dining room table. I squint at the screen, but it takes me only a moment or two to realize that they're playing chess. I hear Eddie's AAC, but I can see that it's Wade who's using the screen. "Your turn." There's a pause. Then Wade and Eddie both laugh. Eddie's laugh is tinged with mischief and pride, and Wade's sounds surprised. "Huh, you got me, buddy," Wade says. Then he glances down at the iPad, and the AAC says, "Good work." Eddie takes the iPad, and then he laughs with delight as he claps with sheer excitement as the AAC announces, Eddie, pawn, eat, dad, pawn. The angle is all wrong, and Callie's iPad is too far away for me to be sure, but when Wade looks up at Eddie, I think I can see a glimmer of something new in his gaze. I can't tell if it's affection or love or pride, but the specifics don't even matter. Wade is using the AAC, and Eddie and Wade are playing chess. It's been a big day, one of the most emotional of my life, but this is almost too much. I hold it all together while Callie walks back to her room, and then I unmute the call. How long has that been going on? I ask her. My voice is husky from all of the crying back at Amelia's house, and I brace myself, hoping to dodge the question if Callie notices and asks why. She's too busy chuckling at her father, though, and she grins at me as she says, Well, a few days ago, Dad started trying to teach Eddie the rules so they could play together, but he insisted on talking as he did it, so that was obviously a miserable failure, Callie says. Then she rolls her eyes. But then this morning, Eddie found the instructions book in the box from the chess set, and he sat and read the whole thing. Then he got the AAC and he asked Daddy to play. Dad finally seemed to realize if they were going to play together, he'd need to communicate on Eddie's terms, not his own. They've been sitting there ever since. Dad won the first game easily, but I have a feeling he's going to let Eddie win this one. I just thought you'd like to see, since it's a miracle and all that Dad finally listened to us. Sometimes, I choke, Daddy has to see things for himself. I guess maybe I should have thought of that a few years ago. Oh, please, Mommy, Callie laughs. You do enough around here. You shouldn't have to think for Daddy as well. How's the holiday? It's not a I start to correct her. Then I pause. Pascal, today, I stood at the top of a mountain and I could see into 2 different countries at once. And I uncovered a secret from your Babcia's past that's so amazing. I can't wait to tell you all about it when I get home. One day, we're going to come here to Europe together, and I'm going to make you try sauerkraut. What's that? Fermented cabbage. Ew, Mom! Way to make a gross food even grosser! Zofia and I share a grin. It sounds like things are okay there without me, I say to Callie. Her gaze softens. Mommy, we miss you. A lot. But I can't wait to hear all about your trip. And we're doing okay today. 2 more sleeps, right? 2 more sleeps, I murmur. Then I yawn, loudly. Callie laughs. Honey Bear, I'm at my hotel now, so I need to go, but please tell Daddy I'll call him in 5 minutes. Sure thing, Mom. Talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Love you too, Honey Bear, I say. Then she hangs up the call. Zofia parks the car, then she turns to me. Glad you didn't go home this morning, she says, and I laugh softly. That's maybe the understatement of the decade. Hi, Alice. Wade is wary when he answers my call. He stares into the camera as if it's about to bite him. I'm sorry, I blurt, and his eyebrows knit. I know, you texted me. No, Wade, I'm really sorry. A sob breaks, and now he looks quite terrified. Eddie needs you every bit as much as he needs me. You've done things with him this week I couldn't have done, and that can only open up his world. I'm sorry. Allie, I'm sorry too, Wade whispers. Then I see the flush creep under his skin. There were things I didn't understand at all. I get it a bit better now. I figured out Babcia's big mystery, I blurt through my tears, and then, sobbing uncontrollably now, I try to bring him up to speed with the day. Alice, he says when I finally stop with the weepy babbling. I am so damned proud of you. Just for a second, all of the chaos inside me eases, and my mind is completely still. I have a great love just like Babcia's great love. And this man is it. It's not clean and simple, because our lives are not clean and simple, and it's harder day to day to keep that love in our focus, because we have so much else to manage. But right now, just for a moment, the static of managing our kids and his career and the dynamics of our home life has completely cleared, and my love for Wade surges until it's all I can think about. Right now, I know one thing for sure. If this separation between us was open-ended, I'd be focused on getting back to him until the very moment of our reunion, no matter what that reunion looked like. Babcia, fire, Tomasz. I close my eyes because I finally understand. Wade?
Yes, honey,
He whispers. Babcia, fire, Tomasz. Finally, I get it. Fire doesn't represent passion. It doesn't even represent love. It represents literal fire. Babcia wants me to bring her ashes home. She wants me to lay her to rest with Tomasz. Wade's gaze softens.
Well, my love, then that is what we will do.
I'm unbelievably excited to see my family, and for the whole flight home, I'm picturing them waiting at the arrivals gate. I imagine running to them and embracing the kids, and everyone is smiling and excited to have me home. I know I'm kidding myself, because with Eddie's disability, an arrivals gate is a challenging place to navigate. The endless sounds and scents and the surging crowd make for a perfect storm of sensory overload, which, combined with the emotional impact of my return, is almost guaranteed to result in a meltdown. Reality hits when the plane touches down, and I turn my phone on, but it's the very best kind of reality.
Honey, I'm not sure how Eddie would go in the busy arrivals lounge, so I found a place to park and will wait for you at the car. I hope you aren't too disappointed.
Disappointed is not the word I'd use to describe my feelings as I read that text message. Proud and incredulous are probably closer to the truth, because Wade has understood and predicted Eddie's reaction, and he's found his own workaround without a shred of intervention from me. And I get my moment of overjoyed reunion because I see the car just as Callie sees me. She's standing by her door, but the minute we make eye contact, she runs at me and starts a stream of high-pitched, excited chatter. This means I get a moment or two alone with her before I even see Eddie, who's still strapped into his seat in the car. Wade is sitting in the front seat. They're both looking at their mobile devices with the same glazed happiness on their faces. Eddie watching train videos, Wade reading what looks suspiciously like a mommy blog. I laugh weakly as I approach the car. Hello, you two. Are you even a little bit excited to see me? Eddie looks up and he squeals with delight. Then he bursts into tears, completely overwhelmed in an instant. I rush to throw open his door and cradle him against me. It's okay, baby. Mommy's home, I murmur against his hair. I breathe in the scent of my son, my beautiful, complicated son. The kid who makes aspects of my life so difficult, but also is a kind of sunshine and joy I'd never expected. And those difficulties and struggles and that sunshine and joy, I have always wanted to share them with my husband. And maybe, just maybe, we're getting at least closer to that. Eddie, I love you, Eddie. Eddie is echoing against my chest, and what else can I do but to echo it right back? We go straight to the hospital. Eddie is apparently proud to show his father that he knows how to navigate the way to Babcia's room, so he insists on walking right at the front, holding Wade's hand the whole way. Callie and I walk in the back as I quietly explain to her what I discovered on my trip. Then we're at the room, and Babcia and Mom and Dad are there. Babcia is resting peacefully. Mom is sitting stiffly by her bed. Dad stands behind Mom, his hand on her shoulder.
Hi, loves,
Dad says, and there are hugs all around, until his gaze narrows in on me, and he grips my shoulders and he says with mock seriousness,
Tell me, you've got that vodka, child.
I have the vodka, I laugh softly. Babcia's been sleeping on and off all day, Mom tells us stiffly. Yesterday took a lot out of her. She can barely keep her eyes open today. Eddie climbs up onto the bed regardless and squeezes in beside her. Even in her sleep, Babcia winds her arm around his shoulders. They lie like that for a while as the rest of us discuss the trip, Dad's spontaneous return, Mom's work schedule, Wade's plastics program, and Callie's schooling. When Babcia wakes a little while later, she kisses the top of Eddie's head, reaches for Callie's hand, nods toward Wade, and then her eyes finally land on me. I walk toward her, and she thanks me 1,000 times a second as she stares at me through her tears. Then she's searching around the place with her gaze until it lands on Mom's iPad, so I shift the kids out of the way so we can talk. Thank you. Thank you, Alice. Babcia happy. Babcia proud. Alice home now. Alice sleep. Thank you. Thank you, Alice. We kiss her cheek and say our farewells, then turn toward the door. As I'm about to leave, the iPad sounds. Babcia, fire, Tomasz. I turn, and Babcia is looking at me with a desperate hope in her eyes. I return to the bed and take the tablet, and my hands are shaking as I type my reply into Google Translate. Yes, I promise you, Babcia, I will take your ashes back and lay them to rest with Tomasz. When I convert the words to Polish, Babcia's tears spill over and she fumbles for my hand again. My grandmother is a 95-year-old woman with a brain injury, trapped in a hospital bed, unlikely to ever leave. But as I look at her in this moment, I don't see the elderly hospital patient. I see a beautiful young woman, madly in love with her fiancé, desperate only to find herself home with him once more.
Chapter 39. Alina. Everything worked just as we'd hoped and just as we'd planned. Except, of course, for the very important exception. Tomasz was not there to see it. Saul and I were taken directly to the U.S. Embassy in London. Word was sent to Henry's brother in America, and we were told we'd have to wait for his arrival. In the meantime, we were offered comfort like we wouldn't have dared to dream of during the years of the occupation. Clean linen, hot baths, treatment for the lice, more food than we knew what to do with. The staff even arranged a translator for us and sourced for us a hacksaw. When the air hit my forearm for the first time in all of those months, I looked down and saw the wrinkled, pale skin left behind, and I sobbed with relief as I reached to scratch it freely. The cast had fallen into 2 pieces on my lap, and nestled within the lining was a roll of film as expected, but also, right beneath it, a folded piece of leather, a texture and color I immediately recognized as cut from the corner of an old satchel my father had owned. "What is this?" Saul murmured, but I shook my head, bewildered. "Did you see him put this in there?" "I was distracted." Saul carefully pried the film container from the plaster and handed it to the translator for safekeeping. But as soon as this was done, Saul returned his attention to the cast. He lifted one half, stared down the line of his cut, and smiled to himself. "Well done, Tomasz," Saul said softly. Then he glanced at me. He knew where we would cut the cast. He very gently pried the leather out from the layers of plastered bandage, peeled off some residual plaster, then unfolded it. But as soon as Saul took a look inside the makeshift pocket, he passed it to me. "It's for you," he said softly. "A letter." He stood then, squeezed my shoulder gently in reassurance, and he left me alone. My hands shook as I opened the leather pocket, and a piece of paper fell out and onto my lap. "Alina, perhaps I'm sitting beside you as you open this, and you're laughing at me for doubting for even a second that we'd make it. But war is unpredictable, and life itself these days is risk. I just don't know what's going to happen, and I can't bear the thought of us being separated without reminding you of who we are. Moje fiestko. The love I feel for you has been the fire that fueled my desire to be a better man. Until we are reunited, I will be longing for you, and I won't rest until you are back with me where you belong. Till that day, be safe, my love. Tomasz." As I read that letter for the very first time, all I felt was guilt, an immense wave of sadness and regret that threatened to swamp me. I should have waited for him. I should have stayed. I pressed my fists over my mouth and pressed hard against a scream that surged as I considered a series of unbearable possibilities. What if Tomasz had arrived at the camp in the hours since I'd been lounging here in luxury in London? What if he was waiting at the gates even as I left, locked outside because of the overcrowding? Why didn't I think to double-check that? Why didn't I wait just a little longer? Why didn't we discuss what I should do if he didn't arrive before the British soldiers? But the letter had fallen onto my lap, beside the fragile curve of my stomach, and when I looked back down to it, I was reminded of why I'd agreed to leave with Saul. It was a reality that did not yet feel real, one that I still forgot myself at times. Our baby. If Tomasz knew we had made a baby, he'd have wanted me to do anything within my power to reach for a safer life for that child, even if it meant we were separated for a little longer. And there was no doubt in my mind, even then, that Saul had been right. Pregnancy in the camp was a tenuous prospect at best, and caring for a newborn in those conditions all but impossible. I had done the right thing, I promised myself. It might be a few extra weeks or months before Tomasz found me, but I calmed myself by refocusing on his promise that he would. In the week at the embassy, as we waited for Judge Adamkwitz, Saul and I made a new plan. We would meet with the judge together, and we'd admit the truth about who we really were. It only made sense. There was no more need for subterfuge, and surely Saul's testimony would be all the more powerful once the judge understood it was actually personal experience. But beyond the judge's visit, we knew we couldn't stay at the embassy forever, so Saul and I were hopeful that someone would help us find accommodations elsewhere in Britain. Saul would try to reconnect with the Polish army eventually, but until Tomasz arrived, he'd stay to help me find some kind of life here during the waiting. My morning sickness had resurged since we arrived in London, partly because after years of a starvation diet, the heavy, rich foods on offer were both tempting and cruel to my fragile stomach. The night of the judge's arrival, I was particularly sick, and in the end, I spent the evening in our room riding the waves of nausea. Saul had to meet with the judge on his own, but this didn't concern me. If the judge wanted to interview us about the suffering back in Poland, no one could give a better account of that than Saul Weiss. Saul returned at our room very late that night, but he was unexpectedly pensive, his brow furrowed and his lips pinched. He fussed over me as he always did, tucked me into the blankets and checked that I'd been keeping up my water intake. "I'm fine, Saul. Lost my dinner, but no problem keeping water down," I told him. But then I asked a little impatiently, "How was the meeting with the judge?" "He is very interested in taking the information I gave him back to his government, but he said they seem determined to turn a blind eye. He's hopeful Henry's photographs will prove useful, but there have been other photos. Other information from within Poland has found its way out, and they have been reluctant to act even with evidence." He trailed off, then sat on the edge of the bed and started to rub his temples. "Are we in trouble?" I asked him, my voice a bare whisper. "No." "Saul," I said, and then I sat up and rested my hand against his forearm. "Something is obviously wrong. Was he upset that we lied about our names?" "Actually..." Saul hesitated, then he swallowed. He exhaled and looked at me almost pleadingly. "Alina, I didn't tell him." I looked to him in shock, then searched his gaze, bewildered. "But..." "He said he's arranged visas for us," Saul blurted. "To America." "America?" I repeated incredulously. I sank back into the pillows and felt the room spin a little. America. "It's nearly impossible for Poles to get into America now, Alina. Even for Judge Adamkwitz, this was very difficult to organize. Their government is afraid the Nazis are sending spies disguised as refugees, so they have all but shut the doors. Please understand. I just panicked when he said we already had passage. And Henry's wife, Sally, has said she will let us live in her home until we find our feet. But the judge said it's up to us. We can quite easily stay here, and there are people who will help us too. But America, Alina. Your baby could be an American. Imagine the opportunities. And it is a world away from all this mess. I nodded, but couldn't bring myself to speak. Instead, I stared down at my lap. Saul squeezed my shoulder. We don't have to decide right now. But the visas are not for Saul Weiss and Alina Dziak. They are for Tomasz and Hannah Schlasky. So... He trailed off, and I looked up at him. You don't even want to go to America, I protested weakly. You wanted to go back to the camp, right? To serve with the Polish army. He nodded, then he paused, and when he turned to me, his gaze was intensely serious. But what I want does not matter in this moment, Alina. I am not proposing to do this for myself. I made you a promise, Saul said. I told you that until Tomasz returned, I'd care for you and your baby as if you were my own. And there is no doubt in my mind that this is exactly what he would have wanted for you both. But how will he ever find me? I asked weakly. Do you really think a little thing like distance would stop him from coming for you? He walked across Poland for you once before. Finding his way to a boat to cross the Atlantic will be easy after that. Less than a month after we left the camp at Buzaluk, Saul and I stood with Frederick Adamkvitz on the deck of the biggest boat I'd ever seen, staring in wide-eyed wonder as Ellis Island loomed before us. I was dazzled and awed and, frankly, terrified. All I knew about this country were the things that Tomasz had told me, and even at the time I had hardly believed him. Now Sally Adamkvitz would travel to pick us up, and we would make our home in a tropical place that had barely any winter, a house so close to the beach that we could walk there. I was excited about the possibilities of this new life, and so hopeful, because I knew that Tomasz would find me there. And until then, I had my dear friend Saul by my side. I glanced at Saul then, to find he was staring down into the water in silence. Are there Jews here? I blurted. Frederick gave me a patient, gentle smile. Oh, yes, Hannah. There are many Jews in America. And it's safe for them here? I asked him hesitantly. Well, we have some problems, Frederick admitted. Especially here in New York, where I live. There have been some issues in recent years with gangs of youth harassing our Jewish people. A few incidents of businesses being vandalized, a cemetery desecrated. But of course, nothing like what you saw in your homeland. America is a peaceful place, I assure you. I watched Saul as Frederick spoke. I watched as the blood drained from my friend's face. I watched as his hands against the rail began to shake until he clutched it tightly in his fist to hide the tremble. I watched when he closed his eyes on what I knew was an intense wave of déjà vu. His calm wisdom had impressed me until that moment, but I had just discovered that Frederick Adamkvitz was incredibly naive. I knew with absolute certainty that small problems in a country can become immense tragedies when left unchecked. It started small in Germany. It even started small in Poland, long before the occupation. It started with a small group of people harassing and vandalizing and desecrating, and it ended with trainloads of my countrymen shipped to furnaces and dumped into a river. I reached for Saul's hand then, and I squeezed it hard. As soon as Frederick left us to go pack up his luggage, I turned to Saul, and I shook my head fiercely. You have had your lifetime share of persecution and suffering, Saul Weiss. Until we are absolutely sure this is a safe place for you, we need to keep your secret. I can't go through it again. God forgive me. I can't. We will keep it to ourselves until we know this place is safe, I promised him. It may be some time until Tomasz arrives. You deserve a few months' rest. We embraced there on the deck, witnesses to a vow to hold on to a secret that we thought we could simply reveal one day. We had no idea of the gravity of that lie. We didn't realize that time has a way of racing past you, that the long, hard days sometimes make for very short years. Before we knew it, I was holding my daughter, who was always somehow our daughter, because Saul took his vow to care for her very seriously from the moment of her birth. And as soon as his English was up to the challenge, Julita's beloved Dada was studying and certifying and working so damned hard to support us all, and he was doing it all under Tomasz's name. The day Saul was recertified as a physician in the American medical system was the day he applied to complete a program to become a pediatric surgeon. We didn't talk about the twist on the specialty he'd achieved at home, but we both knew why he'd chosen it. And by then, we were hopelessly trapped within the prison of a lie that had seemed so sensible and so altruistic at the time. My false name was one thing, a small detail I'd eventually adjusted to, something I could have undone at any time if the need arose. Saul's situation was so much more complicated. It was Tomasz's name on his certificates. Tomasz, who was employed, Tomasz, who held a lease for our home, and later the finance arrangements for the car we purchased. Tomasz, who took a residency at the hospital as a pediatric surgeon. Tomasz, who climbed the ranks at the hospital until he was a consultant, and he was training dozens of medical students, saving hundreds of lives a year. Only Saul and I knew that the real Tomasz was the man with the laughing eyes, the man captured in the photo I found while helping Sally in the days after Henry's death, when we sorted through the enormous collection of duplications she'd amassed from the film he'd sent home over the years. And only I knew that the tiny shoe Saul kept hidden in the top of our cupboard had actually belonged to his first daughter, his desperately loved Tikva Weiss. It was Saul I shared my home with, Saul I shared my parenting highs and lows with, Saul who shared my bed, because we had grown so used to sleeping side by side since our wedding at Buzluk. The few times we tried to establish separate bedrooms, I'd wake to hear him shouting and sobbing in his sleep. Eventually, we accepted the reality of our situation. In some absolutely unique way, we were bonded to one another in spirit, if not in body. I could not be Eva for Saul, and despite what every person in our lives thought, Saul would never be Tomasz for me. Instead, we were the very best of friends, partners in every way, except that one which usually defines a marriage. We pined in company somehow, each of us eternally dedicated to our lost loves. And we were happy, and the life we built never stopped astounding me. I reveled in providing my daughter a life where she never had to learn what hunger or oppression meant. I watched as Judge Frederick's yearly visits with books and toys at Christmas time spawned hero worship in Julita. By the time he passed away, she hadn't yet hit puberty, but she'd already announced her intention to go to law school one day, and even more miraculous than that, she had the opportunities to make that dream a reality. But as blessed as Saul and I were, I always waited. Every night, I'd look to the window as I fell asleep, and I'd let the hope flicker for just a second, like the flare of a match that doesn't quite take. I'd imagine some unlikely scenario where Tomasz had been imprisoned somewhere. But even after all of these months, then years, then decades, he would soon be free and would come for me like he'd promised. Perhaps he'd lost his memory. Perhaps he'd been injured and could not travel. In my heart of hearts, the only thing that I knew to be true was that Tomasz had promised me we'd always find each other. Distance, time, these things were surely irrelevant against a love as big as ours. One day he'd appear without warning, just like he did last time, and life would begin again in earnest. I never stopped longing, and I never, ever stopped waiting. Perhaps it sounds foolish, but the strength of hope I held in Tomasz deceived me. I didn't even think of Saul and I as old until we were very old indeed. I had an adult daughter, a strong-willed, furiously ambitious daughter. But in some ways, I felt like through all of the hard years and all of the hard work, I had clung to the last artifact of that childish version of myself, and the innocent girl inside me was still waiting for her hero to return. Saul stopped working as a surgeon when his passport said he was 70, but he and I knew he was 75. He taught at the university for another decade. He loved his work with a passion. That's why I was bewildered when he suddenly decided to retire. He'd hidden the signs so well, but as we climbed into bed after his retirement celebrations, he asked me to join him for a neurological consult. Just a few days later, we had the diagnosis: vascular dementia. We wept together, and then he took my hands and he asked me to go to the synagogue with him. "It would be an honor," I whispered, and he smiled sadly at me. "Thank you, Alina," he whispered, because he had always called me that when we were alone. "What do you want to tell Julita and Alice?" I asked him. A shadow crossed his face, a glimmer of uncertainty that almost broke my heart to see. "They are mine, aren't they, Alina?" "How could they not be?" He smiled then, a relieved, grateful smile. "We will tell them the truth, then." "They will understand." "How could anyone understand?" "Then they will at least forgive us." But Julita is a busy woman, and she'd just started on the district court bench. Saul's degeneration happened so fast from there, as if he had held off his demise until he retired. But then it became very real in such a rush. For a few frantic months, I was focused on trying to convince Julita or Alice to join me on a trip back to Poland. Well, I could still go. Then, by the time I realized we really needed to tell Julita the truth, Saul was no longer up to such a conversation, and I simply could not bear to do it alone. Tomas's last instructions to me were to care for Saul Weiss, and to Saul's very last breath, I honored that promise. I came to love him very deeply, and I know he loved me too. That very different kind of love was inevitably the foundation of my life in America, and it was a beautiful life indeed. Even if, to my very last breath, I will long for Tomasz, my first love, my true love. I'm near to that final breath now, locked helplessly here within my own thoughts, which is why it's utterly shocking that all I really feel in these hours is an astounding peace. It's all because of my beautiful Alice, with those laughing green eyes she inherited from my Tomasz. Those eyes that she has passed on to our special, perfect Eddie. It is somehow fitting that it was Alice who found Tomasz for me, because she has always reminded me of her grandfather, the one she would never meet. She shares that same love of learning and knowledge and story, the same sense of compassion, the same ability to dream big despite her circumstances, even if she sometimes forgets she's allowed to do just that. As I wait for the release of death, I look back on my life, and I feel the one thing that has been missing for all of these decades. I am at peace because I know that my Tomasz is waiting for me on the other side. Soon, I will breathe my last and prove him right for all time. We would always find our way back to one another. Always.
Chapter 40. Alice. I wake up in my own bed to the sound of Wade's cell phone ringing. He's lying beside me, spooning me tight against his body, but as the call wakes him, he rolls away to answer it.
"Hi, Julita,"
he says gruffly, and my already racing heart kicks it up a notch as he passes me the phone. "You need to come now," Mom says stiffly. "It's another stroke, a big one. They moved her to palliative care. Throw some clothes on and come. Don't waste a second. The doctor said we might not have long." I'm at the hospital by 6:15 a.m. The staff have turned the lights down low, but even so, it's obvious that Babcia's skin has taken on a gray pallor, and her breathing is shallow. I'm crying before I even reach the bedside. Dad approaches me, then pulls me into a tight embrace. He doesn't speak, but at long last, that's because there's nothing left to say. Babcia takes her very last breath right at 6:30 a.m. Mom is holding her right hand, and I'm holding her left. There's no struggle at all, no tension in her features, no fight against its hold as death takes her away from us. She slips from life so peacefully that it's hard to accept at first that she's even gone. The doctor joins us, and he calls her time of death quietly, reverently. Mom is calm as she washes Babcia's hands and her face, and then we have one last moment with her all together. Dad is, typically, more emotional about it all than Mom, who remains dry-eyed right up until the time comes to leave the hospital room. Then she turns back to the bed for one last glance, and she suddenly runs back to her mother's body and begins to wail, an animalistic, out-of-control cry that startles me. I'm stunned by this, but Dad offers me a gentle smile and murmurs,
"I told you I'd need that vodka."
"Is she okay?"
"I knew this was coming, sweetheart. Your mother has a tough exterior, but her mother was her sun and her moon."
When I hesitate, Dad nods toward the door.
"Go home, sweetie,"
he murmurs, and he returns to the bedside.
"Mom and I will need some time here, and you have your family to tend to."
As I head home, I'm sad, of course, but mostly I'm grateful. I'm grateful to Babcia for every moment I shared with her, everything she taught me about motherhood, every hug and every loving gesture and every damned meal she ever cooked me. And most of all, I'm grateful that she entrusted me to uncover a little of her story, because I can't help but feel that in finding her past, I found a lost little piece of myself, too. I hesitate on my doorstep. I can hear activity inside, and I know they'll all be awake. It belatedly occurs to me that I'm going to have to break the news to my family. I'm trying to remember, how exactly does one communicate death to a nonverbal autistic child? When Pa died last year, we had time to prepare. We talked to Eddie about it with his psychologist there to help us. I wish we could do the same this time, but I need to tell Callie and Wade now, and that can't wait. I step into the family room, and Eddie is on the beanbag holding the dreidel before his face and twisting the handle slowly, train videos inevitably on the television in the background. His iPad is on his lap. I walk slowly to the seat beside him, and he looks up from the dreidel toward me. It occurs to me how my absence when he woke didn't seem to faze him at all, and once upon a time, that very same scenario would have guaranteed a meltdown. Still, his green gaze is a little sad, a little concerned, and he clutches the dreidel against his chest, and he looks down to his iPad as if he's scared somehow, but he doesn't know what to say. "Hi, baby," I whisper. Eddie sits up properly. He swipes to the AAC and hits the repeat button. Babcia, finished. And then Eddie looks back toward me, calmly waiting for confirmation. A shiver runs down my spine, and I stare at him, trying to understand if he's saying what I think he's saying. I hear Wade at the door, and I glance up to see a bleary-eyed Callie still in her pajamas following behind him. I know they're both probably desperate for news, but my attention magnetically returns to Eddie. He repeats the words again. Babcia, finished. I start to cry at that, and I hear Callie's rising hysteria from the door. What is he saying? Is he saying she's dead? Mommy, it's not true. Tell me it's not true. You just walked in the door and you haven't said a word. Eddie couldn't possibly know that. I look toward them, and my eyes lock with Wade's. My throat is so tight I don't think I could speak even if I tried. But I don't need to carry our family through this tough moment, because Wade pulls Callie close and murmurs, "There's a lot more to our boy than meets the eye, Callie."
But how could he possibly?
I don't know, honey bear, Wade interrupts her gently. I don't know how he knew either, but he's been saying that since he got out of bed at 6:30, so apparently he did know.
But he can't.
She's still protesting when a sob overtakes her. Then I guess it sinks in. She covers her eyes with her hands, then blurts,
I'm going to miss her so much.
Wade scoops her up into his arms and joins me on the couch. We huddle there as a teary trio for a minute until Eddie stands. I smile sadly at him as he stands awkwardly in front of me. He doesn't join the hug. Instead, he reaches his hand out and he rests it against my cheek. This family of mine is messy and it's different, but in this moment of grief and sadness, we feel closer to a whole unit than we have in as long as I can remember. Life has a way of shattering our expectations, of leaving our hopes in pieces without explanation. But when there's love in a family, the fragments left behind from our shattered dreams can always be pulled together again, even if the end result is a mosaic. This family is a work in progress, but even today in our grief, I'm blessed by a growing certainty that we're moving ever closer to figuring out how the pieces can fit together in a way that works for all of us. Epilogue. I never thought I'd get to return to that hill above Trebinia, so it feels surreal to be here today, especially with the motley procession I'm walking in. Eddie is at the front where he often walks these days. He's staring down at his iPad, and Wade is close behind him. Eddie is a Google Maps master now, and he navigated us all the way from Krakow, leading us to the point on the map we set up last week when we were preparing for this trip. Callie is walking behind me with Father Belichok from Trebinia and Rabbi Zoldak, who has joined us from Krakow. Beside them, Mom and Dad walk slowly. Collectively, that part of our little group is discussing the economic boom Poland has been undergoing since it joined the EU. Earlier, I heard the priest ask Callie if she was really only 10 years old.
Well, yes, she said quietly, but I do have an IQ in the 150s. It gives me a distinct advantage.
I'm in the middle of the pack, walking alone. I'm breathing it all in again and thinking about how everything looks different here on this second visit, now that I'm here to fulfill Babcia's last request. The grass is even greener, the poppies in the overgrown fields that much more vibrant. I'm carrying close to my chest the little wooden box that brought us here today. Within it, Babcia's and Pa's ashes rest, along with that tiny leather baby's shoe. Today, the dodgy gates are open, and there are several other cars already here, which surprises me. As we near the clearing, I see that Emilia is surrounded by Agnieszka, Leah, and a group of other adults. Some are holding flowers, some have lanterns or candles. Emilia is in her wheelchair, and I approach her and kiss her cheeks. So many people, I murmur to Agnieszka. It's just my brothers and sisters, and a few of their kids, Agnieszka explains. I hope you don't mind. Mama said that Alina needed to be honored by our whole family, since not one of us would have ever been born without her. As my eyes fill with tears, Agnieszka winks at me. You're just lucky we didn't bring the grandkids or great-grandkids. That would have doubled the group. I throw my arms around Emilia's neck at that, and she whispers some soothing Polish words into my ear. Then I turn, and I see the plaque that Emilia arranged in readiness for this day. Beneath the engraving that lists Tomasz Szlosky's name, several other names have been added. Alina Szlosky, 1923 to 2019. Sol Weiss. Eva Weiss. Tikva Weiss. Now, and without any instruction, Eddie settles himself automatically away from the crowd, perching on the flat boulder at the edge of the clearing as if he's done this a million times before. He loads one of the train videos Wade saved for him before we left home. But before I can ask him to, he turns the sound all the way down, then looks at me, and he smiles proudly. I'm not sure my husband explained to our son what was expected of him, but that kid has been an angel today. It's funny how, now that Wade and Eddie have finally bonded, there's a whole new avenue for Eddie's world to ours. And that's certainly been helpful for our son. He's going to school 3 days a week now, and on Thursday mornings, Wade goes to work late because he helps with the science lesson in Eddie's class. Wade and I still approach our relationship with our son very differently, and there is inevitably a tension in that. Wade will always want to push Eddie out of his comfort zone, and I'll always want to provide him security and structure. But in the push and pull of our very different approaches, we're achieving some kind of delicate balance. I benefit from that, but so does Wade, and most of all, so does Eddie. Callie takes my hand as everyone automatically shifts into place around the gravesite. Without any preamble, the priest begins the short, respectful service we planned. Father Belikoch was initially confused when I called him a few weeks ago to ask his help today, and fair enough, because the whole story took some explaining. At first, I just said that we needed a service for the ashes of my devoutly Catholic grandmother and everything we had of my Jewish grandfather and his other family. Once Father Belikoch got his head around it, he said he'd be honored to help us celebrate their lives, and he'd figure something out. When we arrived here today, he introduced us to Rabbi Zoldak, who had come all the way from Krakow to assist. I can't think of anything more perfect or fitting for these people than a multi-faith memorial service. Now Father Belikoch invites Rabbi Zoldak to come forward, and he speaks to us all for a few minutes in English, about grief and love and the incredible power of sacrifice. I'm emotional as all of this is happening, but that swells to all new heights when Rabbi Zoldak begins to chant El Maleh Rakamim. As the Hebrew words rise around us in that place, a tsunami of grief and gratitude hits me, and I can't help but sob. I cry for the grandfather I so adored, and I wonder how he would feel to know that one day we brought him to rest with Eva and Tikva and Alina and Tomasz in a time when his faith could be celebrated in safety and with respect. Then I imagine Tomasz Schlosky, a man I never had the privilege to know. But I don't need to have known him to know that he would have approved of every aspect of this service and this arrangement, and there's no question that my babcha would have too. The priest invites me to come forward. I drop my knees to rest against the soft grasses, then I gently rest the box inside the hole in the earth one of Amelia's sons prepared for us. The priest crouches beside me and scoops up a handful of soil, then sprinkles it atop. He repeats this 3 more times as he says softly, "In the name of God, the merciful Father, we commit the bodies of Alina and Sol to the peace of the grave, and along with them, the memories of Sol's beloved Eva and Tikva." Wade takes the hand trowel from my backpack and finishes covering over the box. Later, Amelia's son is going to arrange from this patch to be concreted over so that we can all rest assured they will never be disturbed. Then we stand, and it's finished. There's moments of quiet chatter, but then the crowd begins to disperse, returning to Amelia's apartment in Krakow, where she is hosting a luncheon for us all. My parents start to wander back toward the van, with Callie in tow, and Wade glances at me.
"You okay?"
he asks gently. "I'm good, actually, but—" I clear my throat. "I could do with a moment."
"I'll take Eddie,"
Wade offers. But then we both look over to him, and he's settled on that long, flat rock, completely relaxed as he stares at his iPad. He's fine. I smile, then I kiss Wade's cheek. We'll be back at the van in a few minutes. As Wade walks away, I stare at the plaque and the headstone, and I think about the journey of the last 10 months. Taking this trip for babcha opened up the world to me in ways I'm only just starting to understand now. I started writing down the things I learned on my trip for Callie and Eddie to read when they are older, and the project has taken on a life of its own. I think perhaps I might have inadvertently started writing a book. I always thought my family needed 100% of my energy, but I'm learning that I can give them the full focus of my love and take the time to nurture other things that matter to me too. I'm even busier these days, but the curious thing is that I feel much less exhausted. "Thank you, babcha," I whisper, as a gentle breeze stirs the branches above me. "Thank you for trusting me to find out the answers for you. I had forgotten I knew how to do that." Eddie sits up abruptly from his slump and stares up into the trees around us, searching for something. As I watch him, a strange shudder passes through me.
"Eddie?"
he echoes.
"Eddie, darling, do you want something to eat?"
The shudder ripples down along my body again, and then as surely as if her arms have closed around me, I feel Babcia with us in that clearing, and I feel her peace and her love and her gratitude. I close my eyes and breathe it in, and for the very last time I whisper, "Goodbye, Babcia." Eddie stands and he walks across the clearing to slip his hand into mine. I glance down at him through my tears and find he's patiently staring up at me. Emilia and our distant cousins will be waiting for us back in Krakow, and then over the next 2 weeks, Wade and Callie and Eddie and I are going to explore this country together. It's not easy for us to be here, so far out of our routine, out of our comfort zone, but we're making it work for every single one of us, because it's important, and because this was always the dream. There will be challenges, there will be disappointments, there will be failures and arguments and mishaps, but that's not preventing us from trying anymore. Our family life is never going to be easy, but that can't stop any one of us from reaching for our dreams. It cost our ancestors too damn much for us to have this life. The best thing we can do to honor them is to live it to its fullest.
You've been listening to the Hachette audio edition of The Things We Cannot Say, written by Kelly Rimmer. Read by Anne-Marie Gideon and Nancy Peterson. Text copyright Lantana Management Proprietary Limited, 2019. Produced by John Marshall Media in New York City. Recording copyright 2019 by Harlequin Enterprises Limited. Used under license with Harlequin Books S.A. An unabridged Hachette Australia audio edition. All rights reserved. Books with Heart is an online place to chat about the authors and the books that have captured your heart, and to find new ones to do the same. Join the conversation. bookswithheart.com.au facebook.com/bookswithheartanz. If you would like to find out more about Hachette Australia, our authors, upcoming events and new releases, you can visit our website, Facebook, or follow us on Twitter. Hachette.com.au twitter.com/HachetteAUS facebook.com/Hachette Australia.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.